PKA 726 with one of the GOAT guests, Dick Masterson. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, our wonderful merch, and the newly only 6 pills a day, not 9 pills a day.
Whoa!
Holy smokes.
Is that because we revolutionized the formula?
It's because we revolutionized the formula. Yeah.
Wow. Does that new formula make it not only more effective, but better for you?
What Derek did was he actually found a German scientist living in Argentina. And got them involved. And we had
Does your dick grow a little mustache, like right over the hole?
We're working on it.
Well, I shaved it that way. It's not related to lock and load.
So, Dick, before we jump into anything, I always like to ask, what are the big current feuds?
Oh man! Talk about Revenge of the Jedi. You boys are all familiar with my 2-year feud. Eric July's 2-year feud against me. You know, he's been he's been attacking me with his illiteracy and like making crappy comic books, and you know, he called me the N-word a couple of times.
No,
is that terrible? That's our word. Wait, you know, racists. That's our word. That word has kept us down for 60 years.
Dick, you're not miscegenated, are you?
I am. Not with black people, but with Mexican people.
Yeah, that's fine. You're on our team now.
The saviors of America. Yes, you're welcome. Yes, you're welcome, Kyle and Taylor and anyone else out there.
Salute to our Latinx allies.
Call us whatever you want.
That's what they've
There's going to be 2 Cinco de Mayos every year now. There's there's the normal one in Mayo, and now there's December Cinco de Mayo. Just FYI, Woody. So
it's double.
Thank you. Perfect.
So
he was like talking about suing you.
Eric July was talking about suing me. That turned out to be bullshit. But then he got my friend. Riley, who was dressing up in like a little cape and taped like $40 to his warehouse store, his comic book warehouse, just to mess with him. He shot a little video and like this.
Why $40? Like what's
because Eric was ignoring his $40 super chats or something like that. So he went and shot a video like I'm like a WWF style, like, hey, I'm here to shave your shoulders with my giant scissors, wearing like a costume. And then Eric called the police, and he's been calling the police like every month saying that Riley was stalking him.
Yeah.
So he finally got the cops to arrest this guy, and the police offered him a plea. Like, that guy. Eric July told the police that he's deathly afraid of that gentleman right there. And that he's
like significantly shorter than the girl.
Yeah, the guy who's he's about 5'3". He weighs, I don't know. I don't. He's got the build of my Labrador, my English lab.
That man is.
Nothing wrong with that. Don't bully.
Technology going into creating that cleavage.
Does he look terrifying? I mean, Kyle, you're not allowed to have guns anymore, right? Would you be afraid of that guy?
Nah,
for sure.
I mean, you grab him by those whiskers, and he's in so much trouble, dude. Like, you get a big handful of that beard. I don't care how tough he is. He's gonna cry like a girl. Give that thing a twist. Look at him.
That would
Well, but, Eric told the cops.
I will say, if he were outside your house with giant scissors, like screaming, you might be like, damn, I don't have my tights. I can't really do a tag team match today.
So this is him.
You know
Eric July had a meetup, and Riley went to the meetup in his cape and tried to get. Yeah.
I hate to interrupt you a second time.
Yeah. Sure.
But while you're doing this, look at this thick woman in the background. God damn, who is she? All right, continue.
You worried about that? Yeah.
I'm still worried about that.
No, I get it. You live in Atlanta. It's rare for you.
Man. Imagine how hot she would be if she just lost like 60 pounds, right?
That's where
I have that
feel the divide. The two jacked arms hating.
Oh no! There was a day where I did not think that, and then that was the last day I ever didn't have the thought. Man, if she could only lose 60 pounds, how hot would that chick be? So the cops Riley went to Eric July's meetup, and then Eric July called the police, and it turned out Eric July had gotten a warrant out for the arrest of this little guy in the cape, this little cartoon man in the cape, like 5'3", for domestic violence laws. like for cyber stalking and harassment, which obviously he's not doing because those
Look
two.
at the posture on that guy on the right.
So the cops were laughing at it. They're like, this is retarded. Like these laws are to protect women against men. They're not to protect like retarded internet comedians from having flame wars with each other online. So we all thought it would go away, but Eric decided to press charges. Riley went before the judge today and they said, all right, you smart ass, here's the plea deal we're offering you so we don't have to go to trial. And Riley said, fuck you, fuck the plea deal, we're going to trial. I'm bringing Eric July in so he has to testify that he's afraid of me. That's where that was today, which there's no way Eric July saw coming because he's been up in his ivory tower pretending to be black, selling shitty comic books for the last year, thinking that he'd won, thinking that he'd frightened us into stop making fun of him. But he was wrong. We're still doing it, Eric. We're still making fun of you, and now you're going to have to testify in court that you're afraid of Riley, the 5'2" fat ass Riley. You're going to have to tell the record, the official record, your permanent record that you're afraid, or else you're going to jail. You're going to jail. We're sending you to Gitmo. So it's been a great day, guys. We're all celebrating today because of it. The switcheroo, you know.
Glad to see you're so happy with this.
Yeah.
What's the timeline? When is this going to happen? When's the next court date? Do we know?
January 21st. And yeah, right after Trump gets in. So it's going to be wham. Trump gets in. I'm going to be in my truck rounding up illegals and driving them to the border and then shoving them out.
Be so mad at you.
Can I suggest you bring like 3 forms of ID when you do that?
Yeah. I'm actually going to paint my face white like white chicks.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, dude, if you were the legal immigrant or the legal that got deported, that would be hysterical.
They all point at Dick and they go, Coyote.
No!
You're like, wait a goddamn minute.
Hold on there, Mexicans. Officers, Frappuccino, Stanley Cup, The Office. And they're going to say, he's not it. Get out of here, buddy. Go back to white.
Legitimately be the test to be like, name 3 NHL teams.
Yeah.
And that would be because the guard also only knew 3. That's the lineup.
Love is Blind. Yeah, so January 21st, I think I'm gonna go there. If the trial's one day, we might as well go have a big party, right? Whether Riley goes to prison for aggravated teasing on Twitter or whether he gets off and Eric July has to tell the world that he's terrified to death of this goofy jackass.
Little doofus. Well, that's very funny.
What are the
you're having a good time.
What happens if it goes wrong for Eric July?
If it goes wrong for Eric July, I guess he would be found in contempt or perjury. I don't know.
No. The charges that are brought in there, like trespassing and menacing, or
for my friend, if it goes wrong for Riley,
Riley,
then he might get like a weekend in jail, and a $40 fine.
How bad is that?
Like
A weekend in jail. You did one of those, I think.
It depends what you look like, I guess, and it depends on the jail. Like, but I think it's gonna suck no matter where you go because like there are no like, oh, this is kind of nice jails.
He has a really soft-looking mouth. Is that good for him?
That's really good.
I don't think you get punked out in jail unless you go to like the worst of the worst, right? Like it'd be hard to get turned. If you turn into a bitch in jail, you just wanted to suck a dick.
You're there overnight.
Yeah,
public drunkenness. You're sucking dick until
you're sucking dick in the drunk tank. I think you just need to accept some facts about yourself. You know what I mean?
It's not gay when you're in prison. You're in there for 6 hours, Tony.
You guys are giving me a lot to think about.
That would be funny if Riley like amps up the troll thing if he goes to jail and those guys are not Eric July. What the fuck did you say to me? I'm trolling.
Oh, dude, it's so funny. Like, imagine, Kyle, you have experience with like prosecutors in court and stuff. Just imagine the prosecutor that offers him this plea deal for this absolutely stupid case because they won't drop it, right, against him. So they give him a plea deal.
The prosecutor, they don't want to deal with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and he says, no. I need a jury trial in front of my feet. You assholes. Like, because they abuse this privilege, you know?
Yeah. Can I say, like It depends on a lot of stuff. What's the locality that this is taking place in? Like, what city or jurisdiction is handling the charges?
It's near Dallas. I think it's like Collier County or something. Or
okay, so is it like a small suburb like court, or is this like a big magistrate court and like a
I think it's in the middle. It's not like small town like shit kicking Hicks. It's like right in the middle. It's not the big one either.
So like when I went to small town shit kicking Hicks court, they didn't give a damn like about anything. It's just a room full of assholes. Like it's unruly, and the judge wasn't even qualified to be a judge. It was scary. But when I went to real court, if you waste those people's time, like they'll have a vendetta out after you. It's like if you upset that prosecutor, she might like take the judge aside and be like, let's get this guy. Like it's not like they don't know each other. Like when you go into the criminal justice system, just to put it in MMA terms, it's like you went to Japan to fight in a pride fight and you're the white guy. Okay. Like everybody there speaks Japanese and they've known you were coming for 6 weeks. Nobody thinks you're going to win because you're not going to win. Like this is set up against you.
Yeah.
It's a big money making enterprise they got running in that courtroom, and it's
risky. It's risky what he's doing, but man, if we can get Eric on the stand,
is this guy? Because my favorite part of your whole, I guess, war with this guy and his comic books was
his war with me. I'm just a counterpuncher. You're just reacting.
Party. You're just a guy that's hanging out.
Yeah,
when I follow you on Twitter, that's all I see is a flurry of constant counterpunches.
I'm being attacked all the time.
He is. That's true. But you have a lot of fun with it.
You need a halo, Dick.
There are tweets I read from you where I'm like, he's like looking at this, laughing, hoping people are getting by this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that makes me laugh.
Well, it's been like 7 days of just euphoria. I don't know if there's like a medical limit for how much joy a man can experience before he dies, but I must be at it because I've never I haven't even thought about drugs since last Wednesday. It's been crazy.
You've been so high on like people being mad on social media.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them. A lot of people are really, really losing it.
Yeah, and then Don Lemon quit today, and he said he got AIDS. I think was part of that, or I didn't read it.
Is that what he said? Is that what Don Lemon said? He said he had AIDS?
I think so.
I heard someone say that Don Lemon had AIDS, but I have no idea myself.
AI said
I actually see the comment here. It's from SS.
Hitler.
SS Waffen Nick Stomper.
It's from SS Goebbels fan 14.
Jesus.
What did he quit? I didn't know he had a job, Don Lemon.
Yeah, he quit Twitter.
Oh, he quit Twitter. Okay.
And then he made a big video about it, and he wrote like on his gay letterhead, he wrote like on the official homosexual letterhead, he wrote like an "I'm quitting Twitter" missive to be consumed immediately.
To take effect immediately. It's as if like you have to announce when you're leaving a social media site. You could just leave and then come back later. Like there's no benefit to being like, I'm leaving because I'm sad. And it's like, no, eventually you're going to have to come back because all the Twitter mimics don't actually get traffic.
He didn't just delete his account. I'm 99% sure that Don Lemon had like a contract with X to do his show there. Like I think that his show is done there because I know there was that kerfuffle where he had an interview with Elon, and I think it was part of his deal to come there. And the Elon interview was very contentious.
Yeah.
It didn't go over super well. And then with this loss, like, dude, this has got to be a hard loss because those guys have been just screaming for months and months about how evil Trump is and how it's the end of democracy. Just like they can play those montages of sharp as a tack or smart as a whip, whatever they said Joe was forever. Now you can play those montages of end of democracy, end of democracy, end of democracy. And then you see Joe Biden and Jill Biden just snuggling up to old Trump and spending an extra hour in their meeting and having a good time by the roaring fire. And it's like, wait, isn't that Mussolini?
Yeah.
Dude, Joe Biden had like his ice cream eating smile on talking to Trump.
Nobody's happier than Joe Biden right now. And honestly, like, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
I mean, he's got to be pissed. They push him out and then they lose badly. He's got to be
going to lose
like,
too, but Yeah, I guess he'd
For his
rather lose than be
headspace.
pushed out and lose.
Yeah, like to him
Please
though, it's
try.
like, I won last time and then they shoved me out, and so get fucked. You betray old Joe, and this is what you get. Even if he would have.
I imagine old Joe does even worse, but you don't know if he didn't try.
You don't know if you didn't try.
I
It's
bet
like
he
a
does
fist
similar.
fight. It's like, it's like if you pulled him out of a tag team match and then the person you tagged in just shits the bed and you're like, man, I kind of wish I'd stayed in there. I had a little more juice. Jill
he did
is the
better
one
than
who's
she
mad
did.
though. I think Joe is kind of in this accepted place where it's like, you made your bed, sleep in it, folks. But Jill, she was, from what I gathered from CNN and all the news sources, when there was that time that they were being pressured for him to drop out, but he hadn't done so yet, Jill Biden seemed to be a big part of like, no, we're Team Joe, we're riding with Biden, we're staying in there. And so I saw that footage of Kamala sitting next to Jill Biden, and like they didn't greet each other when she sat down. They didn't like look at each other. Like Jill is like stone faced straight ahead with her sunglasses on. It's like, I don't think they're happy with each other. I think there's a lot of
course they're not.
tension there.
I've mostly been saying like, all right, these appointees aren't my cup of tea, but if I was a Republican, I would be cool with these. Until Matt Gaetz.
Oh yeah.
That one, the pedophile as district attorney or attorney general, I meant to say. Go ahead, Kyle. What do you want to say?
I want you to finish your thought. I just want to go next.
Oh,
I want to go next.
I'm like, this is the one that seems the hardest.
I'll
Kevin
call it
McCarthy is sure he won't get nominated, but Kevin McCarthy's wrong a lot, and he's the one who, like, when I look at the score, Kevin McCarthy doesn't seem to acknowledge that he's lost. Right? He's not in the House anymore. He's certainly not the House leader anymore. Matt Gaetz is the guy who quit his job so that the ethics report wouldn't come out on him, but they might still release it. And I was hearing about it today. That woman came and testified for hours that he raped her repeatedly, and we have the payment for him.
Lady of the night.
Yeah, she was from Seeking, so she considered herself a sugar baby. She's one of those whores who doesn't acknowledge that she's whores. But
with his giant hair like lurking in the shadows in the doorway, like, all right, baby, daddy's home, like with fucking mom from Robots Inc. from Futurama, right? That giant hair.
It would have been legal in Florida, but he trafficked her to like the Caribbean or something to fuck her.
Man law.
And
that's right.
Now he's is he going to get away with it? I don't know. Like in the very short term, his misdeeds have come to light even more. But in the long term, we'll see.
So my opinion on that is that Matt Gaetz will not get confirmed. The Matt Gaetz appointment is subterfuge. It is, look at this thing over here. Look, he made Himmler the fucking attorney general. And everybody's going to let him ignore some of his other stuff that's maybe a little contentious and they didn't agree with as much.
If you're right, and I considered that too, then Matt Gaetz is the big loser in this thing. Because now he's not in the House and he's not attorney general. He's just unemployed.
So my thought process on that was that if he were to stay in, then that investigation. So the DOJ dropped charges against him. The Biden DOJ.
Okay.
Yes, they investigated. They found nothing they could charge. Is probably a better way to put it, because I don't think there ever were charges filed against him. I don't think there was an indictment. But they investigated him. They found nothing to charge him with, and there are no further charges. So the only investigation that's currently happening is the one within the House. So him dropping out makes that null and void. And so suddenly he's free and clear of that. And so either he's going to step in and be the attorney general. Let's hope not, I guess. Or he's going to just write off and write books and be a Fox News analyst now that he's retired.
That wouldn't make sense, like politically.
And the investigation's over. Well, what if the investigation was going to find something that was going to be really bad, that was going to open up a municipal or civil judgment potentially against him in the future?
Maybe, but like just from what we can see, like we know Gaetz is a big Trump loyalist. And so if it was like some subterfuge to get him out of the House and then also make him not attorney general, it's like you effectively just lost a powerful loyalist in the House for the cost.
What if
we just put somebody else
he was leaving the House either way because the ethics committee was not going to be in his favor, and now he has a better way to leave the House?
That's possible too. Yeah. Like I have no idea.
The Venmo payment is public, right?
Guys, I think what you're forgetting is to catch a criminal, you need a criminal.
Yes, you need a good criminal.
You need the worst
a hard-boiled detective show.
Yeah, you need a guy who's doing it right out in the open, because so are they. So
Look.
he will 100% get confirmed.
Yeah,
think
but
he's going to
they
get- if I had
didn't
to
give
bet on it,
Hannibal
I think he's
Lecter
gonna
a
get
badge and a
confirmed.
gun, though. They wouldn't talk to him about the Love Bill.
They should. That would be a better movie.
Hannibal Lecter is smarter
Protect
than
Hannibal
every
Lecter.
person in our political process. He'd take us all for a ride with his.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Hannibal Lecter would be in there for like 3 minutes, and then it would be trending on Twitter. It'd be like, "This guy's fucking eating people."
Yeah.
like, are you serious? His name's Hannibal.
He
and he's
balanced the
eating a
budget,
mystery.
though, man. Who cares?
He balanced the budget.
I've been looking for silver linings. Vivek and Elon Musk doing the Doge thing. Let's hope that turns out well.
And Ron Paul.
I'm glad
Do
Ron
you
Paul's in the
mean-
mix.
Ron Paul, what's he doing?
Oh, dude, Ron Paul. Right before the election, Ron Paul came out and said, "You know what? Yeah, I don't think like any of these people are good or for freedom. But if you're cutting down the government, I know exactly where the bodies are buried. Call me in, put me in, coach, and I will help you every step of the way." And it's been ever since the election, every day, Ron Paul's getting in more and more. Which for guys like me, guys who grew up and really loved the whole idea of America, and then it came crashing down on us like a fucking piano in a Roadrunner cartoon. This is like Christmas is real territory. Like Santa is real territory
One of
for
the
us.
parts of the Trump
Yeah.
administration that I'm excited about. Like, I hope this goes well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the Doge,
How could you be
Doge
against
thing,
that?
first of all, I would recommend anybody out there $500 worth of Dogecoin real quick. Go ahead and knock that out because Doge is going to be getting a lot of Google trends as he cuts $2 trillion out of the budget, as he says. But I think that this is kind of a shitty job for Vivek. It's a made up position, really, if we're being honest. Like, this isn't secretary of whatever or like ambassador to who's he what's it. Like, this is a shit tier position. This is the made up thing that you give your buddy. So because Elon has 18 different jobs, he's not going to be spending a ton of time on this. This is a position where he can kind of come and go as he pleases. So to give Vivek this is a little insulting, if you ask me. But I hope they do find ways. I hope they do a good job. They're taking applications for Doge agents on Twitter. On Twitter, Elon, there's an official government X account now, and it's Doge, and I think it even has the Doge dog on it to be extra goofy, and it says something like, "We're taking these kind of applicants. You'll work these hours, blah blah blah, cutting out government waste and inefficiencies." Elon and Vivek will look over the top 1% of applicants personally.
Do you have to be a blue check mark to apply for the job? Because I
course.
saw on Reddit that you do. You need to pay Elon $8 to apply to work there.
That's not
But it's
bad.
Reddit, and I don't just take that at face value.
Yeah.
I mean, when
It's a good idea, though.
Yeah, rental applications cost money. You don't want the thing getting flooded with useless clutter that would defeat the whole process, right? Then you end up with a new Mountain Dew flavor being Hitler did nothing wrong.
Yeah, and we never even got to taste
applications
it.
don't usually cost money.
But rental applications do.
It's
So
not,
you can,
is there a rental application we're talking about, or are we just trying to like stretch it?
I'm
to
just
be
giving you an
normalized?
go on,
example of an application
okay.
that costs money to put in. All right.
No, Woody, if you go on like freelance sites, they all have those like boost your profile thing. I mean, I don't know. I do a lot of freelancer hiring, and it's to the point where if you don't pay for one of those, you're not getting looked at. Like everybody who you go through the first 10 or 20, and those are all boosted.
I see how that fits.
Makes
I don't
sense.
know.
Otherwise, you get 100,000 Indians applying for everything.
Either way, like, I hope I don't actually believe they're going to keep a public list of all the retarded nonsense our government spends money on. That was like part of the promise. But if I can't think of a more compelling way to like win people over into that cutting waste thing than to actually have a public list where it's like, hey, did you know that we spent $330,000 for Bosnians to learn how to square dance in a culturally appropriate way, or like whatever the fuck nonsense. It's like, just, oh, do you know how much do you think a door hinge costs at Fort Bragg? If you guessed $35,000, you're almost there. It's 40. Like, just the ridiculous nonsense where we get taken for a ride.
That's criminal, though.
I'm sorry. We're talking about cutting. Trump's talking about cutting disability for veterans, which on the surface sounds like, oh my gosh, like that, these poor people. But if you know any veterans, they all get disability for like a freaking sore elbow from playing softball, like while they were servicemen. Like, dude, it's a job that pays for life seemingly. And I I just have so many veteran friends, and most of them are getting disability afterwards, and a lot of them have like really athletic jobs, and
They brag about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they,
you know?
like when they're still in there, they're like, oh my God, does your fucking pinky finger hurt? Get that documented. You'll want that documented for when you get out and apply for disability. And like, it is a widely done scam. Just fucking scam as scam can be. And if Trump takes away veterans scam, I mean, those are our heroes, right?
I hope he does that thing.
No, I mean, there's a huge
around.
difference between like someone who's actually like so mentally fucked or so physically fucked that they need this assistance, and those people need it 100%. But
So
there are
how do you
people
find out?
like you're talking about who
Send them
tweak
back
their
to war.
ankle, and then
If they
for the
say
rest of
no,
their
then they're
life,
not
$1,200
crazy.
a month.
Pussy. I was thinking you could just have some guys, you know, sneaking around, throwing firecrackers at their feet, dumping them out of wheelchairs, stuff like that. Like if they
You want Antifa to come back?
Genius, Kyle.
Antifa can handle this, yeah, it's their bag. They
Put them
enjoy
on
this.
Put them
They
on
enjoy
this?
this kind of ruffian behavior. Anyway, so I mean, somebody needs to make sure these veterans aren't stealing, like what he says. This is,
Or welfare fraud. All sorts of fraud
Yeah.
out there.
How does welfare fraud work? Do you pretend you have kids you don't really have, or
Where you get
You
paid.
be
You
black
really
and you get money.
you get you basically get paid under the table and pretend you don't make any money. Like a lot of illegals work on.
Dude,
like
when I was-
illegals qualify for Medicaid, housing vouchers, and WIC, which is food.
Yeah.
And so even if they make enough to support themselves through like under the table cash payments, they'll pretend not to, and then we got people double dipping.
When I was
Have you guys ever gone to a
19
food bank? Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh man, I heard, like, I always thought it was like really ghetto, or I just assumed it was. But then I heard that people were, I don't know, they framed it as taking advantage of it because you show up and get free food, and these people didn't need it. But so now I'm thinking maybe I'm like leaving money on the table by not going to food banks because I'm really cheap, really cheap. So I kind of need like approval to go do it from somebody.
Dude, did you see this? Like, there's like a viral clip that this person, it was some Indian guy, posted,
Yeah.
and like he thought it was going to be like a life hack style clip that people would enjoy, and he was like, and it went super viral. He's like, guys, you're not going to believe how I am saving money in the United States. Step 1, stop buying food. Step 2, go to all local churches. They are all over the place, believe it or not. And you walk in and say, I want food, and they give it to you. I have
Yeah.
been doing this for 5 years. And it's like, it's just whatever. And everyone's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is that's not what this is for.
I gotta hide it though if I do it. I can't tell my
I hate
girlfriend.
that
That's too
so much.
Yeah,
I used to go to tons of like Goodwills type stores to get TVs and shit to blow up, and every now and then I'd be like, "Can we can still shop here, right? Because that's a bargain." Like,
That ties in. I was starting to tell my other story, and I got that one too. Like when I was young and broke, like just getting started in life, I tried to buy shit at Goodwill or something like Goodwill, and they wouldn't sell to me. I wasn't broke enough. I'm like,
What?
My money's not green. Yeah.
crazy.
And then I lived in this.
What did they
low-income-
say? Wait, what? How did that come up?
I literally, there was a couch.
You're walking
and
in there with like
I-
a spat and a top
All I
hat.
had was like a shitty futon that like was susceptible to racking forces and shit. Like you couldn't use it and it wasn't comfortable. And I wanted a couch and I was like, can I buy this couch? They're like, no, you have to qualify to buy here. And I'm like, fuck. Like I made $14,000 a year. Now, granted, that was the 90s. Call it what? 25,000 a year nowadays. Still broke, right? That's not a good living. And you know, I was barely making ends meet. I lived in low income housing and I didn't get a break on the rent. Right? And again, they're like, oh, 14 grand a year. Yeah, that's low income. All right. But everyone who actually gets a break on the rent is earning zero. I'm like, zero? They're just lying. No one earns zero. Like, how can you earn $0 a year? But that's what it took to qualify for low income housing. And I just never got a handout.
Yep. People like you, the hard workers, getting fucked over by the people taking advantage of it. It's not fair.
so,
and Mr.
wait.
Ramaswamy is
How
gonna
long
end
did
it.
you go without a couch then, since you couldn't afford? Or
Well, I had the
qualify for poor
futon,
couch?
so I don't know.
Oh.
Probably less than a year, but
God damn it!
You just go like, I'm not poor. I'm a Buddhist. And that's why we're going to fuck on my mattress on the floor tonight. The girl I met at the bar.
I had a mattress on the floor at the time.
That
I didn't have
that's-
bed money.
dating on hard mode is such an unappreciated skill I'll never forget that guy that I knew when I was working in Atlanta when I was 19. He must have been 23 or so. And I've told the story before, so I'll be quick about it. But like, he had moved from Pennsylvania down to Atlanta following his buddy, because there's a group of 3 friends, and one of the friends was chasing a girl. So all 3 of these male friends moved down to like be the 3 amigos. And this guy couldn't afford to ship all of his belongings down. He could afford the plane ticket. He could afford first month's rent. Then he needed to get a job. And then eventually he'd pay to have his stuff in storage in Pennsylvania shipped down to him and fill his apartment out. Well, he didn't really take to selling cars. And so he didn't sell any for a while. So the storage place sold his belongings to whoever.
Yeah.
They auctioned off his belongings like one of those Discovery Channel shows, just all of his shit. And I mean all of his shit. So I went over there one night to hang out with the 3 of them. We're drinking beers, hanging out on the balcony and shooting firecrackers. We're all like, I think I'm 19 and they're like early 20s, 21, 22. And at one point I went back and because Travis was like, have you seen dude's bedroom? And I'm like, no, why? He's like, come here, let me show you something. And I go in there and he has an air mattress with a sleeping bag. And those are his only possessions. And I'm not exaggerating.
Wow.
His only possessions are an air mattress, and it's flat, dude. It's flat as a flitter, as my grandma would say. It is all the air has gone out of this fucking thing, and then there's a sleeping bag on it. And I swear to God, he got pussy on that thing one night. So
Dude, I can top that.
He brought a girl back and fucked her on it.
I was married, and Jackie was pregnant.
That's why it was flat.
And I got her. We didn't have box springs. We just had mattresses on the floor of our bedroom because I didn't start off wealthy. And so Christmas rolls around, and I'm like, I'm getting this woman mattresses because she's pregnant. And it's getting harder and harder to get out of bed. And she thought that was a bad Christmas present. She just doesn't understand utility.
You got her a second.
Did you get her a card?
A box spring. A box spring.
you got her a box spring?
It's a ceiling.
Honestly, Woody, that's in great material. You got something you needed, and she should have appreciated it. I hope she apologized profusely.
I'll bring it up and see.
You should bring it up. See what she says.
Woody, your wife was pregnant, and all you had was a mattress on the floor?
Yeah.
Oh
We were
my
saving money
God!
for our
It's like
first
Oliver
house.
Twist. Well, what century was it where you were living this poor? That's
Previous
terrible.
one.
1995, maybe? No, we were married in 96, so maybe like 99, 98.
Yeah, those are hard years.
Wow.
Those are hard years for the economy.
How many box mattresses do you have now?
I don't know. All we need.
More than you can count.
Dude, he's flush with them.
Go ahead and brag, Woody. Tell us how many Christmas trees you have. Tell them how many
I
Christmas trees
don't
you
know.
have.
I don't know what this year will bring. We're trying to tone it down. Last year we must. What did I have? 5 Christmas trees, something like that.
You did. You were upset about it, and it made me laugh.
Man's got a half dozen Christmas trees, each more grand than the last.
If you got your wife like a box spring part, would that be like sentimental for her?
Dude,
Would she
it
be like,
should be
"Oh,
nostalgic."
Woody,
Yeah, right.
this is all I ever wantaid. Happy anniversary, honey."
Dude, your Christmas situation reminds me. I don't remember what.
Made of gold.
I don't remember what show or like maybe a comedian or something said it, but someone was like, "Dude, can you imagine how much fun moving would be if you're a chick? You just get to like play Sim City House and just tell people to move things where you want." Like, it would be the best situation ever. You carry a handful of throw pillows and you go, oh, that 1,300-pound couch that every time you pick it up, it reclines on its own and it pinches your hands. I actually want it downstairs. No, I want it upstairs again, actually. And it's like, you fucking bitch. Why have you done this? I can't believe you've done this.
I got movers that last time, and I actually felt like bad telling them where to put things. Like, I felt like, I mean, they're getting paid. I'm paying these people. And and pretty well, and I'm tipping them on top of that. But I'm like, hey, that king size mattress that's impossible to hold. Yeah, that one. I need that one to go up the narrow staircase that doubles back on itself.
And I need it now.
And I need to do it now, so that because I've already put the box springs together, and I need to put it all together because it's taking up the space. Could you hustle that on up there? And he's like, Mark, the guy says we got to do the mattress right now. I'm like, well. Yeah, I do actually. Yeah. And, when I got the cable put in, it was the same thing. He put it in the wrong spot before I could tell him the right spot because I was out running other errands to move into this place. And I was like, hey, that doesn't go there. And he's like, finishing up. And I'm like, he's like, what? what do you mean? I'm like, that goes upstairs because I need to direct connect upstairs in my office. And he's like, oh, like audibly, like so upset. And then he just turns his back to me and goes, like starts undoing all of his work. And I felt like such a piece of shit, but it's like, oh, that's where it goes.
In lieu of payment, I ordered you guys one medium pizza. Just do something like that. I
always like get those guys, like I ask if they can have beer because I don't care if they drink and drive once they get their shit to my place. You know what I mean? So
that's neither here nor there. It's not your problem.
I'll usually get them beer and pizzas and then tip them because it's hard work. I've had it done twice and I've done it by myself 3 or 4 fucking times because I'm not a pretty girl, dude. I've moved by myself so many times. Those king mattresses, like, oh my god, it's such awful, dreary work. It makes
the if you have like a big foam king mattress, it like makes the tips of your fingers hurt because you have to grip so super hard to keep a purchase on the mattress.
I learned after a while, you go on Amazon, you get these mattress bags that like it's like a big sandwich bag for your mattress that has handles on the sides, and you can even vacuum seal your big foam mattress to make it really easy to handle again. It's just so much easier. Or you could pay 2 guys $300 and they'll handle it for you.
I moved a lot when I was young because I always applied for jobs, and anytime someone offered me more, I just left. Like 32 grand. These guys are paying me 30. I'm being robbed. Fucking out of here. That's what I do. I moved to another state, get a new place, and to another state. Yeah, exactly. I moved back and forth from Jersey to Pennsylvania 4 times, and so I would just like, oh, look at this. Here's a end table with glass doors that open up. That's just not the kind of thing I should own. I move every 6 to 9 months. That's how I lived.
So you were just IKEA, super efficient kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted barbells and like weights and stuff, but it's like, dude, if you move every 6 months, home gym's not for you.
That'd be a nightmare. That's a period in your life for calisthenics. Not
yeah, exactly. Get yourself a pull-up bar.
Yeah, for sure.
I miss that feeling. I remember moving all the time. Like, all right, it's been about 9 months. Time to start looking. I miss the feeling of having nothing. That because I knew I was going to move and soon. Now,
are you ever going to leave Cali?
Now I feel like I live in like a mausoleum, like a Egyptian pyramid. I've got so much shit in here.
You do. Your place is very chintzy. A lot of stuff in your room, I imagine. Piles
Every room is like this. Stuff all over the wall, like a TGI Friday.
Can you see yourself like moving to a different state, or are you, because of family, probably?
No, every time
in LA or Mexico, right?
I'm either moving. I might get deported, Taylor.
Oh no!
We'll see, and I'll be happy to do it if it happens. Every time I leave California, I just think, God, everybody here's so fucking fat. I could never live
in California.
No, everybody outside of California is too fat for me to be around.
Oh, yeah. Whenever I go to California, it's a ego check for me. Like, oh my God, I walk around Raleigh thinking I look okay, and then I go to Hollywood and I'm a dump.
I don't need to walk around pretty people. I know what the score is. Like it's fine. The pretty people can stay over there. I'll be an okay looking guy in the Midwest.
I love California. The anti-California people they really kind of annoy me too. It's like,
what do you love about California other than the weather?
We got every kind of terrain there is out here. We got beaches, mountains, snow, river, fishing, camping.
Desert.
We got desert. We've got like, you played Grand Theft Auto 5. That's like where I live. It's great.
I refuse to play that character.
Trevor or the which
Trevor's
one?
Trevor's the best.
I didn't know there was a white option, so.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know about Trevor.
You can go get some meth out in the desert. You can go get to Hollywood and get some coke.
You can switch characters, Woody, but like there's quests where Kyle would be forced to. So it'll like take you out. It'll be like you have to sell this meth as Trevor, who's like the white methed out guy, and then it'll like zoom out to the sky and zoom back in, and now you're the black guy, and Kyle just was damn near crying.
I prefer to play like some sort of gnome female or like elf princess character. That's my that's my go-to. We've talked about this a lot. How I think it's kind of gay that Taylor always plays like a dude in the third-person RPGs because you're staring at a dude's ass for 100, 200 hours like this, and every time he climbs a hill or jumps, he's like, ugh, ugh. And instead, my chick is like,
Mhm.
You're crazy. Number one, I play first person in those games, and so I'm not looking at anyone's ass.
You play that view, the weirdo view that nobody ever uses.
That's how you play.
Skyrim.
That's how you play Skyrim. Yeah, I play Skyrim first person.
Third person.
Oh, okay.
You're more involved in it. It's more fun. And then I get to look at, if I want to look, I can look at Serena's ass, the vampire chick. I can hire, what I can do is I can hire Serena or Lydia, and I take all of their armor because I don't actually need her to fight.
are you
And now I
talking
have a
about right
naked companion. You don't know how this shit works?
I don't know how any of
No.
that shit works. I'm not a gay.
You pick a follower, Lydia, and
Like a
then
wife?
she's like, no. There's like a bunch of different people in the game you can pick to follow you around and help
What game
you.
is this you're talking about?
Skyrim. But basically, they're just your like slaves. So when you pick up a bunch of dragon bones and you're over encumbered, you go, "Hey, retard, carry all this." But you pick a female one. They have to wear what you give them. So you take all of Lydia's armor, and now you have like a big titted like lady in her underwear.
But your
following
character
around.
is what?
A gay man.
It depends on the class. He's a gay. He's always gay because I like the immersion.
I'm just saying. Everybody else I know picks like a sexy lady character. Woody, don't you do that in your Elden Ring playthrough?
Yeah, I started a new character, also a sexy chick, because I'm straight
Right?
as an arrow. I'm
There
pretty
you
sure
go.
if Tiger King saw Taylor, he'd be like, your character's a dude.
Hey, you want to
You're
come
not
hang
that
out?
straight.
Oh, I
You
like
coming
you,
out on my
Taylor, but you
phone?
got way too many teeth.
You
Oh,
got
I
too
slipped
many
into Lindsey
teeth, you got
Graham
too
a little
much
bit,
hair
didn't
on you. That's we're going. That is slipping a little bit into Lindsey Graham, one of the gayest men in America.
I'm worried about the roundup of the illegals. I'm worried they're not going to have enough resources to get them all. I'm hoping they institute a bounty system, Taylor, because I was thinking like
Fallout.
I like that. A citizen arrest and you just turn them in for cash. Like that
Yeah.
would be interesting. But what I would prefer is a tip hotline. You see what I mean? Like where you could
Yeah.
be like, my neighbor doesn't exactly habla inglés, if you know what I mean.
That's nothing new though. Like you could have done
So
that
what
with
they
ICE
should do-
anytime.
Yeah, but I want a
Is-
reward.
Freeze their accounts and give you their stuff. Right?
Yeah.
So if you've got like a British neighbor who's illegal, just you get all their shit and they get deported.
Yeah, if they're illegally
those
here-
Brits.
Yeah, those Brits,
Brits
that's
who's
the ones
hanging
we're
out.
after.
Oi, governor,
anyone.
I'm as American as apple pie.
All of them.
Take it out of here, red coat.
All of them that have overstayed their stay or what have you.
Mhm.
Just got to round them up.
Freeze
And
their
I don't know what
accounts,
we should
give
do
them
with
to
their money.
Kyle.
Send them
I mean,
back.
I don't know what we do with their money, but we don't let them keep it.
That's American money. They
That's
made it
American
here,
money.
it stays here.
Yeah.
Do you know the president of Mexico came out and said that it was either 4 or 5% of Mexico's entire economy are remittances from the U.S.
That's crazy.
$1 out of $20, $1 out of $25 Mexico has are remittances from the U.S. That's fucking insane.
The thing that I
I
think
wonder
will,
what India's like. I bet it's comparable.
I bet it's
Oh.
high. Yeah, that's. I didn't think about India in that way. You're right.
one of
Because I'm sorry, Kyle, I'm cutting you up, but the coworkers I had, it was like a major point. It was like a tithe almost, like 10% of their income or better would get sent back home.
Yeah,
So-
I do not like that shit. If you're here
don't-
and you're gonna live here, don't be sending money back to a different country. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
well, you do what you want with your money. I mean, you're not a slave, so. See, that's what I think. I think we're gonna round.
Okay.
I think we're gonna round up. So we round up this 10 million illegals, Taylor. All right. Then what do we
Mhm.
have? A labor shortage, right? Who's gonna pick those oranges? Who's gonna grab those strawberries? It's not
Wait,
not folks like us. So who's gonna do it, Taylor? I'll tell you who. Prison system. All right. Forced labor. Okay. All of a sudden, labor costs zip. 4 cents an hour. I mean, you pay the prison 10, then they pay the prisoner like 4 cents an hour. All right.
Interesting.
You rent these people. Then what do you think happens at the grocery store? What do you think the max cost then? Oh my goodness.
Probably
Free.
cheaper. We got a bunch of
Yeah.
You know,
murderers
we're going to
picking
need
it out of
more
there.
incarcerated people to keep this system going.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, we better
man.
hope. We better hope that crime is rising in order to backfill this.
That doesn't matter.
Oh, it is. Hooray! Actually, we could use all the government employees that are gonna lose their job. The people that have been doing that government employee thing where they're just like chill. Like I think
Now they're
Woody, you mentioned this. Like in the private sector, it's like a 75-25 thing where like 25% of the people are doing 75% of the work, like grinding, working hard. And you talk to anyone in government and it's like a 90-10 split. It's even more.
I was going to
absurd.
use those same numbers. Yeah.
It's like someone like there's one dude in every DMV that is working his fucking ass off back there. And he has 9 other people who are not helping at all. They're like sending people home to be like, I need a second form of ID. And he's like, yeah, it's this. And they're like, no. It's like, go home. I don't want to see you in line right now.
I hope they can cut the cost of government by a lot, because I think there's a lot of waste there. Now, every time I hear about it, they're like, well, the actual money's being spent on like Social Security and Medicaid, and you can't make a big dent without reducing people's benefits. I don't know what's true. I also hear about $8,000 soap dispensers, which still bugs me.
Yeah, it's annoying. Because I imagine my tax dollars when I see something like that, and I'm like, if everything I paid in this year paid for only that many soap dispensers, this is criminal.
It actually just paid for the interest on the soap.
Sometimes the wasted money is a little bit justified. Like campaigns, right? This is not government, but the campaigns, before government.
Yeah.
I've heard like pretending I'm on a campaign, rent an extension cord for $50, which sounds insane, right? But they're like, it actually kind of makes sense. 1, I need that extension cord delivered right now. 2, I need it taken away afterwards. I'm not going to keep this extension cord and go from city to city to city with it, like with some sort of traveling carnival. So it's like, yeah, we're kind of paying a premium more than the extension cord itself to rent it, because the delivery and the takeaway, and it makes a certain kind of sense if you squint just right. But I can't explain $8,000 soap dispensers outside of someone said, get this done. Someone got it done and paid extra.
Someone makes soap dispensers. That's how that happens.
Someone's
yeah, my
nephew,
brother makes
that was Taylor's theory. And I'm with you. I'm talking too long about this. Our viewers must be upset. But the one viable theory, like you said, is freaking Lindsey Graham's cousin makes soap dispensers, and that's getting the hookup. The other is
bathhouse.org.
My theory, which I have no proof for, is someone's tasked with getting it and not held responsible for any of the rest. It's like, oh, did it get there on time? Well, we're glad you're good at your job. And they pay $8,000 of somebody else's money, and no one cares about that part. Whereas in a private sector, they always care about the ROI.
Yeah. I'm sure it's a combination of the two things.
Did you bring up campaign spending, Woody?
Kyle did. I guess Harris is below water.
Yeah. Check this out. So, she's down like 20 million or whatever, right? That Progress.win company paid me and Vito to do an ad read for them on the biggest problem. And yeah, right?
You hate the Democrats.
Okay.
If there was a language of only hate speech, hate would still not be hate in that language would be how I feel about the Democratic Party. So we read the ad read, and they said usually they give you like stuff to talk about. And because it was us, Vito said, "Are you sure you want to advertise on our show the week before the election?" And they said, "Yeah. Just you don't have to say vote for Kamala. You just have to say what's important to you about voting and tell people to vote." So Vito starts reading the ad and goes like, well, what's important to me? And I say, what's important to me is not voting for a child molester. That's why I'm not voting for Tim Walz. And I started explaining, I started going into that like AI, that huge like retarded conspiracy.
Yeah.
That maybe it's true. I don't know. So the next day we get an email from the boss over there going, hey, we want our $500 back. Or do another ad. And Vito's like, no refunds. So I did another ad the next week, talking about, again, what's important to me. And then the election happened, obviously, Kamala blown out. And then we find that she's down $20 million. So I'm like, hey, I'm part of that $20 million. Isn't that, they really did need the money back. Isn't that great?
Dude,
they really didn't know what they were doing. I knew it.
Why on earth would they, first of all, shout out Harris campaign, you overlooked us. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You could have got us in the mix. But like, why would they pay you?
I don't know.
So there was no research at all in it. They were just
they
like,
knew who we are. I guess they thought $500 like meant more than it does to me. I mean, no offense to anybody, but I'm not betraying Trump for $500.
So you took $500 from Trump's political enemies and then read a conspiracy into the read.
I don't know that it's a conspiracy. It's just important to me that not child molesting is I'm very anti. So if there's a whiff of it, even that AI said that he molested him. So I was like, that's too much for me. I don't know, computer man. I don't know who to believe.
The AI said that? Which AI?
There was an AI. This computer generated black guy was saying that Tim Walz molested him, and I'm like, I don't know that computer's lying. So
dude, I saw people like giving that retard so much attention as he was posting it on Twitter, and like all these like wish casting morons being like, oh, the truth is coming out about Tim Walz, and it's like this guy's so clearly lying for engagement to bait you into talk. He'd be like, here's the next post, and then it would be like the next day, and then every post was just like clearly made up email screenshots, like his own sender address is in some of them
with the cursor still in it.
The cursor is in there because he's been editing this. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, you could be a fucking moron to buy any of this shit. And there were thousands of people like, fill us in next on what's happening, brother.
Yeah, because you don't know.
Yeah, I think we all
don't know for sure.
I think that's one yeah, that's true. You can never know for sure. But I will say the way that guy delivered that message was pants on head retarded. Unbelievable.
It struck a chord with me as a voter. So I talked about that.
Dude, that's so fucking funny. You made $500 from the Harris campaign.
Yeah. And then Trump's going to pay it back. So really Trump's paying me $500.
Trump's going to pay back the debt of.
I think so.
He offered to as a mean kind of joke.
Yeah.
He was like, "Hey, I saw you're in debt. We actually have like a ton of money left.
A ton of money.
Yeah, that's because we did so much organic advertising. That kind of cost too much, but we could pitch in and help you out."
Dude, Beyonce should be given a little bit of. Beyonce should be giving the full 10 million back because, like, what did she think she's there for? You're a singer. Everyone was pumping up how excited they were to see her sing. Yeah, and then to go out, like, there could not be a bigger middle finger than to trick a bunch of your electorate in a swing state into thinking they're going to a free Beyonce concert. And then they get there and she goes, vote if you want. And then 10 million.
I think they gave Meg the Stallion like 1 or 2 million. She twerked when she got up there. She gave the people what they wanted.
She earned it.
Dude, did you see the screenshots of like the normal Democrat voters in like the podium or like that like bleachers behind? And they're like holding, there's this like one like bald white guy holding like a Harris Walz sign. And then she starts twerking and you can like see in his face, he's like, like lowering the sign.
What's the going rate to get Dick to twerk at a political event? Probably more than 500.
Easily more.
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, for Trump, I would do it for free.
No. I'm not. I'm Harris in this situation.
For Harris, I'll also do it for free, but I'm gonna have a wardrobe malfunction, a really serious one.
I love it. All right.
Because I have a neurological disorder.
I charge extra for wardrobe malfunctions,
and I have a bunch of diarrhea. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of accidents.
Oh damn! Yeah, it's
I saw
fun
my girl
to talk about and
Tulsi
joke
Gabbard
about.
got an appointment.
Over. Yeah, dude,
what did
I like that gray hair thing.
Right? Tulsi Gabbard.
Huge fan.
I've been a Tulsi Gabbard fan for a long time. She's got that like white silvery thing in her hair, just like Rogue from the X-Men. It's super hot. She's got her face a little pockmarked if you don't airbrush her up a little bit, if I'm being honest. But we'll pretend like that's not true. She's a real pretty lady. And what do they make her, like Secretary of National Intelligence or
National Intelligence, something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. Which again, I wonder what she'll be doing. I know the left really hates her. They think she's a Russian spy, Taylor.
That's retarded.
Yeah. I don't know. She was in our military, so she's got that on her side
That's true. But I mean, anyone who's against like forever wars in East Europe is a Russian spy, most likely.
Oh, speaking of our military, so they made all sorts of promises about what's coming in in January. They said they're going to use special forces against the cartels in Mexico. They said they're going to send the SEAL team, and they didn't say it as like a little aside. They like yelled it like over and over that they're gonna send like fucking
Good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's great. Yeah,
Like,
using our military to face an actual threat to our border. Fuck yeah, good. These
Did
people
they say
have
that
been-
before the election?
before, during, and after. Like, it's
Oh,
that
no wonder
border-
Mexicans were turning up.
Yeah,
So the
Mexicans
thing
need
with
to protest.
Tulsi is she's anti-Ukraine, and she said that the U.S. funded Ukraine's biolabs to make like, I don't know, biological weapons of some sort, which was a piece of Russian disinformation that Tulsi spread. That's why they call her a Russian asset.
I think those viruses that quote unquote viruses that are being created in the Ukrainian biolabs are like the kind that target specific races of people. Maybe because I've heard.
Oh, you think that?
Well, I've seen our. Oh,
Really?
I'm inserting myself into the reality in which those people who are now our leaders live in. So it's one of those that target specific races, because I saw this whole thing with RFK where, God, it's hard to listen to that man, but if you put yourself through it.
I was talking about the different.
Yeah, shut up!
RFK impressions are going to be hard on me.
It's hard on me. I don't know.
I wish that dude would break down and get that little electric razor you stick on your larynx. And, hello, everyone. Isn't this so much better?
Yeah, give him Hawking's machine. Like, just let
Even
him do
that.
that.
But he was talking about, bioweapons that target like Chinese people or Jews or what have you, at like a table of people. His wife is Cheryl Hines from Curb Your
Yeah,
Enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's pretty funny.
Do women just like really fucked up voices? Like, because they
didn't always have
love. Oh, they love Stephen Hawking. He's getting pussy. RFK's getting a ton of pussy. Like, maybe they just really like guys that talk
Yeah.
like a monster.
RFK, I think they like it because he's a Kennedy and he's jacked and he has power. They love that.
Maybe. It
Yeah.
could be the voice, though.
And he's
I never
it's
got
brain
power.
worms.
I don't like
If
it.
a brain worm ate part of your brain, you wouldn't
I'd get
survive that.
smarter.
But it make
You
me
would
talk
survive
like that.
No, I
He
I
got that
remember-
from eating bad pussy, didn't he?
No, Michael Douglas got the throat cancer from eating bad pussy.
And you
No,
don't think that has anything to do with RFK?
it might be, but I thought they said it was something else that fucked his
What
voice
else
up.
could it be?
Well, it could have been the deep state, quote unquote, silencing another Kennedy. Did you think about that? Isn't that a fun way to take someone's political career away? Since
Man, they should have just
can't-
silenced him entirely and made him like have to write and use a robot voice, because that is what the deep state would do. They'd make him so annoying to listen to
Yeah,
that
he
it
had
would
that-
be difficult.
he genuinely had a brain worm that ate part of his brain away.
Yeah, we
before
talked
they
about
found
it.
it.
That's old news at this point. Yeah.
He ate dog too.
I don't like that. That's the worst thing about him.
He also
Eating dog.
stole a whale carcass from a beach and hauled it back to his home. Like
Now
that's
that I
cool.
don't care
that's
at all
cool.
about. It's already, if he would have
Yeah.
killed the whale, I wouldn't like it.
I'm not judging him for any of this nonsense because I've done some crazy shit too. I'm just saying this is the man we're dealing with.
Yeah.
I
have a
want to
big
see
issue
Trump
with his-
put a bench in front of the White House, like a bench press, like Muscle Beach, and have RFK do for like, when Schwarzenegger used to do that shit, but RFK coming out with all his boys from Muscle Beach doing fucking incline press,
We've all seen the pictures,
and then
of
yell at people
RFK.
for looking at him. Don't look at me. Look away. You've looked enough.
We've seen the pictures of him looking amazing. Does he look like that really? Like now? Like there are pictures of me looking amazing, and I'm actually at a
Did
better than average point for myself right now. But
Zach, find us
I don't
the-
always look good.
Did
know?
you see? Did you hear RFK? He was talking about Trump's diet on like Air Force One and everything, and he was like,
that it's shit.
And the thing with Trump is, I'd go on there with him and I'd try to eat something on the way to a campaign. And I tell you, it's remarkable. He has the energy. He has everything in there is total poison. It's KFC. It's McDonald's. It's Burger King.
So
Do you know when
him-
he accepted when he accepted winning the election, he'd been up for 48 hours, fueled entirely on fast food.
and I was like, I believe that Trump is a fiend for fast food.
He is. I wonder if he looks like if he took his shirt off right now, how close to this would he look?
Were you going to say if I took his shirt off?
If you
Is that
took
a
his
Doesn't
slip?
matter who does it. I
You
said
were
if he
gonna.
took his shirt
You
off.
were imagining you taking it off, Woody. I heard that.
Well,
If I ran up to him and took his shirt off right now, and our
You're gonna
nipples
take his
happened to
shirt
bump,
off, my sweet summer child.
I bet he looks pretty similar to that. He seems like one of those
Yeah.
hyper obsessed old
Go to
guys.
his,
with
go to his
lifting.
social media, like right, like
Dude,
find
if
the
Trump
dated
like
picture.
if Trump like through if like RFK did some edict that removed like MSG from fast food.
No.
Like Trump would put him in. Trump would put him in. Now we thought he was a smart guy. We thought he was a good guy.
He looks a
And
little
then
Mexican, am I right?
You're not going to believe this, folks. Eat a fry. Eat a fry. They're not the same. They're not what they were. So we're killing him.
MSG is not bad for you. It just makes things tastier.
No, I know.
Leave that
I'm
MSG
saying,
alone.
you know, but
But
Trump would be.
RFK has a lot of thoughts about things being bad for you that aren't generally agreed on.
Yeah.
You know, fluoride in the water comes to mind.
That makes the frogs gay, right?
It does.
That one is like there are studies.
Oh
that
my God, it
lowers
reminds
all
me
the
of
time.
Alex Jones.
Like
So
it does.
So Alex Jones lost his case. They took all of his monies away, and he owes the Sandy Hook families $1 billion. So they're auctioning off all of his belongings. And I suppose one of the belongings is his company, his media company. What's it called?
Infowars.
Infowars. So they auction off Infowars, like the whole. I don't know what that includes. It certainly includes the name and it's the corporation or whatever, all that shit. Guess who bought it?
The Onion.
The Onion.
Lucky
the
guess.
fucking Onion News Network bought Infowars, and
You know
I
what?
gotta
The
admit-
Onion should buy on the Infowars website. They should say, we're getting into the fake news business. That's hilarious.
I think they might have made a mistake. Like I don't think the Onion's traffic has been great the past few years compared to what. Do you remember how fucking funny the Onion was? There's a video that like makes me die laughing from like 2010 on the Onion, where it's
Which
like
one?
a panel of news people talking about paranoid schizophrenics, and they're talking about what they need to do to make the life better for schizophrenics. And they're like, you know, something they really enjoy is seeing people they're familiar with. And so we've bandied about the idea of surgically replacing the faces of their doctors, you know, with those of their loved ones in a way to ensure, you know, and something that these people need, Tom, my understanding is to be watched at all times. 100%, Alan. That's why we've already started putting small cameras, little bits of, surveillance equipment in all of their homes, but we keep it very small. They can't find it. It won't upset them. That's wonderful. And you think this is going to help them? Oh, 100%. Yeah, these people really need to be watched at all times.
My favorite one, and it's weird, like the timing. I watched it last night, I swear. It's the boy who has killed a home intruder, and he's being hailed as
that's a good one.
He's being hailed as a hero on the morning show, like Good Morning America, and they're like, and you went and ran and got your daddy's gun, didn't you? I ran and got the gun, yeah. And then what happened? I saw him there standing, and he put his hands up and said, please don't shoot. You didn't listen, did you? I shot him in the knee. Bang! And he fell to the ground. And I stood over him while he cried. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! And he like tells this horrific story. And at one point he's just like, I love the blood. I need blood.
I played in it. This one that
he's
Zach's
covered in
about to bring up, do you like this is another evergreen classic from The Onion. The fat kid successfully avoids ridicule by swimming with shirt on.
yeah.
It's like they ask him, and he's like this like gruff voice little kid where they're like, so Alan, when did you think of this? He's like, I was just sitting around, and you know, kids have been bullying me, and so I figured I'm gonna leave my shirt on. Wow. And did that really help them stop bullying you? Not particularly, but you know, it distracted them from it for long enough for me to enjoy swimming. Very funny video.
My favorite is a video. Maybe this hits home in my house more, but there's an autistic man interviewing an inmate, and the inmate starts describing the really disciplined, strict schedule that they force him to follow. And the autistic guy just fucking loves it. He's like, yeah, lights on at 9 a.m. exactly every day. Like regimented lunch, dinner.
Yeah.
Like,
Dude,
how
that's
do you get in. The guy's like, well, a lot of things. No, exactly. How do you get in? How do you get this? he's like, so all you have to do is rob one bank and you're in.
That's another really funny one that I like because it starts. He's like, so you're in prison. What are you in prison for? And then like asking stuff like that, and he's like, every day for 30 minutes you have lunch. Is it at the same time each and every day? How can I get in here? Like, just,
I like
it's
it.
so funny. Yeah, The Onion used to be really good. I haven't.
Did
and I
they
used
do
to
the
get- I used to
boy
get
not so
bored.
tough after being molested?
Yeah,
They did that one?
yeah, that's another
The
hilarious.
bully not so
Little
tough.
bully
Got
not so
bad.
tough after being
As
Yeah.
much as I've heard it before. Like The Onion got old to me, not bad.
Yeah.
You make the same rough joke for a couple decades, and I've heard it before.
Well, maybe
Sure.
they can do something with this with the Infowars purchase. I worry about poor Alex Jones who made that.
Oh yeah,
Ah.
Ruined the joke.
poor
man,
guy.
what he did was just fucking awful. It really was. That one thing. The rest of those lies were for fun and for funsies. But they were entertaining, and I kind of miss him being in the world. I saw someone suggest that he was going to be the press secretary, which would just be diabolical.
Oh, wow.
It would just be diabolical. Like, even if I hope Trump does the thing where he has a different one every month. Like, it's almost like a different guy every month. You could throw Joe Rogan up there one month. Hilarious. Do that.
He'd do it well, but he's not available, I'm sure.
I think it's a really hard job. I think you have to like really stay up on like not only the world events, but how the president, what the president's position is on each and every one of them, and how he wants that position put forward. I bet it'd be hard.
It's hard to do it well, like you're suggesting, but you can do it poorly too, and just say, you'll have to ask the president directly on that.
Yeah, you can just bullshit, I guess. Yeah.
That need those 24-inch pythons up there.
The Hulkster?
The Hulkster, yeah.
He'd run out of shit.
Who else
quick.
but a wrestler would know how to react, no matter. He doesn't need to know anything. You got to go the opposite direction with it. Instead of knowing everything, just know nothing and constantly talk about Hulkamania and America and brother and how you're,
They bring
you
that
better get ready.
Do you think they should remove the Department of Education?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck the Department of Education.
So
what happens?
I'm curious because I am open to the idea.
Well, what do you? It's tough with big federal departments like that because everybody kind of has their own idea of how they work. My mom was a special ed teacher for my whole life, and my girlfriend's a teacher. She started in special ed, so I've been around these charlatans and parasites my whole life, hearing
teachers.
their teachers.
Okay.
So I know what I'm wise to their
their type, right?
Yeah, I know what they're doing. No, I think however you're educating kids, you can do it in the state. You don't need a bunch of bureaucrats. You don't even need like the people that are fucking things up and wasting money are even local superintendents, like local school boards, even locally, the most immediate superiors are taking way too much money and not doing anything. So you multiply that by several orders of magnitude when you put those same type of people thousands of miles away.
Part of me is a little worried that you remove education stuff. Like education sounds good on the surface, but the federal government doesn't do education. I've always used it as one of my federal hallmarks. Like if a guy running for a federal office tells you he's doing something about education, now I know he's lying to me. Now I know that he's not telling the truth because the federal.
Interesting.
It's like me telling I don't know. I was using an analogy that you don't need, but if he's focused on education as a president or a federal person, he's lying because that's not part of that job. So getting rid of the Department of Education, well, just tell me what they do. And I'm having a hard time.
Well, it's like teachers, like the way kids are taught, a teacher who is 25 to 45 sits at night, comes up with what she's going to teach that worked last year. And she knows the kids she's teaching it to. She knows their parents. It's all about teachers like cultivate these relationships with kids and the parents to help the kids learn in a way that's good for them. Like acting like there's anything that could influence this beyond giving the teachers more time to prepare themselves and help other younger teachers like learn how to connect with students is kind of like not understanding what the process is. It's not an engine or a computer. You can't like industrialize it. It's always just going to be women working with kids and help like learning together, honestly, because a lot of the women don't know shit either from year to year. You know?
I'm in my head. I'm like, if they got rid of the Department of Education and put out an advertising blitz telling parents to make sure their kids did their homework, like that might do more.
Yeah,
than education did.
Yeah.
Hey, it's 10 p.m. Did your kids finish their homework today? But that's a reference you guys probably won't get.
Oh, I remember those were on TV. It'd be like it's 11
where
p.m.
Your kids?
Do you know where your children are?
Yeah. And a lot of the federal stuff, like No Child Left Behind, they've been doing like an iteration of that every decade since the 70s, and it means the same teachers have to care for kids who are not benefiting at all from this, so that really exceptionally slow kids who would do better in their own environment, like they're not going to do if you're teaching a bunch of kids, you got to get kids who are kind of at the same level. That's just like that's how it works. It's just one person helping them. So getting
Choosing
the feds
which
out of
kids
it.
to mainstream is really hard. Like,
Yeah.
as a parent, you might want to hear that your kid should be mainstream. Like, oh yeah, all right, your kid's a little slow, but it's not so bad that we have to put him in that special class. On the other hand, maybe he doesn't belong in that other class. He'd do better in the special one. It's a tricky decision and filled
You
with
got a
emotion.
branding issue. So you don't want to call it mainstream. You want to be like, do you want your son in the super elite classes? That's normal. Super elite is normal, right? That's like where we want you to.
We're gonna name them like condoms.
So
we have to name them like those piss
Large,
things.
extra large, and mega.
Isn't that
magnum.
what the astronauts did? Because they had like pee sleeves to go to space, because you have to pee into like a condom basically, and then it goes down a tube. And like they're like, all right, these are in small, medium, and large, and like they were constantly falling off of astronauts because they're all like large, brother. And so they renamed them to like large, immense, catastrophic. So then they
large
be like,
1, large 2, and large 3. Yeah.
Are used only. So I think that's part of the problem too, because no one, if normal is, hey, do you want Billy Bob to be in the super advanced class? Because that's usually for, surgeons and astronauts. Nah, you don't need to be no astronaut or nothing. What's a normal class? Normal class is special ed. That's this one here with these fine fellows with the crayons. Oh, he'd love that. He colors a mess up on the walls at home. All right. And you put it in there. And then I think it's a branding problem. I mean, I don't know about eliminating the Department of Education, though, because I don't know all the things they do. I thought that they funded all of the school systems in some way or another. But
they kick
like
some money back, but with their money, it's just like the highway system, right?
All right. So question, how much federal money will be freed up by literally hitting the delete key on the Department of Education? How much federal funds are now freed up?
I think it's like 3,000 a kid.
Now be given to the parents, and for each kid. Like, all right, we've got $400 million, $1 billion, whatever it is. Like, everybody's going to get that money, right? If you're a parent for each kid. Is that the idea?
Yeah, they don't really say. I think the feds send down like $3,000 a kid out of like they usually get 20. Like I think across America we spend like 20 grand per kid, and maybe the feds give I
have in front of me 224 billion a year. So per kid doesn't mean much to me. I don't know how to convert that.
Yeah,
but the Department of Education's budget is 224 billion, and of course that gets kicked down to schools, as Dick was saying, if they follow the rules, like transportation does too.
Yeah,
and the rules are all like, let's establish a new bureaucracy to make sure we're fitting in with the feds' rules. When in reality, like property tax goes to pay schools, and I mean, if you work at it from like the bottom up, like okay, I'm paying this much property tax, which sucks, but even in LA, it's like I mean, I'm okay. Honestly, I'm okay with this tax. That's fine if we gotta pay for schools. I think they'll do a much better job of handling it, and that teachers will get more money, to be honest.
Have you seen like the graphs since it's like the mid 70s, early 80s, where it shows like the amount of employed teachers versus the amount of employed administrators in the education system? It's like teachers stay relatively stable because they're going up a little bit because population increases, but nothing wild. Meanwhile, the administrative part of it has skyrocketed, and so a lot of getting rid of this is going to be eliminating administrative positions. The same goes for healthcare. If you look at like the actual amount of nurses and doctors, it goes up slowly based on population increase, but the amount of hospital administrators, and talk to any nurse, like and they'll be like, yeah, we're over administrated. Like there's 10 people in charge of every department, and we have to go get checks with all these people, and all they really do is oversee us in a way that we don't really need. Like we can do our job. We're the professionals.
Every doctor I know says something similar but different, which is like, more of my job and my management than you'd expect goes towards administrative and getting health insurance companies to actually pay than medicine.
Yeah, it's not an efficient use of their time. And so,
Taylor, have you seen the chart where it's also nurses' weight is also going up? I think it's even higher than those.
That's the real tragedy.
I would believe that.
Isn't that crazy?
That's horrible. That's what we need RFK on.
These are our
Getting
nation's sponge bath givers. We need them fit.
100%. Yeah, if RFK like had a program where it's like,
All right, we're here for nurses, teachers, and librarians. Nurses, librarians, and teachers to try it.
I hate doing this. I'm not going
It's
to.
going to be RFK's big top. He's going to come in with a circus in every town and find the fattest nurse teacher and whip him around. Yeah.
We're bringing America back.
He's going to make him wear that whale head. Here you go. Walk around town with that whale head, you fat bitch.
So I think I think some of this stuff is going to happen and some of it's not. But what I'm interested in is the generational stuff.
That's another one of your two-party predictions.
No. Well,
some will happen and some won't. I'm on Kyle's side. Come on, Kyle. It's funny.
All in love.
I'm wondering if he's going to get another Supreme Court justice. I know that that old bag they got on there now, like they sort of threw out the idea of either of replacing her with Kamala, and she was like, "Nah, I'm hanging around. You know, I'm good. I've just got the diabetes."
I suck at her name, but it's close to Sotomayor. Something like that.
Sotomayor.
Yeah,
Sotomayor.
I wonder if one of the Republicans might actually step up and do like the cool guy move and be like, you know what, Trump, put a 42-year-old in my spot and let him ride it into the 22nd century.
Yeah, pick a jacked guy.
Jacked guy? I don't think it's jacked guy.
You just need one like super right-wing jacked guy, and so then when they're coming up with deliberations, Sonia Sotomayor or whatever is like, I don't like this, and he can just go mog her and be like, bitch, we're voting this way.
No, he needs an eyebrow like The Rock, so he can go.
So he can look at her like a like Smiley. Yeah, that'd be good.
I dissent.
What did the Rock get in trouble for? Like I heard that they accused him of being shitty to people and like specifically like pissing in bottles and leaving them about or something on sets.
That part's true.
I know he admitted to like the piss bottle thing, which is pretty gross.
Yeah. They're like, he pees in bottles. He's like, yeah, that part's true.
Yeah,
they said he was generally mean to people and hard to work with, which doesn't sound like The Rock. I know, but
usually the kind of people who like are that saccharine in public eye, they're like rude. Like it's like the Ellen effect. Like, you know, the story of like how Ellen is this saccharine, sickly sweet personality, tries to be everyone's friend. And then behind closed doors, so many of her staff are like, she's a fucking monster. She'll scream at me if I don't introduce the dance correctly.
Yeah, she got
and I did do it correctly. Yeah, so she's kind of a bitch, apparently. I can see The Rock, another guy whose entire brand is like a fake smile towards the public, being a dickhead behind the scenes.
Another thing that's possible, and I'm just making this up, is that he's actually a fairly normal guy, but the delta between who he pretends to be on camera and who the normal person he is in real life gets him in trouble.
Could be.
Do you think he has a political career ahead of him?
No.
I don't think so.
I thought there was a time where I thought he might, but literally this election cycle, he was clearly afraid to step in to like lean one way or the other. He was so much on the fence that there was a lot of hate from both sides for him because he's so plugged in if he wants to that like bro Joe Rogan WWE UFC community already, but he's also plugged into that Hollywood thing. So like, where do you go, right? Like,
I guess he did the smart thing, the Jeff Bezos thing, right? The lack of endorsement. Now he can keep being The Rock.
Yeah.
Why is he pissing bottles?
Here's my guess. I think that's a man who hydrates a lot. All right. And I know when you're drinking 2 gallons of water a day, it's like you're constantly getting up to piss. So and my guess is that he's a guy whose time is very valuable. And he's like, I'm not getting off this phone call. I'm not leaving the trailer. I'm pissing right here, right now. I'm guessing that's happening.
His trailer has a bathroom. Come on, Rock.
There's got to be a toilet in his.
Where is he pissing into the bottles? That's a good question. Like, where is it? There's no bathroom.
That's just rude. That's like, okay, it's about a quarter as bad as leaving dip spit around.
A quarter is bad. So you think dip spit is 4 times worse than a pee bottle?
100%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Dip spit is disgusting.
Everyone agrees with that ratio? 4 times worse? I think they're parallel.
Piss
is it piss warm?
Yes.
No, and they find it.
Well, if it's warm piss, fresh piss, that's pretty bad.
Dude, dip spit is revolting. There's little like little strands of tobacco in there. You can see the viscosity of the spit. It's fucking
I
disgusting.
was about to say,
This is worse.
the spitters are often imperfect at getting it into the bottle, so it can be on the edges and near the top.
All right,
But
well,
are
that's
the
a different
peers so
story.
perfect?
No,
Right? So I don't know.
Piss is worse, dude. Piss is so much worse.
you're crazy. There's.
I
Would
can't
you
think
rather
of
have
one.
somebody? Would you rather have somebody pee on your face?
No.
Or have somebody
Spit
dip spit
chew
on
in
your
your
face?
face?
No, take it to another level. You're gonna take a
Piss.
sip out of one of these bottles. You're gonna take a sip out of one of these bottles.
Piss. I'm sipping piss. Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
You're sipping dip spit.
I gotta think about it now.
Dude, you're
That's
gonna-
gay.
you're going-
Yours is gay. Your version is gayer than ours
Look at this.
because it's
Kyle.
closer to their dick.
A regular fruitcake.
I gotta think.
That time in
calling
prison
him gay,
messed
so
you up.
a lot of
What do you
people
mean it's closer to
about
their
it. This
dick?
guy, he's
You're
online.
drinking-
Comes out of their dick.
Wait, you're not drinking the? I'm
We're
confused.
drinking
What-
piss because we're straight.
but that came out of the dick.
Yeah, I meant the opposite. Yours is gay because you're kissing a man. Ours, we're just sucking his dick. It's no big deal.
Yeah, moron.
Look. I haven't taken a side yet. God damn it! I'm trying to decide which one I would want to take.
Well,
a
one
sip from.
side is gay, so go ahead and
Whatever
think
side you
about
pick.
it.
The reason I think that I would prefer the piss is because it's not going to be all thick and like it's the viscosity. You're right. It's the
Yeah.
viscosity.
Oh, 100%. Dude, and if you take a slug,
Would you rather have a man spit in your face or piss in your face, though? That's an easy one.
it has to. I have to swallow whatever it is.
Is he hawking a loogie or is he just like spitting?
It's
Like
it's got to be
like that football player that time. You ever
comparison.
see that the NFL mic'd up clip where the guy's just like and like full on spits in the other guy's face?
with dip spit, like the brown soupy
Oh
nonsense.
no, I don't think it was dip spit.
Oh.
That's a whole nother level of.
Well, no,
I've
this has
seen-
to be
Dude,
the
I've
comparison.
seen that done. My cousin spit on a guy with dip spit in front of everybody one time.
Oh my
Just
God!
a-
Why?
just a classless bore, that guy.
The guy had challenged him to a fight, and Scott had shown up to he's like, I'm here, and like he spit the guy's like, oh, yeah, but like you were supposed to show up at 10 p.m. That's when fighting hour is, and what he meant was that's when my boys will be here to back me
Oh,
up.
yeah.
And Scott's like, nah, I'm here now. And the guy's wearing khakis, and he dip spitted down the dude's khakis like he was a fucking Chris Kyle dip spit sniper.
Wow.
And dude just like looked down at the spit and looked back at us and pretended like it didn't happen. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
Jeremy's hardcore.
that wasn't Jeremy. That was Scott. That
Oh,
was Scott.
So I
Yeah.
get your little cavalcade of retards mixed up sometimes.
Oh, don't say that. They're a good group of
Just
guys.
good boys having a fun time.
Just
But you would
smart.
so you have to answer though.
I
We're
would
talking a lot of
it-
shit for a guy that wears khakis.
You've shifted me. Oh, yeah, exactly. It was his. Well, I actually ambushed him at his job,
Yes.
so he had to wear the khakis. If we're being fair,
Young guy,
he was in his uniform, so I guess it was.
we successfully changed your opinion on that. Facts and logic, Shapiro style.
Facts and logic.
Facts
Facts
and logic.
and logic will prevail.
That's what he should. That's what he should go and do. He should like go and yell at 16-year-olds and be like, "So what you're saying to me is that you would rather be pissed on than just deal with the dip spit?" And they're like, "I don't know what you came up to me, dude." I don't think that's true. I don't think that's logical. I think that's a logical fallacy. What's your opinion on Israel? Would you rather be pissed on in the face or support Israel? Yeah, man, that guy doesn't seem to be as relevant as he was. That's great news.
I don't know. I think he's pulling all the strings. Like every time I hear about one of these other right-wing influencers, they work for Shapiro.
He's a big kind of puppeteer in that corner, yeah, but it doesn't seem like him personally. Like if I go to his Twitter and like see like he's getting blasted in his comments on stuff. Like
He lost a
Yeah.
debate the other day, and it was bad. He got into this. I don't know what the event was exactly, but he seemed to literally be sitting in a chair surrounded by liberals and having them sit across from him one by one, like he's a debate Bobby Fischer, allowing each of the Grand Masters to take their turn. And a trans man like came and sat down. This is a person born with a vagina who now vibes dude. And I mean, like,
He really vibes, dude.
he vibed dude so goddamn hard. And like ugly dude, like ugly masculine confident dude for some reason, like way too confident to be an ugly fat dude. That's what gives it away.
Like if you were a guy,
like an ugly fat dude would never have this confidence. I see right through you, ma'am. You're just a Karen in disguise.
Oh, yeah, dude, I've
But
seen the. Oh, go ahead.
She
Sorry.
chewed him up and spit him out though in the debate, and like frazzled him, and he looked bad.
He didn't owner facts and logic style.
His kung fu was not as strong as the other guy's kung fu. The other guy had more facial hair.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, just so you could see how well he vibed, dude. I had no clue this was a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And Zach will show it for a second to the audience. And they were talking about pro-life, pro-choice stuff. And was he raped and got pregnant? How did he?
Ben
win?
Shapiro, yeah, he had to flee Israel.
This
he was
guy,
raped.
This
and
is
got
a
pregnant.
girl. Well, he was born a girl. I don't know. I want to get it right. I guess he claims to be a guy now. And
It's not
he's the
works.
one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see how he parked.
Dude, I guarantee you go out and look at the rims.
Oh wow! not,
The
even,
rims of her car.
not even paying attention to the lines at all. That's amazing for a guy.
You're following her through like a drive-through, and you see her do that classic chick move on the curb. Just scrape the side of the
You know, you can turn it.
Who hasn't been in a car with a woman driver where you want to scream out like, do you not realize what's happening dimensionally in the car right now? We're headed for the curb.
I've had both. I've had dudes that couldn't fucking drive. Like I've been in a lot of cars with strangers selling cars. You go on these test drives and you get a little bit of everything. So like I've had dudes where I'm like, this dude's trying to show off his racing skills or something, and he has none. Like this is just scary. I'm not scared because you're going so fast, dude. I'm scared because you almost lost it and hit the wall back there. But I've also had dudes who would like rim the shit out of the rims, just grind them. We had like a loopy-loop driveway that came into the driveway. And it's one of those where you need to know where all four of your wheels are as you come in and avoid. He grinded both sides, and like the front one grinded against it and the back one slammed against it because of the way he like turned. It like slapped against it. And when we stopped, there was chunks of aluminum flaking off. He's like, well, see you later. And I'm like, we have to make this right. He's like, make what right? I was like, you ruined these rims. He's like, I didn't do that.
Huh?
And I'm like, there's aluminum falling off. And I like touched it and it's flaking off like chunks. And my manager was a bitch about it, like a complete pussy, and he thought he was going to turn disaster into a sale. So he was like, who cares about that? What'd you think about the ride? As if this guy was going to buy the car. And I'm like,
You should have went with the you broke it, you bought it thing. Like, all
that's
right.
what I wanted.
Yeah, you can repair this for $800 or we can make a deal.
That's what I
We
wanted.
don't care about the damage if you buy it. It's yours.
We ended up letting him leave scot-free and paying some third-party company to patch it up for like $300 or $400 and then selling to someone and never telling them what happened.
That's just the life of a car salesman.
Yeah. I mean, we've done worse.
Yeah.
I bet. And high-fived afterwards.
We raped a car and didn't tell anyone.
That car's got sexual trauma. You'll find out about 100,000 miles.
Tailpipe
Oh,
was
that's
asking
that
for
guy.
it.
That's what that guy on Twitter was saying. Tim Walz did.
Like we weren't a shady dealership.
Yeah, that AI car said that.
Like we weren't a shady dealership or anything. We were a corporate owned store, but still, like I remember this lady called in who had bought a used convertible from me, and she said, "When I go, I don't remember what she said. Something like when I go 95, it starts going ruff, 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 and the whole top seems like it's gonna fly off in the wind." I'll never forget my manager Dmitry, Russian guy. He's speed limit is 70 miles per hour, and he walked away.
And it's also got this problem where, and it's only intermittent and usually in residential areas where it makes a very loud dog yelping sound. And then it stops. Yeah.
But I had a girlfriend or two. I had one girlfriend who was a tremendous driver. Like I could go to sleep in the passenger side while she drove. That's how good she was. Like I feel like that says everything, right?
That's a real unicorn.
I'm still
Yeah,
coaching
that's a
Jackie
rough
up.
feeling.
Another few
Going to sleep
decades
with your
and she'll
girlfriend
get good.
driving.
Yeah.
All right.
You can't even brace
Goodbye.
now.
I'm sending this email to send tomorrow.
It's one thing accepting that level of danger, but you'll at least get to brace for impact. But
Yeah.
going to sleep and just hope it. Seatbelts work when you're asleep, right?
Mostly.
Yeah, it'd be scary. But I also had some girlfriends where I was like, you don't know how to drive, do you? This is scary. This is fucking scary.
Yep. And to end your point, like that you're right. We need to check out her parking job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to see how that feller parked.
That feller.
He's just a boy. But yeah, I don't think Ben Shapiro is going to be a part of the administration or anything. But I look forward to seeing the administration come together because I love the memes. Someone compared it to Voldemort putting his crew of evil together. They're like, all he's missing is Nagini, which is like the big fucking evil.
That's what the left needs to do to win people over is more Harry Potter and Hunger Games comparison. more of the gayest shit imaginable. Where it's like, I'm Katniss Everdeen, and it's like you're 38. It's like, you fucking loser. You fucking loser. You think this is the Hunger Games?
So is Katniss Everdeen.
I don't know the fucking Hunger Games, but didn't she grow up in like a concentration camp?
More of a concentration state.
Okay. Yeah, then I don't think it's a.
I think he was a teenager in this movie.
Yeah. The person commenting this was not. The people, yeah, it's pretty gay.
I don't know what the Democrats need to do. It's their fucking problem.
It's their fucking problem. I'm gonna fly.
Did you see AOC took her pronouns out of her bio?
No.
Good.
Oh, yeah. That's the end of that shit. They're going to reel it back. All the DEI people are fired.
Destiny is like, guys, we can win without you, but we can't win with you. And somehow that burned a hole in my brain. I'm like, fuck yes. Oh my gosh. Like, Democrats have a branding problem. A lot of people voted for Trump because they don't like boys calling themselves girls. And that's not even a responsibility of the president. It's just a vibe. And that's why they voted that way. So Democrats, like I've told Republicans that their pro-life stance hurts them.
Yeah, it's
and
crazy.
Their anti-gay stance hurts them. Democrats' anti-gun stance hurts them. And their pro-trans stance, like, look, you can be pro-trans, just do it more quietly. We're trying to win a popularity contest.
Yeah. I think go suck their dicks. Keep politics out of it.
That's how Lindsay does it. Private.
That's how Lindsay.
All I know is
Lindsay would not suck a trans person's dick. He needs full. Man.
I think he likes a masculine man.
He needs to reach up and feel,
smell.
Needs to reach up and feel chest hair.
Mm-hmm.
Zach, find the prostitute that claimed to have slept with Lindsey Graham, and let's see what that fellow.
Is it a woman?
Like. It's a man because the man. I told you the story. It's disgusting, and it may have been one of those stories where it's like, I'm just asking questions. I'm not sure if it's true or not. But the prostitute claimed that he had like all those genital warts around his asshole. And he's like, what is that? I think you need to clean up. He's like, oh, no, that's just my ladybugs. And
dude, anal warts were the way they tried to scare us into not having sex in teenage health class. They just convinced us anal warts happened all the time.
They saved you from a fucking future where you had to, talk about your
explain away ladybugs. Yeah.
They did say that a lot. I don't know why we would always say anal warts to each other in like high school to make fun of how often they stressed it.
I actually haven't heard that as an adult.
So it's HPV virus that would cause it, but you would need to be having anal sex to get it on your anus.
Would I need to be receiving it that way?
To get it on your anus? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I don't know, I get the disease otherwise.
I guess you could do some weird thing where you like pooped a dildo into another guy or something and then get it.
I thought maybe it was a body infection and that was just a manifestation, right? Like you can get
yeah. Remember when they go ass to ass and Requiem of a Dream? You could like do that with a bro, and it turns out he's got HPV, and then you get anal warts from his anus.
I will never watch that movie again. It was sad as fuck.
You watch that one once, and you're good.
I'm good on Requiem for a Dream.
I
remember like this is like 10 years ago now. My girlfriend at the time was like, "This movie's awesome," and I like watched it, and I was like, "This is so upsetting." Like, I really hate this. The poor baby.
I feel like I need an antidepressant. Like I feel like I just saw the worst of humanity condensed into a 2-hour movie. It's rough.
I watched what might be the most bizarre movie I've ever seen in my life last night. Have you heard of a movie called Biosphere?
With Pauly Shore?
No,
that's Biodome.
It's got Mark Duplass and like it's like more of an indie movie, but it's like supposed to be like a futuristic, not really thriller, but drama, I guess. And like the crux of the movie is they're in the biosphere, like like a self-sustaining kind of ecosystem thing. Mm-hmm. And strike one is like it's the cheapest, worst looking biosphere on Earth. Like my house is better equipped to survive the apocalypse than what like bunker they built. And it's only 2 guys in there. And the whole, like, I don't know if you guys are the same. When I see one of those like post-apocalyptic things, kind of like Martian is different, but it's a survival thing, I should say. I like the part where they kind of parse out how their food works and how the production of these things are maintained so that you can kind of buy in and be like, oh, okay, now I kind of understand the fail points where it could get rough. They spent no time on that. There's 2 of them in like 1,000 square foot dome. And most of the space is allotted to like a full kitchen and a bookshelf and like a gaming setup. And then their entire food production, I'm not making this up, is 1 tomato plant and a bathtub with 3 fish in it.
Well, that won't do.
And they're eating fish all the time. And so at one point, they have 3 fish left. And one of the dudes is jacked. There's like a jacked super genius black guy.
Fish? They're
these. I don't actually know the time. They looked like just big goldfish. They're probably that large, fully grown.
Koi, maybe
koi. They weren't as pretty as those, so maybe something else.
Koi
But
can look like goldfish.
The 2 characters where there's like a jacked genius black guy, and this like so retarded it was like bordering on unbelievable white guy. And clearly the black guy's the leader. He like at one point early on was like, they got in a little tiff and the black guy's like, I'm the one who invented and built this place. And the meek retard's like, you're right. And meanwhile, I'm like, if I built this place as a survival shelter, I wouldn't admit to it. Like it's literally 1 bathtub, a bedroom. It's more like a dorm than it is. And then they had 1 female fish and 2 male fish. And the last female fish dies. And so they're coming to terms with the fact that they're going to die. And then the next day, they notice one of the fish is turning into a female because I guess some fish can do that. And the black scientist guy's like, it's never been recorded in this species before. It's like a clownfish, because they can become androgynous or whatever. And then literally like, at this point in the movie, I like paused because I'm like, how much longer is this? I thought it was like one of those 80-minute movies, 2 hours, almost 2 hours long. And so then I continue. And within 1 minute, they wake up the next morning and the white guy is like doing the same thing as the fish, where like his dick is shrinking up and becoming a pussy. And he's like growing titties. And like, it's
what kind of movie is this, Taylor?
It was on Hulu. I just clicked like play next. I wanted, the reason I clicked it is because the white guy in it is the same guy from Creep, which is like another indie, like kind of spooky, more thriller horror kind of film. And so I thought it was going to be in that vein. Not at all. I was mistaken. And so the next like literally 40 minutes is this black guy and this white guy becoming a girl through like fish biology, like having the most uncomfortable romance I've ever seen in my life. That culminates in the white guy, now a woman, but he still has like awful man features and a beard and a man voice, and like the black guy's getting horny for him, and the now white hermaphrodite thing is like wanting to have a baby, and so they fuck through a sheet Jewish style, and within like 2 seconds, Orthodox Jews, that was a myth that they fuck through a sheet. And,
I'm aware.
Yeah, and so like the white guy went and got a sheet and like draped it over him, and then they're like the whole time leading up, they're like, this is just for procreation. This is to continue the species. There's nothing else to be done. And so like he puts his dick in the sheet and they start fucking, and like not 5 seconds into them fucking, the black guy pulls the sheet off of the guy's face, and now it's just 2 men making out.
Did he still look like a man? Was he pretty man?
Oh yeah,
100% a man. There was nothing vaguely feminine about this guy.
Well, he didn't have like tits or anything.
Where does
like
penis go in?
Fake tits. Like I guess his penis became like a cloaca, like the fish's.
Yeah, it opened up, became a vagina.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So that part was girl by that point.
Oh yeah, he grew a vagina and ovaries and a uterus and all that jazz.
Dude, they have like an 80s after they fuck, and it's like assured now they're in this weird, I guess not even gay relationship. Like there's like an 80s music montage of like the black guys now like they're like serving each other coffee, smiling, and the black guy's like rubbing the pregnant man's feet. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, and this was one of those movies that I threw on so I could like go on my computer and like look at hockey stats or like look at Twitter, see what was going on. And like halfway through, I'm like, what's going on? How's this movie gonna end? Terrible ending. Nothing ends up happening. They like the guy's like about to pop pregnant, and they're like, we have to find a new world for our baby. And it was a little upsetting. I didn't like it. So 2 thumbs down. Don't watch.
It's like the Dave Rubin story. Is that what it?
I think Dave Rubin purchased his baby from.
Oh,
so this would be a little more ethical than that. Yeah.
Is that a true story?
It's a true story. Yep.
Damn.
And there was an entire B plot where that made no sense and added nothing to the plot. Where like the black guy would be like, "I can't believe you were the president of the United States," and the white guy, "I'm 100% serious," and the white guy's like, "I can't believe I made you my top advisor," and it's like, what is this? What are we doing now? It had nothing to do with the rest of the story.
Well, it kind of does. It explains why they're both there, right? The world, there's been an apocalypse. And
no, it doesn't. You know, the bunker they were in was if you and me, Kyle, made our own bunker. It's not the president's bunker. It's like if I was a hobbyist and you were in the neighborhood when shit hit the fan. That would be the level of bunker this is.
Well, that's what the budget could afford, you know?
Clearly, I guess Vivek Ramaswamy got that shut down right in time than Elon. But anyway, that was a terrible movie. Don't want. It kept my attention. It did keep my attention.
I watched Goodfellas last night. My girlfriend had never seen Goodfellas.
That's a better movie, yeah.
It's a much better movie. We watched that. It's fucking great.
I like Goodfellas. I like it more than Casino.
Of course. I don't like Casino. I don't like Casino because I don't like when they bury Joe Pesci and his brother alive. Spoilers.
Yeah. I mean, that movie came out
for 1993.
1995 movie. Yeah, Goodfellas is the best crime movie ever. I like it more than The Godfather one.
I'm a Casino guy, but Goodfellas is great.
Yeah. Casino's not a bad movie. I like it, but just not as good as Goodfellas.
What's the
Sharon
one?
Stone
Bronx Tale I like too.
I'm more of a Too Fast, Too Furious kind of guy.
Tokyo Drift.
Yeah.
What a
So,
great movie series.
Last weekend, my wife and I did one of our little sexcations, but this time we just did it in Raleigh. We didn't go far. Like we go to these other cities and we never check out our own. So we like to go on these walking tours just around the town, spend time together, whatever. And we went to the house of the guy who founded Raleigh. Apparently, Raleigh wasn't always the capital of our state. They moved it in, and he convinced the powers, I guess, that British naval forces were dangerous and we shouldn't have our capital on the coast anymore. Mm-hmm. And I just happen to have 1,000 acres to sell you if you move the capital to Raleigh, which is what he did. And the tour guide was late for us because the previous group had questions after questions because they were like descendants of this guy and or descendants anyway. So I'm like, I wonder what they're like, right? Like this is a old school American family that's been here forever, and all I know is they're descendants. And like, so I'm like, are they really wealthy? Like this is like a founding father's a stretch, but at least a founding father of the capital of North Carolina. Mm-hmm. And finally, the other tour group gets to where we are 20 minutes later, and they're all black, and I'm like, oh. Descendants. Not of Joel Lane or whatever his name was, but of his slaves. They were descendants of them. I didn't see it. There's a twist.
Man, you got Shyamalan on the tour.
Oh no.
That's pretty funny.
That's the whole story.
Damn. What's
what kind of questions did they have?
Most of the record, this guy didn't keep like a good diary like the better founding fathers. So all they had was wills and like
today sucked.
Yeah. So it like you could see like the people that lived here, and it was like Joel Lane III, and then old Freddie, but it was like OL' Freddie. I'm like, oh, old Freddie lived here. I don't think he was one of the owners.
No, I think old Freddie was a piece of farm equipment that they owned.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so funny to go there and be like, I can't wait to learn about history, and then it's that. Oh fuck! They got me. It's another slavery thing.
Yeah, there was a lot of slavery, dude. All the leadership in the South had slaves. Like that's just the reality of what was up.
Yeah, they were the elite. They were the rich ones.
Yep.
Most of the rich people in the North had slaves. It was a rich thing. Most people couldn't afford them.
That's that moment where somebody knows like too much history about slavery at a party, and you're like, okay.
Did you know that actually? Did you know about the slave ships actually? And it's like, all right, let's calm down about the fucking slave ships. I know where this is going.
Wait, well, I don't know what this joke is about the slave
Taylor,
ship.
because he just said, actually, the rich people of the North own slaves too, and it was like silence. Like, oh,
Yeah, what is it about the slave ships that you didn't say out loud?
No, they were owned by
the
certain people.
slave
Don't worry about
ships.
it.
They were owned by Mexicans.
They were owned by Mexicans. That's right.
Yeah,
There was a
that's
particular group of New York intellectuals who owned a lot of those ships and shipping companies that did the shipping of the farm equipment.
Yeah,
And,
they're pretty thrifty.
and nobody cuts the
That's when it clicked for me.
Yeah.
You think Kanye knows that? He'd lose his mind.
Dude, if anyone is obsessed with that, it's Kanye West. He's got 15 memes on his phone. Poorly rendered, like very artifact infographics from 4chan in 2010.
Somehow his phone degrades images when he saves it to them.
Look at this.
I'm glad he's not part of the administration.
Oh man, he didn't even make a statement. What the hell? You know, he didn't celebrate. At least Nick Fuentes pepper sprayed that fat chick. Did you guys see that?
He's in trouble, dude.
I did
He's
see
in trouble.
I'll show you, Nick Fuentes. Oh, hello. Big pepper sprayed. I'm falling down the stairs.
I don't know about this.
Oh man, Nick
Tell the
Fuentes got
whole
doxxed.
story.
Nick Fuentes said when Trump was elected, he said, "Your body, our choice, or your body, my choice, forever." Right? You know, spiking the football, rubbing it in, spiking the womb. So women got all upset, per usual, and they started doxing him and saying they're going to kill him and calling him a Nazi and all this shit. And they're like, oh, yeah? Our body, your choice? How about your balls, my foot? How about your face, my chainsaw? How about your whole life, my fist? Like all shit over and over and over. So some fat vegan feminist decided that she was going to make a viral video. And she goes over to Nick Fuentes' house with her husband. I don't know what gender he really is. And a friend of hers, I don't know what gender she really is.
Nobody knows.
And they're sitting in front of Nick Fuentes' house, like daring each other to go fuck with him, right? Like, I'm going to do it. No, you do it. No, you go fuck with the little... And Nick Fuentes is a little guy. He's been in here. He's probably like 5'4". You know, he's wearing a child's suit. He's a tiny guy. He's got little... he's a little... I really like him, but he's a little guy. So the video goes up, and it's from her camera, is just her going up to the door, and you see her fat hand reach out to ring the doorbell, and I don't think she even gets to the doorbell before Nick Fuentes opens the door and just hammers her with pepper spray right in the face, and she goes, oh, hi. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? She's like, then she rolls, the camera falls like the Blair Witch. She goes rolling back down the stairs like Indiana Jones, right? You know? And then Nick Fuentes kicks the phone like he's like scooping it in the house like a cat burying shit, like wham, right? And then it's a shot just looking up. It's a shot, that shot on the right of Nick Fuentes. Look, that's her camera in his house, and he's just looking down like, and he says, "Get the fuck out of here!" on the video, and then it cuts out. It's like, I don't give a fuck if he broke the law, whatever. It was fucking hysterical. Because you see, look, you're going over there to cause problems. He's got 10,000 death threats. The fucking ADL is after him. Multiple countries have declared war on Nick Fuentes. You show up at his house, and before you even ring the door, you show up at his house to turn him into content. That's what you're doing. You're showing up to turn him into content. Before you even ring the doorbell, bam, pepper spray right in the face. Like, oh.
Dude, the funny part about it to me was like the immediate switch from like smug to panicked that the lady went, because she like went to ring, and he like it was, he like opened, there's probably pepper spray on the back of his own door because he like opened it like just immediately, and she goes, oh, what are you doing? And then it's like a Blair Witch humble bag. She says that he or did she say that he like Sparta kicked her down the stairs after spraying?
Yeah, she did say that. She did say he kicked her down the stairs. But then everybody's like, "Oh, he's going to jail. He's going." But then she told the cops. The cops showed up, right? The cop showed up, and she goes, "I want to press charges." And the cop goes, "For what? What are you doing in his house?" And she goes, so now then she goes on Facebook and she starts crying and she's like, "By the way, we should make Nazis afraid. Here's his address." And it's like, honey, that's like, that is not, you are in the wrong here. Like, if whatever you think was happening, if you're saying now, here's his address, go make him afraid, you're going to get someone fucking killed by doing this. I don't know. You probably kill them both because I don't know if Nick Fuentes could shoot a gun and not shoot out the back of his house. From the recoil, but it was a funny day for everybody.
It was a funny day for everybody. Yeah, I saw that clip and it was very funny. It was reminiscent of the boogie thing, except someone was actually hit.
Yeah, if Boogie had shot Frank Castle, it would have been hilarious too.
Not a third grader's, playground getting a hole in the slide 3 miles away. Man, oh golly, that was the funniest thing Boogie's ever done.
Oh yeah,
He fought Wings of Redemption.
It was the second funniest thing Boogie's ever done. Credit where it's due. It's old Boogie there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a funny clip. Is there? I don't know anything that came after it. Like,
she posted the clip. I mean, she posted the clip and said she's pressing charges, but I don't think anyone cares.
I don't know if she has a kid.
It is assault.
Like, on one hand, ringing someone's doorbell isn't a bad act, typically, right? Like, you're allowed to just Girl Scout cookies or whatever. But she wasn't there to sell Girl Scout cookies. She was there to harass and accost him. And she has on video, apparently, her putting her intentions in film, right? So I don't know. Fuck her. Fuck Nick Fuentes too. No fan.
Dude, no matter what it comes down to, like, I always find myself taking the side of like, fuck the person that shows up at someone's house. Like with Boogie, like it made funny content, but like you shouldn't go to people's houses and threaten them. With Fuentes, same thing. Even though like the story you were talking about with Riley, I don't like people showing up and doing like real life shit to people for shit posting.
Oh yeah.
But
did he show up in a superhero cape? Is that what you said?
He did show up in a superhero cape.
Yeah. Well, the costume makes it okay.
That was his business too. I mean, that's a little different.
I'm glad you brought that
up.
So
it's different than a house. It's a measure down from a house. Sure.
There's this guy on TikTok, and his business is you can hit him up and pay him, and he will go to your place of work, and he will cuss them the fuck out and tell them all the complaints that you have to them. And he gets his like first cameraman to come in with him to like a tire shop and just starts he's like, "You're a lazy piece of shit. You're always fucking late. You steal the lunches out the refrigerator." And like, what is this about? Shut up, you fat bitch. I'll get to you. And they're just like, he's like, "I'm from RNF complaints department. And I got y'all right here. What's your address?" He's got like an
RNF,
real, we know.
Neighbor.
Is it RFN maybe?
I'm making a company head up just for the. I don't know what his real company head is, but he has one with a real address, and they're like incorporated it. They handle complaints for people.
So he's just like a labor union rep, effectively. But
no, he's a TikToker.
No, he's a jerk.
who goes to your place of business and screams and curses at people to make them angry.
But he's doing pranks. Informed on why these people are bad. That's
okay. Somebody who worked there has like hit him up on TikTok and paid him to go curse out their employees.
Say he steals all the deviled eggs from the refrigerator. The guy's gonna be like, "How'd you know that?"
That's a good.
He does that. Yeah, he does exactly that. Yeah.
Stop eating his lunch. Yeah.
Did anybody? All right. So has anybody ever eaten one of your lunches at work? We had a shared refrigerator where people would have like, they'd order Chinese food and there'd be leftover food in there, and some people would bring their lunch. No one would touch another man's lunch, though. I see that online on Reddit, and I'm shocked at it that another dude would steal someone's like fucking pasta salad.
I have no idea.
Not lunch like you're talking about, but sometimes someone would have like their favorite cream for the coffee in the refrigerator. Ooh. And people might consider that to be more community. Like, I like cream in my coffee too. And look, there's cream here in the refrigerator. Maybe not realizing or not caring. I'm not sure which. That somebody bought that.
Yeah.
I've never had lunch stolen. I've worked in offices for a long time, and like that's never happened. You have to be so fucking rude to just eat. And how would you not get caught?
Are you doing it? That sounds like you're doing it, Taylor. All that like that sounds like a canned response for you getting caught doing it.
No,
Taylor.
you can't even. You guys can't prove anything. You guys can't prove a thing. Oh, I'm sorry. He brought 2 roast beef sandwiches. He's not going to eat both of them. Like, what am I going to do? Let it go to waste?
Right? You're a hero.
Take a little bite. I take a little bite, so he thinks it was like a rat. He leaves it on the table. No, I've never stolen a lunch, and I've also never had a lunch stolen from me.
That's so disrespectful, though. I see that on Reddit a lot, and I think to myself, like, I don't even drink my girlfriend's special milk. You know what I mean? Like
What's special about her milk?
I was like lactose free or something. It's like, I don't even drink her special lactose free fucking milk. First of all, I
Is
don't
it
want
even milk then? It's just kind of colored water?
It tastes the same. I actually have had to drink it before, and I couldn't tell the difference.
I was waiting to see where this went. I'm like, is she the source of this milk? Like,
Fuck no. You
If
think
that were the case, he'd be sipping. Yeah.
You think I'm milking my girlfriend? Like she's a Hucow? You know about this fetish? Now, I know you were inferring that I had like a family somehow secretly, which is absurd. But even funnier, there's a fetish called Hucow, Hucow, where dudes are into like turning women into cows and like
Does it
milking
mean
them and
human
stuff.
cow?
Yeah, it does, of course.
Yes.
But the subreddit is our Hucow. If you want to find us maybe some photos on there, Zach, that we could actually show people of the Hucows.
Now, is this like a little niche subreddit?
Of course, it's a niche No, it's
Well,
it's the
so
third
mainstream.
biggest not safe for work subreddit on Reddit.
Dude,
what's annoying?
181,000 members.
That's niche. Go to anal. It's probably like 8 million.
if you insist.
Let's see.
Wow, a lot of these women.
Anal's probably like 3 million or one.
Dude,
I would guess anal's 3 million.
glutide, you fucking
2 mil.
cows.
Yeah, that's the worst part about the Hucows. You'd think they'd have huge tits, but they're actually just fat.
Some
Okay.
of them are on industrial cow milkers, though.
Here's one from 7 days ago that's pretty cool. And she has a cow print bikini on. So
Yeah, that's
Thumbs
what I
up.
like. I like when they're in the barn and they've got one of those milkers on the chick. It's just brrrr. You made a face, Woody. Like that's
most
the
of
good-
these women could use a little time in the gym. And
They're Hucows. What are you talking about? Those are
What are they grazing on?
I need
Donuts.
Oh my god.
Arby's.
Dude, I went to Top All Time, and this lady is just squirting tit milk all over her legs.
I don't know about that one. That's some kind of goth Hucow. Like shit, that's a
Yeah.
that's a who heifer.
I don't like that at all. That's kind of a why so serious take on the.
That's kind of a who cares.
Actually, top all time is a winner. This chick, Taylor, that's the way to do it.
I do like the
That's
earring.
what I did. Yeah, Top All Time. And guess what? If this
Ah.
were my only idea of what this was, I'd be like, Kyle, I don't understand why this is niche. Who's not a fan of this? And then you scroll down, and it's like, oh, I get it now. It's mostly big old broads.
Yeah. You know, you gotta
Yeah,
go to the. I top all of these subreddits. That's the way you find the good stuff. And whenever you find a new subreddit and you're like, holy shit, there's 200,000 people over here working, grinding, posting, masturbating, making sure that there's going to be some high quality content when I top all this thing. And sure enough, there's always some good stuff up there.
You go to the comments on these posts?
No, not the comments. I top all posts. You know, like top all time
What are
posts.
the
Like highest-
comments on the top of the Hucows? Let's see. I'd keep you producing forever.
You replied, I'd love that.
Still waiting to drop it on your beautiful feet, monkey emoji grabbing his cheeks. You are
What's
stunning.
What's the monkey emoji mean?
I think it just means like, oh wow,
like
that.
shocking.
I think.
Okay. Oh my
OMG,
God,
girl,
girl.
you have
Beautiful udders. So jealous of how much milk you have. I hope my udders can be this full one day. Let's check out this chick. Does she ever post?
Look at this. This guy.
That's probably a dude taking
don't
hormones
matter.
wanting to lactate.
Now look at this guy. We also
Oh,
got some normal
it
guys
might
in
be.
here. I
That'd be
need them in my
hilarious.
mouth. Just a normal guy.
Yeah, that's
jacking off.
normal.
Just a normal guy having fun. Oh
Never
God,
seen
don't
such a
waste
perfect
it. Let
cow.
me have. And then he has that emoji of like the two fingers going like this. Ugh.
Another really my other like really funny not safe work subreddit is called Cos Penis. It's
You've
spelled
talked
like
about that one. That's fun.
Cos Penis is great. It's literally dudes posting pictures of their dicks and they dress them up as like characters and they do a really good job.
How about this? Here's a good comment on the.
Do you ever forget that you're looking at a penis in those?
Yeah. At first, you can send it to like a friend or a family member, and at first they'll be like, "Huh, another Hitler, huh? Oh God, that's cock Hitler." you look closely and you realize that's not a turtleneck. That's
Yeah. Here's another comment from Hucow. Wow, all day, every day. And when you start to make milk, I drink you like a Capri Sun.
fuck.
Oh.
Hung out the corner of the mouth. You know what? The more of these I read, the more I realize these aren't normal people. Breeding, farming, milking, just moo the word. As a Taurus born, I know my way around feisty heifers. But he added an addendum because he's a man of culture. He's a Redditor.
Yeah.
In a more
God!
serious tone, you're absolutely gorgeous. And the pick composition is first class. The thigh highs to the outfit and shine on your skin and the foot pose all combined to make this a top tier pose. These guys these guys are all masturbating while they're typing this.
Yeah.
Like they're posting
cowgirls.
with a hard dick. Like, I can't imagine wanting to post while jacking off.
I'm pretty open-minded, but these
posting the
chicks are
comments
fat.
doesn't make any sense to me because, like, in what scenario are you ever going to like she's gonna read your comment and think, oh, that's a really astute observation that jackass cuck fuck 69 there made in my giant utter milking post. I'm gonna hit him up, see what he's about.
Here's
You
a
don't think
good
it's
one.
gonna be like how it started
Time to make chocolate milk. It's a black girl.
You write that, add that, make that.
I don't have an account. You have to add it.
Oh, you liar. Yes, you do.
I make a new one once in a while and then I forget it and then can't log back in. I'm a lurker.
Fair. I thought
Lurker. Although I don't use Reddit too often anymore. Twitter is just better. Milk me.
I want to talk about the Tyson fight because Tyson's odds are getting higher in my mind.
let me lay out my case against it.
Okay.
I'll be 10, 20 seconds. So boxing in general, we all know it has this amnesia effect on the viewer, the casual viewer especially, where you forget that it's not like the movie Rocky, that it is a shitty, boring sport with the most corrupt or inept, however you want to look at it, judging in all of major sports. It is disgusting what boxing judges do on the regular. MMA is only better, I think, because of the high finish rate. There's a lot of bad decisions there too. But in the world of combat sports, it seems like judging is corrupt for whatever reason. So I don't feel comfortable betting on the fight at all. If it were a clean fight, and I believed that the judging was clean, that's what I mean by that. Like real judges who were going to vote for the truth that they saw, I would vote on Jake Paul 99 days out of 100. I would bet on him. That's all I got.
So I'm still on Jake's. I still think Jake because he's bigger and he's younger and he's a good fighter. So that's where I land. But I was watching Logan Paul talk about some of his Mayweather fight. Did you hear him talk about how Mayweather covered his mouth and he couldn't breathe?
No.
He was doing some sort of. He was hugging Mayweather, and Mayweather took his glove and he put it in Jake Paul's mouth and made him miss 2 breaths. And he's like, "That's some veteran shit. He's never seen that before." And he's like, "That guy's got to have a million tricks like that." And he's like, "Then like those 2 breaths, I never got them back. I was that much more tired." He came out of that hoping to have gotten some rest, and he actually got even more out of breath because he covered his mouth and nose or stuffed it or something. And I'm like, man, I just know Tyson has all sorts of ring craft and clever veteran, the ear bite that Jake Paul's never seen before. And he's a really good fighter. He's going to go in there and blitz him. He's strong. He hits with bad intent. And I can't wait to see it. It's tomorrow for us.
I'm looking forward to it too. We'll be in the all you patrons listening to this in the $50 Discord patron. We'll be lined up in there watching this thing, and we'll get our live reactions. Yeah, 8 p.m. tomorrow night, I guess, is probably when like the beginning of it all is. So if it's one of those things where I see there's like 3 or 4 fights before it, I don't know the lineup. I'm sorry, I don't know the card. But if it's that, and they're gonna have some like some rap group I've never seen do like 40 minutes or some shit. I'll show up for the fight though, so I look forward to seeing you guys in there. I'm not going to bet on it though, not because I don't feel really strongly that Jake's going to win, but just because, man, that judging is bad, and especially this isn't exactly an official like event as well. This is Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. So I could just see some shady doings, going on. What if they get out there and they do one of those, just like not even a real fight, just sort of a fuck around kind of pity.
I can't see Tyson doing that, man.
Dude, there are 3 title fights on this card. Now, I think 2 of them are women's titles. And I don't really know boxers well enough to tell you if like Mario Barrios versus Abel Ramos is something people should be excited about. But
hey, man,
they did their best, I suppose.
Yeah, I think
we're having a watch over here, and my girlfriend got temporary fake face tattoos for everybody.
Oh, really? Oh, that's dope. I don't know. I like that. That's a good
that's
move.
fun.
A little envelope showed up yesterday, and she's like, "It's for our party. Hold on." And she comes out, she's check it out. No, they're all face tattoos. Like, all right, that's gonna be fun. I hope they don't wash off.
That's a 4-week commitment.
Yeah.
Ads?
Anyway, yes. Before we jump to the next thing, we're gonna hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. The first of which is Blue Chew. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. In a special deal for our listeners, try Blue Chew free, folks, when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BLUECHEW, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month for free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, that is BLUECHEW.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free with just $5 in shipping. So check it out. Get a nice hard dick. Take Kyle's advice. Go to Dalafil.
9 milligrams.
King Kyle knows what he's talking about here, and so he's not a doctor, and this is not medical advice, but but go ahead and check it out. Get a nice hard penis. And what are you going to do with your hard penis if it's just eking out a little tiddlywink of
whatever you want? This is Trump's America.
Lock and load, folks. It's time to come hard. It's time to come like a man. It's time to come like a patriot's back in the White House. It's time to be it's time to bring American comeback. We're talking about it. We're a lot of people in America, they're not coming enough, and that's what makes them be Democrats. You make them come more, they become conservative. They want to conserve their cum. And so check it out. This is the official load stack of Donald. Legally speaking, this is the Donald Trump load stack. No, this is not the load stack of Donald Trump. Check out Lock and Load. Use code PKA. Use code JIZ. It's 10% off. You can get also these wonderful nitric pre-workouts. That's what I use. I don't like the stim kind. And so if you're like me and you don't like the beta-alanine tingle, you don't like being too amped up, you like, using your coffee in the morning for energy, and then later you just use this to kind of give you a better pump. That's your option. I recommend the black cherry is the best flavor. Kyle recommends bombsicle. But anyway, code PKA, code JIZ, 10% off anything at Derek's site. But I really encourage you guys to try out the new formulation to Lock and Load. You're going to be coming like horses before you know it. Stay hydrated, because hydration is a big part of coming like a man. So check that out. Also, code PKA 10 for any of our merchandise, hoodies, shirts, mugs, stickers, whatever. Go over there. Lots of variety and all those things. High quality stuff. Stickiest stickers imaginable. And these hoodies, these aren't horse shit hoodies that are going to fall apart after 3 washes. They're high quality hoodies. I've washed mine probably 6-7 times by now.
Wow.
My girlfriend likes wearing it. And so I'll give that to her and she'll wear it around the house. And then I throw it in the wash and it's still as clean and crisp with the design on the front as it was the day I received it. So check it out. Code PKA10 to get 10% off of our entire line of merch. There we go. There's the sponsors. Check them out. Support the show. Support the show, guys. It's Trump's America. Put some of that money back into our show, right?
I had a leak in my ceiling We've got copper plumbing and I guess hard water or something, minerals in the water. They said ate this tiny pinhole in the copper, and then that slowly began to drip in my garage, and that dripped into like my box of sporting good shit, like all of my like my like accessories, like all my like Olympic rings and my boxing gear. I have so much boxing gear, and it's been dripping on them for like weeks. And
it's all destroyed.
It's all destroyed. It leaked on a bunch of shit. I got to see what my homeowner's insurance deductible is before I figure out if it's worth like filing a claim or not. But I don't know, top of my head, like $2,000.
What all got ruined? Because like, I know Olympic rings aren't a big thing, but like what else was in there that got fucked up?
Everything you can imagine to equip 3 people to box. Plus like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like 3 sets of nice gloves. 2 sets of not so nice gloves, 2 sets of okay gloves. Yes, I did that thing where I like kept buying and buying all my boxing gear, like a bunch of workout gear that's like peripheral stuff. Like I've got one of those things you attach to your head with the weights to like do neck exercise and stuff. Anything you can imagine like that. I've got like my weighted vest. I've got one of those things you can put 6. I did have one. It's rotted apart now. And then also had, I don't know, I think it's a TV and some other stuff got ruined. So I think I had to file a fucking claim. It's real shitty.
That really sucks.
If it happened indoors, I would have caught it right away and it would have been fine. But it ruined all my shit.
Son of a bitch.
Dick, you were a boxer, right? Do you ever still get in the ring?
Oh, fuck no. I would break something getting in the ring. I don't know, man. My tendons are falling apart. I don't know which drug did it or the alcohol did it, but this is... I lost a fight with a bowling ball, so my boxing days are over.
Dude, I'm so.
I feel like I have a permanent headache now, anyway. So I don't know.
You tore your bicep with.
Yeah, I tore this bicep off a couple years ago. They reattached it. I used to do a lot of kung fu. And what's that?
Did it heal okay? Your bicep?
Yeah, it feels okay, but it feels like weird. Like it's just, I don't know if I said this last time I was on, but it was really kind of jerky, like the fluid motion of having like a normal arm where you can just do whatever with is just gone from this one. It's like it's really trembly, like kind of a newborn deer at the beginning, and then it's okay, but it's really tight. It got a lot better. My girlfriend and I would go play ping pong at the senior center every Wednesday, where all these old bastards would come out, and they're really good.
Yeah, I bet they're good.
They're really serious, at least. There's like tag teams, and I always like to imagine that they're all like swapping and fucking afterwards, right? Because they're all stuck in the senior center. There's them, and then at the very far end, it's out in Pasadena, Alhambra. So there's always a couple of Chinese kids taking ping pong lessons, like Tiger Woods style, like really serious, like ping pong lessons. So they're over there going like, ha, ha, like Forrest Gump right at the end. And then there's just us fucking around. But doing the little ping pong motions helped it recover to normal.
So you play ping pong?
Oh man, I'm the best at ping pong.
I'm probably second best. I'd like to give this a go.
Really? You want to have a ping pong off, Woody? Is that what you're saying?
Taylor, you ever play something that you've never played before with somebody who's a master at it, and they come down to your level and you have a good time?
That's not how I do it.
Yeah,
I've never done that. I've never done that before. I played ping pong with Woody. It was the first ping pong paddle I'd ever held in real life. He's putting so much spin on the ball, it's making noises.
Bro,
That's why you had to play Magic like a gentleman.
The ball went past me. It went
like your zip line.
Real. What do you play, Woody? What's your paddle?
Game, and then he did that like.
He had a special 2-piece paddle he got out of a dragon skin case.
Yeah,
I do have my own paddle. So when I worked at Cisco,
you do?
You have to.
Of course.
Yeah, if the community paddles then aren't sticky, so you can't put a spin on the ball, you're uncompetitive without your own paddle. But at Cisco, they got a ping. There was a time, like in the .com era, where engineers were highly valued, and they would do all these things to make the workplace more attractive to them. And we had a ping pong table. Anyway, we played, I don't know, good 30 60 minutes a day. We played ping pong. And I got, competitive at it. And like there were people who were good at the office, like guys who played on their collegiate ping pong team back in India. And the Chinese guys, the Indian guys, the Americans, the Europeans, they all had like a different kind of game. So you get exposed to all of it. And I was better than most, but not the best eventually.
Did you defeat everyone at the house in Killington?
Probably. Yeah, that's not saying much though.
There was like 20 of us. Everybody. I remember people being lined up to play ping pong with Woody like he was a Donkey Kong machine.
If you're actually good at something though, like clearly Woody is at this, like you just wreck casuals. Like you know what you're doing. You know how to put spin on it. Like
I'll say this about Woody. He's got like lots of these like hidden talents. Like his special version of autism has caused him to master like a dozen different things that can be useful in various scenarios.
Dude, have you ever seen him eat pussy? It's like watching a maestro.
Oh my god! Can you climb a rope, Taylor? Like, have you ever like climbed like a naked rope just straight up?
No, we didn't have that in our gym.
Oh no,
no, we did like pull-ups and free hangs, but we never had a rope.
I've never climbed a rope in my life. We were at that Special Forces training ground, and Woody's like, I can climb a rope. And I'm like, you can? And he's like, like Spider-Man. And you went up high.
I'm like a bear on a tree. Like
he went up. I don't remember how high it was. I'm going to call it 25, 30 feet maybe. He went up high enough that if he'd fallen, we'd have had to go get. Would
it have ruined the afternoon?
For him,
for Woody, deadly at 30 feet. I don't know. Yeah,
it was a sand pit underneath, but like, dude, a fall would have been like, I mean, even you'd have been fucked up. But yeah,
why are you so good at climbing ropes?
I have big lats and like pull-ups and rope climbing and stuff like that. I'm just better than you'd guess.
But he knew the technique. Like he did that thing where he wrapped the rope appropriately
around
like
my legs.
One foot was on top and the other one was on the bottom. He was like doing this punching maneuver.
Okay.
And, he scurried up that rope like a Special Forces soldier.
Yeah. I remember there were like there was a pegboard on the wall in gym class.
Yeah.
And like only the best wrestlers in the high school could do it. And for some reason, me. Like I'm just good at that kind of movement.
We had one of those at the MMA gym I went to. I like those. Those are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just all your hands and upper body just doing that little. Yeah. But if you
climb the wall like that, like
there's holes,
sticks.
You have
going into
sticks
holes
or dowels in your hands, and there's like a pegboard with the holes big enough to put the sticks in, and you just sort of like I'm trying to do it. You poke in one, then you poke in the other.
You don't use your feet.
There's nothing to put your feet on. I guess the wall. Yeah.
Dang,
you gotta be
that sounds
pretty fit
hard
to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the same movement you'd use in pull-ups, and I don't compliment myself, but I'm good at that.
Yeah.
How many pull-ups can you do?
I could easily do 3 sets of 12 right now, but if you ask me to do pull-ups in a row, I mean, 18 maybe. 17.
Could you do that thing at the fair where you have to hold on to the bar for like 2 minutes?
I've never tried it. I've heard it's like
so
really
hard
because the bar is bigger than you expect and it twists. You have to do. Kyle's showing the thumb grip. Yeah, if you hold your own thumbs, then you can like grip it better.
Like that?
Yeah, because otherwise you're doing it with your finger strength and people wear out. But if you lock it on your thumbs, there's a little friction to help you.
Okay.
And I don't know.
I love
seen
that
really
one.
fit people not do it, so I don't want to claim I could. But
yeah,
if you were to stack rank like other 51-year-old men, I'd do better than most. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, I think so too. Like I think if you do that, I would like to try to do that at like using that thumb grip that I've seen Reddit teach me.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a guy start doing it, and the guy like pulled him down. Like the guy running the game was like, "Get the fuck down from there if you're gonna do it the right way." And it's like, "Whoa, what the fuck kind of carny are you, dude?
You're not allowed to count cards at the pull-up thing."
It's already a scam. He didn't want to scam. And it's like, what are you gonna be out a teddy bear, you piece of shit?
I think it was $100, right? You get $100 if you can hold it for 100 seconds.
Some of those I guess are more are more. There's that other like almost impossible task where they take a mast, like the mast of a ship, and it's suspended up over the water at an angle like pretty steep, and they grease it. They grease the shit, and you're trying to run up, like this pole at an angle, and it's greased up, and everybody's just eating shit and falling in the water.
That would be hard ungreased.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I've seen the rope ladder, but there's a swivel on both sides.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's really easy to flip over. And they're like, the trick is you put weight on both sides and whatever. Like, that's not a trick. Like, that's still ridiculously hard.
Yeah. It's like, here's the trick to benching 3 plates. Be strong.
Yeah, right. The
Really?
Carney game where they shoot like 3-point baskets, they're like, well, what they do is they make the basket at 14 feet instead of 12, and they put it really far away, and and they make the basket a little smaller. So the trick is to get it right through the middle. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The trick is to take that money you were going to spend on the basketball hoop and spend it on turkey leg. So yeah, you can have a fun day at the Ren Fair.
Everybody
I think
wins.
that
at the turkey leg
NBA,
stand.
Everybody wins.
I think that a regulation basketball goal is twice the width of a basketball. So making it the width of a basketball makes it a terrible chance. You want to bet, Taylor?
There's
You want to bet? How much? $5 or 10?
twice the diameter.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bet you $300,000.
I said 5 or 10.
What's the
You
highest?
can't
amount
fit
you will
2
bet?
basketballs through a hoop. at the same
Don't
time?
correct him. This is the dumbest thing he's ever wagered.
Wait.
Any
I'm just
amount
as
of
dumb
any
as Kyle, 'cause
any
I think
am-
he's right.
any amount of money. The diameter of a basketball hoop is not double the diameter of a ball. Any amount of money.
Let's make it $10. Zach?
Zach's gonna know this
right,
too.
send me $10.
I bet Zach already. All right, now we'll Google it. $10? Did we say?
Yep.
I'll search first for diameter of basketball.
Search it on the Hucow for
All
him.
right, so it's about 9.5 inches. It says 943 to 951. Okay. Diameter of basketball hoop, 18 inches.
Is it not?
Slightly more.
9.5 is not.
Yeah, it said is like 9.4 versus 18. So it was. He's approximately right.
Nope, I'm
But
right.
not-
Well,
He's
yeah, but not
almost
right.
Let me do it this way. He's almost right.
He's almost right.
He's
And what
almost
I
right.
like to call
You
that
missed
is,
it by
what I
that
like to call
much.
that is wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not fully corrected yet.
Okay. Google it yourself. I did my best. I tried to be an honest arbiter.
No. I
What he's a
believe you.
total honest arguer. I fact checked it. It's almost twice as much, but just not enough for you to win the bet.
I could have sworn it was 2.
I've
could've
read
sworn.
that it was 2.
I've read that it was 2, and I've been told it was 2.
Yeah.
Shit,
but
those
it's-
people lied to you.
Fibbers.
It's
I
you
mean
can't
a
fit 2
woman's
through there,
size
you know.
basketball, of course. I did, of course, mean a woman's basketball. Of course.
That would be the funniest pivot. To be like, no, obviously a man's
WNBA
isn't twice. All right.
I was
Well,
told it
the
was
debt
twice.
is forgiven. I don't need
Neil
the
deGrasse
$10.
Tyson told me that it was double the
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, he's the famous Italian spaceman.
Oh yeah, Degrassi.
Yeah, deGrasse.
Remember
Yeah.
when Drake was crippled in that show?
Yeah.
Yep. We all remember
No.
that.
What are you talking
You don't
about?
remember Degrassi? That
DeGrasse.
Canadian show where like Drake was the crippled kid?
I didn't watch that show. No, I don't know.
Drake
anything
the
about that.
rapper.
Drake the rapper was like the crippled kid in Degrassi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never seen that.
You remember this, Dick, right?
Yeah, but only because my girlfriend's younger than me. So that show hit like it's a sharp cutoff of a cliff, and I'm too old to have seen it. But right after me, they loved it and they all get it. So
I never got into
I
it, but
picked it
I'm-
up.
What is the show?
I'm a bit younger than you, and so like it was my
Yeah.
wheelhouse. Degrassi, like Degrassi. It was like a Canadian like youth, like I don't even
It's like
know.
Saved by the
never
Bell, but for Canadians.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this show.
Yeah. And
Neither
Drake
me
is in
nor
a
my
wheelchair.
kids were the age for this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Drake played a little wheelchair guy,
Mhm.
the actual Drake.
It's good for him.
Huh.
That was representation. Actually, no, it's the opposite of representation, right? Because he's not crippled.
Ableist.
No, we need an actual, ableist.
Do you guys get into the Dungeons and Dragons cripple stuff at all, or handicapable
cripple
stuff?
What do you
Oh,
mean?
there's like this huge civil war in Dungeons and Dragons now,
Okay.
where the official workbooks and stuff is catering to this woke audience. So there's like there's like wheelchair stuff in the game now where you could be you're like an unencumbered like wheelchair bound orc, and now there's like your character, you can have like a list of like trigger situations, and there's like a symbol that you do during the game if they're doing stuff that triggers you, like spiders or like gang rape or something.
What?
If it comes up, you make like a symbol and they shut the game down. It's really crazy. They're
That's
trying
cheating.
No, I was with the crazy people at first. I'm like, oh, wheelchair characters? I don't give a damn, right? Like, what are they, a ramming attack? Talk to me.
Great.
I'm into it.
Yeah, they're just wheeling around the forest.
It's a fantasy world. Put some chariot spikes on.
Put him on a horse, for the love of God.
Like, I don't know. I'm here for it. What do you got, a cane? I play Elden Ring, and I like the cane sword. It's fun. It's not overpowered. I've got good at the game. I use weak weapons.
Yeah.
But so I was with you. But then the trigger stuff. Oh. Fuck.
That,
and they always have that one liberal guy. They have like liberals have this mascot where he's like this it's like that guy Hutch is trying to look like that guy. He's like this. He's got like a goatee and like this hair that looks like an ice cream at the top, you know, coiffed
like
over the
Neutron
side.
Yeah,
kind of. And he's like, look at me. I hate gang rapes and goblins in my adventure. And he's making this symbol like stop the story.
Damn, what a
it's
homo.
funny.
I don't like that.
Poor
Like
Hutch
that-
got blasted.
It's funny because all the autistic people are getting like, because they're taking two groups, woke people that have no definition for anything, and hyper nerd autistic people who love Dungeons and Dragons who have a definition for fucking everything, and like just mushing them together, and it's not working for some reason. It's really
crazy.
funny to hear him fight about it.
Why would you? What? Why would you want to be a crippled character in the fantasy?
Because they
my
fetishize like minorities, the woke people.
Oh, my assumption was that they were crippled. Like, I'm in a wheelchair, and in this fantasy, I'm also in one, but I'm a badass wheelchair.
Yeah, but then
No.
you're going to be using magic for everything. Like if I was going to play D&D, I wouldn't be like, my character is going to be named Taylor, and he's 6 foot tall and struggles with his weight, and he's from the Midwest, and he often gets sad and binge eats at night. Like no, I would be like, I'm a fucking orc named Ugluk, and I cause problems everywhere I go. Like
I hate all the hot chicks who rejected my
Wait,
friend
which
Taylor.
one was you?
The more I eat, the happier I get.
I'm the cool orc, Woody. that other homo isn't nothing. But like, I just don't get that. Like, if you're like going all in on a fantasy, why would you want a wheelchair? Even if I was crippled and I was playing D&D, why would I want to bring something frustrating and painful into a world where I can invent anything? Like,
Well, look, I will say this: if I'm in a wheelchair and like I gotta count the steps my character takes everywhere, it's a little insulting. Every single turn, Taylor, it's like, and you take 8 steps for him. Like, but I haven't taken a step since '72. So like, could we make it yards I wheel? Could we make it that at least? Like
roll
20
to see if the goblin succeeds in gnawing off your little wretched foot.
I've never played Dungeons and Dragons. Have any of you?
I did when I was a kid.
Not a lot, but I played a bit.
This guy says he's going to call into my show this week and like do a 10-minute adventure because Sean, my co-host, has wanted to play, and he's never played it before.
10 minutes, huh?
Is that
Yeah, I don't know. He's a funny guy, and he's a dungeon master. So he says he could do it, and I'm gonna believe him.
What's his name? Is he like a famous dungeon? Are there famous dungeon masters?
I don't know. His hard bastard or something. Let me look it up.
Hard.
He's not a
bastard.
famous guy. I don't know.
Well, within that community, I'm not sure.
That
if
would have
there's,
been a great Bluetooth.
The
segue.
hard bastard.
the hard bastard. Yeah, that's
Or
pretty
meme lick.
fucking ridiculous. Like you,
Dude, that was my
if you can
favorite
go like
insult
this
from
to
Xbox
stop
Live
anything
back in
in
the
a
day.
fantasy game,
Memes lick.
That's
That's
just
his
cheating.
name.
Memes
Yeah,
lick.
right.
Yeah, if
memes
you can
lick,
be
but
like-
lick
if
like a
he's-
necromancer, not lick like a penis.
And from the depths of this dungeon comes a dangerous draugr. That's too scary.
Time out.
And it's like, no, bitch,
Time
you're
out.
just scared because the draugr has stats you're afraid of. That's horrible. I would wheel whatever person was doing that in my D&D session, just put them on the curb.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Down the
Remove
stairs.
the battery to their wheelchair.
My house isn't wheelchair accessible, and so that problem would solve itself.
I don't know why that sprung up this memory. Did you hear Trump's plan for the homeless?
Tent City.
tent cities.
Yeah.
Where?
He's going to make it illegal to.
That's what they do now.
He's
Maybe
gonna
right
make
in LA.
No.
Nuh-uh.
Trump is going to make it illegal for you to camp out in town, and he's going to set up his own tent city where there's doctors and law enforcement over there, and that's where all the homeless have to go, to the tent city. I don't know where over there is, but I hope it's far enough that you can't smell it.
So it's taking all the homeless and moving them away from like high traffic,
From people.
high foot traffic areas.
Like
Well, that's
away
yeah.
from the populated areas and put them in the Midwest.
I don't. Oh, now that's
No, probably just
don't
California
you-
City.
No,
He
don't
does-
send it. Well,
Dude,
don't send him
it's
here.
funny
We
you
don't
say
want-
that. You know, he's talking about building new cities, right? He's talking about all the. He was like, "There's tons of land that we don't use. Like, we're gonna build new cities,
I kind of like the idea of a brand new city. That would be fun.
Homie town.
like an
full of homeless.
expansion, like an expansion team. Like they get to pick a few of the best
Yeah.
from all the other
MAGA
cities.
town?
Dude, if we pick a little bit of
Freedom
like,
Town.
if we pick
Freedom
a small
Town,
amount
okay.
of like North Dakota and we just send all the homeless there, that would be, think about how much better every city would be. They're having
wolves-
a fun
the
time.
wolves would get 'em.
They're doing drugs to their heart's content. They're having a blast. They're doing homeless things. And we get to go to Blues games without
They'd be
seeing
so happy.
people
North
shitting under a
Dakota, you
bridge.
say? Is there a warm place we could put them?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
hell.
How about this? How about they can earn a warm city if they behave?
Like Nevada's got lots of open land.
Hades warm.
Hades
is
unbelievably warm.
You-
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
talking about real places. I just think they're going to die
It
in North
exists.
Dakota.
I would love to send them to Haiti. Why don't we just send the homeless to Haiti? They can
Now,
get that
he's
whole
gonna make
situation.
tent
Oh,
cities
you're
in all
saying
the-
Haiti, the country.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm in
come on.
Hades. You're all like, send them to Hades. Send them to Hades. I think Hades is warm. It's warm, Woody. And I'm like, I'm being serious here.
No, if I was being serious. Haiti, good idea. They can live on the beach. And we're gonna send them all with a pocket full of seeds like Johnny Appleseed because they're not good at maintaining trees
We're not
there.
sending
They're
our
gonna, they're
best.
gonna plant trees the whole way.
Yeah, turn the tables on Haiti for
Turn the
once.
tables. The Dominicans, they're gonna be actually they won't. The Dominicans hate Haitians more than anyone on earth.
Yeah, he said he said he was going to make tent cities and fucking ship them all into the goddamn tent cities and make it illegal to camp out in the normal cities where the rest
Good.
of the world lives.
See, that would be awesome. It fucking reeks of piss throughout LA now. Like it's so fucked here that this last election we replaced this Soros super progressive DA who said he's just not arresting anybody he's not prosecuting anybody for doing any kind of shoplifting, so don't even bother to the cops. The new guy who we kicked him out, we brought the new guy in like 65 to 35 or something like that. So huge landslide. The new guy came in and said, I'm bringing back the death penalty in LA, which I don't even know if he can do, but that kind of shit to say in Los Angeles is a major reversal of what's been going on.
Sure. People are pissed at the crime, aren't they?
Oh, dude, two teenagers got shot and killed like probably a quarter mile from my house. And I live in a pretty nice, neighborhoods around here get nicer, obviously, but it's like unheard of, the crime that's going on around here.
I feel
That
like
sucks.
Trump watched Escape from New York and is like,
That's
was
what
a
we
good
need.
idea.
Fuck yeah.
We should do that. We should put all the criminals in one city.
Yeah. We should do it like Shutter Island, where we gaslight them that they used to be different people. Because they
It's
have
like a
this
lot of effort.
just a huge. We're taking all the money we're saving from Vivek's plan and we're putting it into gaslighting homeless people.
Is it possible he'll do that? That seems a little oppressive as far as
Homeless?
like federal governments moving people around like that.
Dude, homeless people are and
They're not
I'm
really-
biased because like I'm from St. Louis, and so every time I go to like St. Louis homeless are not a fucking joke. They're not Seattle homeless.
Cold weather
Like,
homeless are
these
different.
are violent people who are like they will chase you to your car after
You
a
can
hockey
take
game.
them, Taylor.
They've got weapons. Like they've got broken bottles and knives and AIDS.
And hepatitis.
like
Yeah.
hepatitis. Like I don't like it's not
I'm
fair.
not saying you'll come out unharmed. I'm just saying my money's on you.
I'm saying I have more empathy for the vast majority of people who are having like all the walking areas down there destroyed when we could just move these people to somewhere where they're not like actively harassing citizens.
Do you think you could take a homeless man with a broken bottle and you've got a hockey stick? Like, how does a hockey stick fare as a melee weapon?
If I have a wooden goalie stick, yes.
What about
No,
one
that's
blocker?
too much. Not a goalie stick.
I'm gonna get fucked up if I just hit the blocker.
Really? Goalies love to fucking hit people with that blocker. It's like their other hobby.
Yeah, but the homeless guy's like,
everybody else on the ice.
But usually they're looking the other way, Woody. They're standing in front of me.
A hockey stick is really good. I guess you could bash someone over the head with it. It might break if you hit them. I mean, if you hit someone hard enough over the head with a wooden stick, then it breaks. You're gonna knock them out. But usually, what you're doing with the hockey stick in hockey is like hooking people, and that's like pulling them towards you. And that's not what you want to be doing with a home. You don't want to.
Could you do that to an assailant? Do you think you could like upend him like Batman?
No, he's not on ice. He's
true,
and he's motivated and he's high.
Yeah.
So Taylor, question for you. You
I
play
hope they round
goalie.
him up too.
For people who've never played hockey, it's really normal for an offenseman to stand in front of the goalie and obscure his view. It's legal. You just need to stay out of the crease. And the goalie will sometimes hit the guy in the balls because he's standing back to the goalie and the goalie has a free Have you ever goosed somebody with your stick?
No, I've never hit someone in the junk. The way you would like, if there's a bunch of traffic in front of my net, the way you get away with like doing something dirty there is if you're feeling really ballsy, you can take a hack at someone's ankle, but it takes a lot of traffic around your net. And then the problem is that your stick is now off the ice. So you're going to feel like a real retard if you go to like do a little smack on someone's ankle and then the puck slides right where your stick previously was. And so what you'd actually do, and this likely wouldn't work against NHL level skaters, but they're facing the other way, Woody. And you use your stick and you poke check the back of one of their skates to cause them to fall. And that looks like an organic fall that was caused in a scrum. It doesn't identify you as the goalie. It's causing it directly. And so that's what I would do. If I was trying to trip someone up behind the net or in front of my net, I would wait for them to face away. I'd look kind of side eye, see what the ref was looking at. And then I'd do a little poke check to the back of one of their legs. And then they do that, fall back, and maybe they fall, and now the play is cleared a little bit. The defenseman can be a little more aggressive and getting the puck because there's not someone threatening the front of the goal.
Do they do mic'd up for hockey?
Yeah, they do. It's they're so polite, it's hilarious. Like it'll be some giant Canadian guy skating up and being like, "Hey, you want to drop him?" And the other giant Canadian's like, "This early in the game, bro?" Like, "Yeah, let's just get it done. You know, we're gonna have to do this at some point in the game." All right, let's do it. And then they just fight each other. And it's great.
It takes away from a little bit, right? Don't you want them to have more of a angry rivalry?
They never
Football
seem
is
to.
angry.
Usually, like after the fight, they like hit each other on the back and they're like, "Good scrap, bud." Like, because it's just more accepted in hockey. Like, I don't think there's as much animosity taken from it. Like, if there's a brawl in baseball, that's not part of the sport. They probably have like genuine hatred in their heart. Like, they're angry at the time they're going to fight. In hockey, it's like the bruisers are doing a job where it's like, "Hey, that's the guy who just tried to trip up our star. Go fuck him
Half
up."
the UFC use hating their opponent as a motivation.
Yeah,
that's about right, Kyle.
It seems like it. It seems like it. That it maybe even more. It's hard to tell because there's so much gamesmanship, WWE style, like trying to hype the fight and everything. So it behooves them to make it seem like it's real. So it's kind of hard to tell. I know if I was going to fight somebody, if I was a professional fighter, unless I thought getting in their head Conor McGregor style was a thing, and I don't, I would be so sweet. I'd be sending their wife like a flowers. I'd be like, they'd take that the wrong way.
Yes.
I got your package today, you piece of shit. This is personal now. I'm gonna hurt you. I mean, like,
you don't like flowers?
You misunderstood my gesture, sir. Sir, please don't turn your back on me now.
Dick, you were a big tennis guy, if I recall correctly. Did you ever square off against someone in tennis that you thought you couldn't take in a physical altercation?
Oh, what? Man, I wasn't thinking about that shit and playing tennis. That's like, I don't know if anybody thinks like that playing tennis. What are you talking about?
In case it gets rough and tumble, and like you start to really dispute, was that in? Was that out?
No, the only thing I ever thought in playing sports was like playing baseball, and it was, how could I hit this guy? How could I hit my friend in the nuts here? He's going to know if I try to come in from the back. I've already thrown my glove at his nuts here. Maybe I could hide behind the wall after he's done doing soft toss, and then I could hold the bat like this and turn around suddenly and hit him with the heel of a bat. All right, let's try that. And then I would get my friend on first to signal me when he was coming around, and I'd go, oh, well, hey, and then turn around real fast. That's pretty much it.
Okay. So you weren't really looking at the score.
Yeah, I'm white. I don't think about like fighting people.
Are you?
Yeah, yeah. In that way, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
How honest were you when you did you have a ref or were you your own ref?
What's that?
In tennis, like calling the shots. Was it inbounds, out of bounds, etc. Who did that?
Yeah, you do as when you're like a kid and a teenager.
Yeah,
I don't.
So I had a high school tennis
friend
friend who said that. So if you don't know tennis at all, on the line is in. It's not out of the court unless it's on the outside of the court's line. So on is in, and they just all cheated kind of almost fairly to the extent that on the line was out. Like that is the level. Yeah, that was, and he made it sound like he did it. The other team did it. It was just generally they shrunk the court by that much, and it was still fair. They just all cheated by the same amount.
I remember some people doing that and then getting shouted at for calling stuff out and just going like, okay, whatever, it was in. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't.
It'd be ridiculous.
None of this matters. Nothing.
None of this matters. This is
None of
tennis.
this matter. You don't matter.
None of us are going to be Andre Agassi. Wasn't he the best?
Who turned out to be addicted to meth, and who had no hair.
Was he?
Oh, yeah.
He was so good.
Yeah, that was a funny I told you so because my dad really wanted me to be a tennis star when I was a kid. So he's like, you got to get out there. Yeah. And then,
did you have the makings of it? Did you have the makings of a varsity athlete?
No. I mean, well, yeah, I played varsity, but I hate sports. That's kind of a prerequisite. So he was always, when I was a kid, like, yeah, look at him, watch him. He's a great guy. Look at this. Look at these guys. You got to be like them. And then I grew up. He wrote that Agassi wrote that tell-all where he was like, yeah, my life was all fucked up. I was addicted to meth. I had no hair. And I was like, did you see this book, Dad? I am addicted to drugs, but, at least not.
I took something out of his book.
All roads went to the same place.
Was your dad like a hyper athlete, and that's why he wanted to push you that way?
Yeah, he loves sports. My sister's a big athlete, though. She played in college softball. So
you still watch baseball? Like the only thing I know sports about you is like you do like the Dodgers, right?
Yes, only when they're winning. I'll watch them in the playoffs. We won the World Series. That was great.
Beating the Yankees.
Oh yeah,
that's solid.
I was posting World Trade Center. I was getting blown up every game that we won. That was pretty good.
That is a good meme.
Good trash talk.
Yeah, they're all sensitive about 9/11. It's like, get over it.
Yeah, get over it.
Those New Yorkers.
You weren't there, Gaylords. Get over it. Shut up. Sound like the Parkland kids.
Oh my God.
You think kids now are like, hey, Mom and Dad, if I get killed in a school shooting, don't use me in a commercial for The Onion, please?
I mean, I don't think kids are astute enough to be requesting that, but they probably should
be. They should be putting it in their will. Don't use me for any promotional purposes.
If I'm killed in a tragedy, don't profit off it.
At least not The Onion. Come on.
Actually,
like Sam Hyde, help Sam Hyde out, not The Onion.
Help the Ghost of Kiev.
Oh,
if I was killed in a school shooting when I was a kid, I would not have minded if my parents used it to make money.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, like, they're already sad enough.
I wouldn't
mind money in any kind of way?
Not any kind of way.
Wait, are we giving a hard time to the parents of the victims of a school shooting?
Not we, Woody.
I am.
They.
What?
Yeah.
You think they shouldn't have sued Alex Jones?
Yeah, fuck that. $1 billion? That's less than he would have to pay if he killed them himself. That's a little much. I don't
sympathize with Alex Jones. It came out he sort of knowingly was lying in an effort to profit and pimp his supplements and such. Like he wasn't wrong. He was a liar.
You're allowed to be a liar.
Children's families. Oh no.
$1 billion? What do you? That's a little much, don't you think?
At some point, it doesn't
1.5
matter. It could be 30 billion. It's just whatever he has.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you can't.
It was just a way
Okay.
to destroy his.
And not have a trial. Not have a trial, and
I
then
remember
selling
the
his
trial.
where you can't bring evidence and there's no jury. That's not a trial.
He didn't show up to his deposition, right? Like he failed to show up at the trial. He failed to show up at his deposition, and then he's like, "I didn't get a chance to talk." Yes, you did. You just
So you
didn't
think
show.
he got his due process, Alex Jones?
Yeah, I do. But he decided not to show up and explain his side. So
Okay.
the text messages
Well-
kind of proved everything you needed to know. He's
Guys,
guilty.
this was supposed to be a lighthearted joke about me being murdered and being okay with my parents making money from it. And now you're talking about gay ass politics.
All right, so that's your legacy. They make money off your legacy. What about literally making money off you? Like, let's say you die, and for whatever reason, let's say you literally die tomorrow, and for
Yeah.
whatever reason, whoever's in your life who has access to your remains, they want to have a little fun. And so they give your remains over to Woody and I. We form an LLC that does scientific research called PKA Technicalities, and then they donate it to that, make it all legal. Now we have your corpse. If we dismembered you and sold the pieces of you bit by bit to the fan base, like, is that something that would upset you to know was going to happen, or would you? Or are you like, you know,
Be a
I'm
pal,
just try-
Taylor.
So I'm totally fine with it. You guys are my friends, and I want to leave something to you
That's so, man. I appreciate the hell out of that.
all day, every day, baby.
You know, the top bidder on your head is gonna, God, it's gonna be so cool. We're gonna take
His
your,
head is going to go for a mint, but I don't care how much it costs. I want to keep the ass cheek with the dent in it because that's
it
special to
healed.
me.
He healed the
That's
dent.
mostly buffed out by now. It's part of God's great mysteries.
You
So, Dick, I fell
buffed
of
out
a-
with fat? What do you mean?
No, buffed out with like years of putting more frequency in this cheek with lunges. Years of it. Years of
Okay.
it. I fell
What
out
did it
of-
look like?
it was all fucking fucked up. It was all dent. So
You know, when you take an air hose and you blow into your belly.
yeah, it was not quite that extreme, but like, and it wasn't on the ass cheek. It's more like the highest amount of butt that can't be considered back, like in that region. And so like I was wasted at a friend's bachelor party. Like this is probably 2017 at this point, and we got trashed and we were having a great time. And when I got there late. And it was a big house in the Ozarks, and there were tons of beds downstairs for like the sleeping quarters and everything because it was for a weekend. And I got down there and I was like, oh man, there's only a top bunk left. I always would roll out of those because I'm a very active sleeper. I move around a lot. And in my head, like I was like, it's fine. You haven't fallen out of a bunk bed since you were a child. Now, I didn't have the cognition at that time to go, you haven't fallen out of a bunk bed since you were a child because you haven't been in a bunk bed since you were a child, you fucking fat retard.
Right.
And so I like went to bed that night. The bar that's supposed to keep you in wasn't screwed in. It had like one weak nail on either side. And so I rolled in the middle of the night. And this was like a military style bunk bed. And so I wasn't 5.5 feet in the air like a children's bedroom. I was easily 6'4" in the air.
Oh my
And
God.
I rolled out of this thing. I blasted through the side of. I knocked the whole board off, and I fell 8 feet or 6.5 feet.
Getting bigger.
And I landed on the board from that high in like dead weight mode, and it landed where like the board stuck. Like the flat part of the board hit my ass so hard that it like dented the musculature in
What?
my ass. And so the next day we were going home,
Buick.
and the next day wasn't even the end of the trip. And so the next day I'm like in a horrible mood, like everybody's getting drunk. I'm like not even drinking. I'm like, I want to go fucking home. This sucks. And so like the whole ride home, every time my friend would take a left turn in his fucking expedition or whatever, it was pushing me to the right. And I was like, da, 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 da. Because it hurt. My whole ass cheek was black as night, midnight. It was so bruised. And then when it went down, like I put on like shorts and I'd look at my left ass cheek and be like, nice ass. Nice curved ass. I've always been caked up. I've always been caked up. Ask anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Kelly.
I would turn to the right and like I'd see a drape and then an actual indent in how my
What?
shorts were hanging. Yeah. And so like I convinced myself, I was like, I can work out through this. And so I went back home, waited for the bruise and everything, and all the pain to go away. And I was doing like split lunges for a long time, like Bulgarian split squats. And I would like do my normal weight with my left leg, which is not the injured ass, blasted through it just fine. And then like I went and did it with the right leg. And like, this was an amount of weight that I was incredibly used to. There was no reason for this to be difficult for me. And like, I would get down and like halfway through the movement, like it would die out on me. It was like, I would get a stinge of like sciatic pain that would go down to my left, like kneecap, almost like a really weird numbness and stinging. And like, it just died out. And so I had to, nerve damage. And so I had to do like, I had to rehabilitate my own right ass. At a bachelor party with a huge amount of lunges. And it is literally only in the last couple years that like I'll put on, like I'll like after the shower, look at it and be like, we're getting back, baby. We're
double caked again.
And so I can still see, maybe it's because I have a trained eye. Like I can still see where it
of your own ass?
Of my own ass.
Yeah.
And it's mostly fixed now, but I'll never have the beautiful ass I had before. It'll never be the same. And in those years, I have gotten hairier, and so everything's going downhill. Like I used to be nice hairless.
Oh, the hair might
that's
create the illusion of normal roundness.
That could. And I don't actually have a lot of. I'm kind of memeing on that. I'm hairy everywhere. I don't really have a hairy ass or a hairy back. The shoulders. I'm losing the shoulder battle.
What's that mean?
He's getting
meaning
hair,
that
right?
like more and more hair is showing up on my shoulders, and some of them are like an inch and a half long. Where like I'll look over and be like, "Where the hell did you come from?" And I'll have to pluck that out because like it's not a full thicket yet, but I'll see like it's like a guy who's holding on to hope that his hair's not going away. Like I could comb over my shoulder.
So you got one of those circular curved mirrors with lights on it, like old ladies have, so you can look at your shoulders and pluck the hair out.
I don't have to do that. I can just look down this way and go, "That's a fucking monster." And then
they make a back scratcher like apparatus with a razor on it, you know.
Well, the only place on my back that gets hairy, I have no back hair other than like that like nape of the neck where like kind of your hair from your head just grows down too far. Sure. And so I'll just take a razor and just bzz that up if I am like I have to go somewhere and I don't have time for a haircut.
Honestly, I think I'd take a beard trimmer to the shoulders because Kyle's idea of shaving it, in my opinion, is only good that first day. Day 2, you're stubbly, which I consider to be worse than hairy. That's my opinion. But if you were to just make all those 1.5 inch long hairs a centimeter long, then you'd look less hairy. Yeah, and you wouldn't be stubbly.
Poking through his shirt.
I should do that.
Centimeter?
They would be.
They poke through his shirt, and then he could sense the environment like Spider-Man.
Okay, this is cool. Yeah,
I have little feelers. I can.
Yeah,
like a cat's whiskers.
How did he know I was fine?
Can I fit through the doorway? Oh,
that's what oh man. I've said before. I once in my entire life, I did like I dipped my toe in shaving my chest because I have a pretty hairy chest, and like I didn't want to commit to shaving it all because I don't mind having a hairy chest. But I was probably like 18, 19, and so like my chest was actually decently hairy, but like the hair started from the nipples and then like spread to the rest of my chest. At that time, like the length of like all the hair up here and like down wasn't as long as the initial part, which was my like the area around my nipples. And so I was like, man, these fucking long ass nipple hairs, I look like a fucking goober with these. And so like right before I went on it was like a beach trip or something, I like took a little razor and I went oh no around both nipples, and then my nipples were just on Hair Island. There was no fade through to the rest of my hairy chest, and so I just had these little baby nipples, and there was no hair around them. I looked like a fucking retard, so I never did that again. Now,
did you leave your shirt on at the beach?
No.
Oh,
no,
wow!
All right.
You know, why don't you shave everything?
Just spend the whole time like this. No, I'm not going to shave everything because there's a lot of hair, and it was going to get stubbly.
The move would have been the beard trimmer again. Just reduce the amount.
Yeah. Using like one of those orange one blade Bics to go. Whoop.
You could shave like a happy face and then say you're doing it as a joke. Like, hey, everybody, doesn't this look like shit? Yeah, it's a happy face. I did it to be funny. I did it on purpose.
I did it for the memes. Yeah, no, I didn't think of that, and so that was
take a pic.
Felt like a fucking idiot that whole weekend.
How old were you?
Yeah, like 19, maybe 20.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, that was rough. And that's been what 13, 14 years now. Chest untouched. Leave it as is. It doesn't keep growing. It gets to its max and then it chills. You know? Isn't that how your guys' chest hair is? It's like your head hair. Or it's like your eyebrows is a better example.
I get like hairier as the years grow on my chest though, because when I was 18, it was just this wisp of a hair, like between right in the middle of my chest, and like more and more, it's like growing in and becoming like a man's chest.
You're still filling out.
Still filling out. Yeah. Oh,
I'm
yeah.
still filling out.
Isn't that testosterone?
Oh yeah. And it might. It could be. People react to that differently, so that could be part of it. I was thinking for you earlier. We were talking about. We moved on to something else, but something like human growth hormone would help so much with your like ligaments and tendons and shit like that.
Oh,
like
really?
Connectives. Like I'm not. It's what keeps Joe Rogan together and doing jujitsu and all those like silly sports he does and looking like that at his age. He takes human growth hormone and TRT.
Okay, I'll look at it. I'm about, I don't know. Maybe I got 2 good years, two natural years left in me, and I got to start going
human
on
growth hormones
chemicals.
Expensive though, right?
Yeah,
But
if you go with pharmaceutical human growth hormone, it's like $1,000, $2,000 a month. And if you or I don't know. I heard somebody say one time that if you just go to a certain website and you just order it to your house, then it'd be like $200.
Is that like a certain website would be Alibaba? ?
Look,
It's got to have a Z in it.
And let me just like hammer home, like I will pay that if I ever get human growth hormone, I'll pay $2,000 rather than risk the wrath of the federal government a second time. Like I'll just pay through my teeth and pay for the real shit. But the average character might be tempted to go to certain places on the internet and just find it for 1/10 the price, and it's legit.
Human growth hormone, I don't know. But there are a lot of things for sale that you're just not allowed to use on humans, right? This is for your lab rat hobby. And that makes it legal-ish, I guess. So I don't know what the legalities are around that sort of thing.
Murky. I mean, RFK, he's coming into power, so I think they're going to have an open mind to such things, is all I'm saying. But yeah, human growth hormone, and a doctor will tell you this too, or certainly a bro scientist will tell you, like, you'd be feeling like $1 million.
Does that
if I ever get
hairier?
Yeah, my doctor wouldn't tell me that. She just tells me to lose weight and stop drinking.
I got my own.
What a slut.
What a retard.
She fucking sucks. She's like this 85-pound Chinese girl, probably first or Vietnamese girl, first year out of med school. She's like, well, how often? She comes and she's got that look on her face. Her face doesn't move, but I can tell she's sneering. She's like, how often do you work out? Like 6 days a week. She goes, oh, you're what we would consider obese, like, or overweight. I'm like, that? How the fuck? Really? Of all the people, I saw who's in the waiting room. I have a working out problem. Get the fuck out of here.
Hit her back. You're what I consider flat chested.
You're going out of this fucking window, bitch. And then because I'm the only person in the world that's like honest about what they're taking drug wise with the doctor, she's like, you do what? How often? And I'm like, that's not that often. I know people do way more than that. She's like, well,
now I want to know.
Oh, well, what do you think we could cut down on the drinking for? I'm like, after this, I'm drinking today for sure. I went in there to get Adderall, by the way. I went in there, I said, look, I'm tired of buying Adderall illegally. Could you just give me what do I have to do to get a prescription from you? And she goes, we don't do that here. You have to get in you have to get a psychiatrist, and they're all full. I said, okay, so I can't, so no at all? She goes, no, now let's talk about your weight. Why do you think you need that? I'm like, I don't know. It's like a pep, so I could pay attention. She's like, do you want to get on SSRIs? I'm like, no, I don't want to get, what are you talking about? SSRIs?
What are you trying to turn me into a
for
school
meth,
shooter?
dummy.
Yeah, I'm here for meth, you dumb bitch. Why would I want SSRIs? Because some people say it helps them with their drinking. I said I doubt that. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that SSRIs help them with their drinking.
Drinking
No.
already.
Yeah.
Guess what, bitch? I'm gonna get drunk.
As a
right now.
chaser, I don't think so.
What was the drug?
Like, what the fuck is this bedtime? Who does this speech work on? Oh, hi. You're an overweight 44-year-old man. You want some meth? Can I interest you in some not drinking? No, thank. Can I interest you in some SSRIs, like a wine mom? Absolutely not. Thanks.
What was the drug you mentioned that had her like being agitated or giving you the sneer, where she was like, "Oh,
all of them. What are you talking about?"
I didn't know. You made it seem like there was a drug other than alcohol that you had mentioned.
Alcohol and I'm.
I think it was the every weekend. And she's like, "How often do you do that?" I'm like, just probably every weekend. She's like, "Huh? What?" I think it was the attitude that got her. She's like, no one's ever said every weekend before. They're always like, "Oh, I do it. Oh, I don't know, not recently. Oh, I don't have a problem."
What do you do every weekend?
She's used to fibbers.
Parties.
Just
Alcohol.
Just podcasting
and a little smokeane.
I like to do crosswords. You do them across.
The Adderall.
You do the lines
sure.
across, and then you do the lines down.
Yeah, understand. Do a little Scrabble.
A lot of fun.
Even I'm
bit
getting
Scrabble.
it now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. You like
If you really want to see a doctor, make a face you've never seen before. Just tell them normal drugs everybody does, and how often normal people do them, and they'll fucking lose it.
So did you ever get your Adderall?
do cocaine.
No, I didn't. A friend of mine just said, like, "Oh, you got to go to one like a bullshit doctor. You went to a regular doctor."
See, I got prescribed it when I was like 12 or 13. So now it's like they just give it to me. They're like, if you've been prescribed it before, they're just like, "Oh, you're good," and they just give me more. It's wonderful.
Well, I didn't get on that track. My parents were too busy trying to make me play tennis, so I didn't get grandfathered into the Adderall.
They just wanted me to pay attention.
Do you
Silver
like
spoon.
Adderall? Like,
Why?
like
Me?
I know you like it occasionally, Kyle. Dick, would you take it?
I don't think
every
it's
day?
healthy, or I might take it every day. Or I would definitely occasionally take like big doses of it just to live in like that world of pure euphoria for a few hours.
I did not get that from Adderall when I took it. in
I
college.
do.
I guess.
Oh yeah, because Kyle and I have ADHD. That's why Taylor doesn't. So
It's
you
a
get all
world of
fucked up
pure
and cracked out.
imagination.
Yeah, it's amazing.
If
Dude,
I
I
take
cleaned
20
my apartment
milligrams,
like a neurotic lunatic.
I haven't taken it in years. So if I were to take like 20 milligrams of instant release amphetamine salts, I would probably lay in my bed and stare at the ceiling and make plans for all the cool things I'm going to do this week. You know what I mean? I'd be like, things are going to be different around here. You get into that mode like that. You start fucking sketching. And like coming up with all you're gonna need tables to explain the changes you're about to make. I'm gonna get this hobby. I'm gonna start this hobby. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do it right now. Let me sign up.
Dude, it made me stressed out.
Stressed out.
Yeah, I was just.
Did it help at
cleaning,
all?
And it was literally a friend of mine who got like. I probably did it a dozen times in college but I was never consistent. Like one of my friends would have like a 30 XR and then another friend would have like a 15 IR.
That's too much.
So like I didn't know the difference. And so like he gave me this capsule full of like these little balls inside the capsule. And then I like took that, no idea what I'm getting into. And like, I didn't sleep for like a day and a half. Like I was like scrubbing the baseboards of the dog shit college apartment I was living in.
Adderall's not for you, Taylor.
No, it stressed me out. It was like I've never enjoyed cocaine. I've done cocaine enough to know if I was gonna be a fan of it, and I've never enjoyed it.
Nah, you got to do a little more then.
I tried Adderall.
You quit
once.
early.
I've followed that
on
thread where they'd be like, Taylor, you just need to do a little more, and I'm like, okay, and then do a little more, and then it's
you're doing
like,
bad
okay,
stuff.
I feel kind of good for like 10 minutes, and then it's totally gone.
I've done Adderall once. Did notice I was on it. I've had modafinil, a prescription, which is like Adderall, but it's easy to get if you have sleep apnea, which I do. So I didn't use modafinil, but I last too long in bed, which sounds like a boast, but it's not. You got to finish on time, or that becomes a bad thing, and that's why I stopped. That's why I don't want that anymore.
When I say Adderall, I mean amphetamine salts. That's what I was always prescribed.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're chemically somewhat different.
Is that what is that called? Is there a name for it, or is it just amphetamine salts?
Like the generic chemical is amphetamine salts. That's what. Yeah. And it's these little blue instant release pills. I gave Woody like a 5 or a 10 one time. That's what he's talking about that he didn't notice.
I wasn't going to call out my supplier.
It's statute of limitations. And we're about to go.
They're almost up, aren't they?
I mean, he stole them out of my bag.
This entire show is fiction. Oh, this is real. We're making all this.
It was mine.
I mean, he stole them from. He's a fucking thief. He's the first
drug addict.
And worse more, he more, he stole 2 pills from me. He took one and forced the other one down Chiz's mouth while he was asleep. So then all of a sudden, all 3 of us are on Adderall.
I know a guy who does that.
And we start going down this river rafting. And I think part of why you didn't feel it is because we were like doing an adrenaline fueled kind of happy. Rafting is almost like taking Adderall.
You did Adderall and then went rafting?
Whitewater rafting, yeah.
Like took it and then got in the boat.
Why is that?
I had never tried it before, so I had a curiosity about it.
Okay, because you're curious. But Kyle knew the effects at the time. Like, why would you want to be tweaking, doing rope?
Oh, to me, it's like endless energy and happiness and euphoria. Like, I don't tweak.
Yeah.
Like, I'm happy. I'm talking a mile a minute about like happy things.
Do you get that feeling when you've done cocaine?
I never really. It's possible I didn't do enough cocaine or enough good cocaine, because I've done cocaine like 3 times and I always just got like a numb nose and throat, and that's like it. I didn't really feel anything.
Shit. You get that post nasal drip. Ugh.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
You spit that out, or is that like something?
No, it's like you snort it all up in your nose, and then it's like stuck in there. And so then for the next like half hour, that's what I remember.
Next 12 hours.
That's what I remember hating about cocaine is like number one, I'm already high strung enough. I like downers. And so like it was getting me to a level I wasn't happy with. And then it was like, even after it faded away, you had 20, 30 more minutes where every time you swallow, just like passive swallowing your own spit, or like drinking a soda or something, just chemical taste all down the back of your throat. Terrible.
We were in a nightclub in New York, and my buddy like gets the cocktail waitress to lean down so he can whisper in her ear, which didn't make any sense because we have bottle service. I'm like, what more are we going to drink? And she like nods and walks away, and she came back with like cocaine and wax paper, like folded up. And I'm like, how did you know she had cocaine? Oh, they all got cocaine. They all have cocaine here. What a gangster. He's like, not a word of this.
The only good part about cocaine is that you feel pretty cool while you're doing it. Frankly,
I'm gonna be honest.
You feel cooler snorting coke than you do like hitting a joint. You're like, yeah, I'm fucking Wall Street money never sleeps. Except I'm in my friend's dog shit apartment on a college campus.
All right, so I've done it in equally different settings, I guess. I did it in that cool ass nightclub, where it's like I took a bump off like he's like looking around and he's like, all right, here, hit it. And I'm like, this is fucking cool. This is fucking cool. We got this table where all these people are wanting to sit with us because we got all this booze and we're doing cocaine here that you somehow just ordered like it was a drink. And then I've also been in like a dingy little house with some dudes with a mirror covered with cocaine, and it was like, okay, I mean, yes, I mean,
whatever.
Everybody else is doing it.
Everyone else is doing it.
They're gonna think I'm gay if I don't do cocaine with them.
I mean, it just seemed like you don't want to be the only one who's not doing a little cocaine. You know what I mean? You don't be the guy who's not having a good time.
And I would almost feel peer pressured because I had a couple of friends who were coke was their drug of choice. And so they would do it and they'd act like they're on cloud 9. And I'd be like, am I doing this wrong? Like, why are these guys getting infinite enjoyment out of this? And I just feel like a little tinny and high strung for a bit. And then I get a bad taste and I'm like, I just want to have some beers and smoke weed.
Yeah, I think it's
Jeez,
just. I think people
picky.
experience drugs
I'm picky.
differently. I
I'm
think
a bit-
people
I'm a bit of a
experience
bitch.
drugs differently.
Princess.
Like
Yeah.
I've really never had a good time on mushrooms. They felt like disorienting in like a disabling kind of way, whereas LSD felt like it was opening. It was like pulling the veil back and showing me the cool shit behind it. Whereas mushrooms were like rubbing mud in my face that made me sick to my stomach.
See,
I
honestly,
think we have the
MDMA
same profile. How do you feel about ketamine? Because I also feel the same way about mushrooms, and I fucking hate ketamine, and it's like taken over the entire city.
So Woody did the
LA.
prescribed ketamine, where
Yeah.
and he's done some pretty heavy doses of it, along with like meditation and like getting the perfect setting with candles and dark rooms and stuff.
Yeah.
And it done like guided like meditation, I think maybe even through it or of some kind, to improve like various things in his life. I've never done it, but if I did it, frankly, I'd want to just like treat it the same way I treat marijuana or something like that, like do a bunch and like watch Fantasia.
What was
Yeah.
your ketamine experience, Dick? Why did you hate it?
Well, because you can't control anything, and your thoughts like either race too fast or go too slow, and you forget, like you lose track of time in a really annoying way. It's just like very frustrating, like exactly
Yeah.
like you're describing mushrooms. But people love it, so it's everywhere now.
I liked it a lot. It was good for me. I don't know. The way I did it was expensive, right? I forget what it cost, but it was, I don't know, $200
It was legal.
each time, but it was legal. It was prescribed, and I didn't know what I was doing or what an appropriate dose was. So someone, a pro, guiding me through that was cool. And they weren't shy either. Like, don't get hung up in these numbers because I forget what it is, but it might have started with like 400 milligrams. And I was like, I felt it, but I almost could like pretend that I was sober if I had to. I was leaning into it like maybe a teenager getting drunk for the time. They're acting wildly drunk, but parents come around and now they're not acting drunk anymore because it's choice. I was like, I don't want it to be a choice. She's like, yeah. So they took me like 400 to 1,000 or something. Like they didn't fuck around. And it worked. I was like trying to prioritize what was important. I was a little sad at the time, and it was a good experience for me. So some of it was just afterwards I journal and like sort of write down my wonderful thoughts. Like, you know what? This is what fills Jackie's bucket. This is what Colin needs. This is what Hope needs. This is what I need. And I don't know. It was a real win. I even look back at those journals every so often and just like, figure out what I prioritize. All my ideas, I've said this on the show before, were not met with my normal sort of self-scrutiny, like, oh, I should do this, but these are the reasons I shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Every idea was a banger in my mind at that time. And, without me like shooting down my own ideas, like, I don't know. In this world, there are 1,000 people who will tell you that you aren't qualified, aren't good enough, aren't this, and you can't be one of them. But maybe all of us are one of those people who are like, should I even apply to this job? This job's not for me. I should get smarter or more educated or something. No, just fucking apply. Let them tell you that you can't have the job, not you. If you're your fucking own goalie, you'll never score. And with ketamine, you are not your own goalie. All your ideas are bangers. Everything you come up with is smart. And write it down so you don't lose it and then go over it later. It was good for me. Maybe not for you.
Every dick pic is a winner.
I would like to try it to see how it feels. Dick, have you taken DMT?
Oh yeah,
molecule.
You have?
Really?
That's the Joe Rogan thing. Tell me.
I don't. So I was. It was a long. Oh wait, no. Maybe I'm thinking of DXM. A long time ago. I tried to do DMT recently, and I was pounding through it, trying to get those goddamn elves or something to happen.
Yeah.
And all I could get, I was hitting it out of a crack pipe, to get as much as possible. And all I could get to happen were these like weird sort of time skips where it felt like I was stuck in like a video game and it was going like rah, 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 like little nightmares too, like rah, rah, rah.
Yeah.
But then it would go right away, and I kept trying to do it I was smoking it like a chimney. I saw nothing. I didn't see any fucking elves. I was angry at Joe Rogan and angry at everybody who burned me. Somebody told me that you can't drink at all when you're doing it, and I was drinking
Heavily
all day doing
Is
it.
that
Yeah.
crack
So
pipe thing, the way that everybody does it.
You can also get vape pens that are loaded up with it, kind of like, just like one of these disposables, like I'm hitting here or whatever. But it's
from where?
The black market. You can, like I said, you can get mushroom candy bars that look like Wonka bars that are all wrapped up and the dosages on the back and everything.
Those are awesome.
But dude, I ate 3/4 of one of those, whatever that dosage is, and it sent me to the darkest place I've ever been. I was sitting alone on my couch in the living room at 3 a.m. And I almost went and woke my girlfriend up and to like snuggle.
Your mushrooms turned you gay.
I needed love.
You were just so sad.
Yeah, dude, I was an island in the middle of the sea. I felt like you ever
Which
see,
drug was this kind?
You ever see mushrooms? You ever see Waterworld where there's that poor old man down in the bottom of the oil tank and he's the one who keeps the measurement? I felt like him. It was like my world was. I felt like I was dying on the inside, not physically but mentally. And I'll never do mushrooms again. That was like 2 years ago, maybe. I'll never do them again.
I ate some, and I happened to have tickets to Tootsie I got us tickets to go see Tootsie the musical.
Oh, that's
and it was very gay and bad. And I did a bunch of
like to watch trans-based musicals.
Well, so I stupidly thought, I was like, oh man, Tootsie, that movie was hilarious.
He unplugged himself.
He's a little too animated.
There. I said, oh, this movie is hilarious, right? Dustin Hoffman's in drag. It's really funny. So I got us tickets for that and did a bunch of mushrooms. And I was like, oh shit, I forgot about the play. Whatever. That will make it better, right? So we get there and I'm watching it and the guy's doing the main guy's like this like fat guy who's doing the girl voice, but it's not like his Dustin Hoffman's was like kind of believable as he had like a charm to him when he was playing drag, but this guy had more of like a serial killer, like Norman Bates' mom thing. He was like, talking like this, and I'm like, all right, I'm freaking out. And then his love interest comes in, and it's the fattest black woman I've ever seen. It's definitely the fattest black woman I've ever seen on stage, but maybe the fattest black woman I've ever seen. She comes out, and she's the love interest of Tootsie, right? So you know, like who was it in the movie? It was like Meryl Streep or somebody from the movie.
Yeah, someone deserving of love, not a fat person.
And this is like the hippo from Madagascar coming, and he's like, oh, well, hey, what's up? And I'm like, the whole time I'm tripping out. I'm like, who the fuck is this? They're in a, this is a romantic comedy between these two, like this weird fuck and this big fat black woman that like, and then I was like, honestly, this guy needs to be like way skinnier to be into her. So then, as if this isn't bad enough, in the middle, they start bringing attention to that. It's also like trans, like this is now a transphobic plot, and I'm sitting there going like, oh no, this is like my worst nightmare. Now they're bringing trans shit into a movie that's pretty much making fun of trans shit. Mm-hmm. So I'm like pawing at my girlfriend, like, how much long? Can you check the songs, please, and see how much longer this is? Because I can't sit through any. I gotta go. Like I'm freaking out. I'm dumping sweat. I'm like, my eyes are looking around. I'm looking at all these like gay guys, like these like older gay guys sitting there, like staring like pod people, like up, like in. I don't know, marveling at this relationship they've created with this weird fat white guy and this behemoth, this tractor of a woman that they're like pretending to be in love. Like they're giving these speeches to each other about their undying devotion. And I'm sitting there like trying not to laugh in church. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, what are you talking about? You love this fucking lady. Like, what?
It's about a guy who's professionally unsuccessful and decides to cosplay as a girl because they have it on easy mode. Does that sound right?
Yeah. It's like the Dylan Mulvaney story.
He's a cross-dresser for profit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Musicals are so
as
gay.
we know, you can start out that way,
like him,
then all of a sudden you're sissy hypnode and you're a girl.
Yeah.
It happened before.
So it was a bad time.
Man, so when you were doing DMT and you were wasted, like if you hadn't have been drunk, would it have worked? Like, is that?
I don't know. I don't want to think about it because I got kicked out of one smoke shop because I didn't know you can't ask for a a meth pipe. And the other one, they gave me they gave me all these dirty looks.
I learned that in college. I went to my college campus head shop where they sell bongs and all that shit.
Yep.
And this was like 2009. And so like every single pillar in the building had a piece of paper taped to it that said, if you ask for a bong, we have to kick you out. You must ask for a water pipe.
Yeah, I know, but I thought that was just a myth, No, they would kick you out. I knew that, but I was like, I think I can just do it at this point.
You right there.
What was the meth pipe for? DMT?
Yeah, for DMT.
It's called an oil pipe, right?
It's that glass one with like the ball on the end.
I think it's called an oil pipe. It's the same one people.
Zach, pull up a meth pipe.
I think I asked for a freebase pipe, and he's like, "Bro, get out of here! You can't ask for that." I'm like, "Bro, salt. Any kind of salt could be freebase. You fucking dick." But
damn,
any kind of salt? You said?
Yeah, any kind of alkaline.
Maybe if you told him DMT, he probably would have been less irked. I remember I was trying to get syringes, and I know I was trying to get.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. That's so sketch to see.
That is the sketchiest thing on earth. Like, do you ever go into when you go into a drugstore and you see like all the little innocent weed pipes with like their
Rick and Morty,
and then like on the other side of that glass container, that display case are just the scary drugs. And like I'm in there buying drugs.
When you say drugstore, you're not talking about CVS.
Dispensary. Like a dispensary or a head shop.
I'm like, I don't remember any of these things.
No, well,
drugstore.
Unlike you, actually, no, Dick has it too. Unlike you two, we live in the land of the free. We can just go buy. Actually, is North Carolina? You can't buy weed there, right?
You can't. No.
What we have here is essentially legal weed. Honestly, like Georgia just made THCA illegal, but all the other kinds are fine. THCP is fucking stronger.
THCA is strong as shit. So
THCP is stronger. The place that I buy it from will only sell it in half-gram vapes, though, like a half-gram at a time, and it's expensive. But it's so goddamn strong. So it's essentially legal weed. I mean, it really is. I go to a weed store and buy weed.
You guys will get there. I'm still blown away every time. Like, it's been 2 years almost. And I'll still go to a dispensary here in Missouri and be like, how on earth did we slip this past the goalie in Missouri?
Mm-hmm.
Like that, nothing. Abortion passed here in this most recent amendment, like 50.0002 to 49.9998. Like it was, it was like, like 800 people. Like
when you say abortion passed, so you're a pro-life state?
No,
it's
we were like no abortion pretty much at all outside of like emergencies, obviously, like if the person's in a health problem, you'd take care of it. But now it's like up to I think 12 weeks maybe. Like you can get an abortion in Missouri. And I think we also just passed the gambling thing. You can gamble here now on the apps, which I don't know, like with in regard to stuff like this, I try to be like lean more libertarian, but then I see like the way Stake and a lot of these companies. Stake is the company that like has those bright games that Dirty plays and gets sucked into, and like it's undeniable that they engage in overt marketing towards kids. Like they do. They like
credit
put their
card
little
owning
they put
individuals.
What?
Credit card owning individuals. That's all we care about. Okay. Look, kids play games too, Taylor. I don't know if you're aware, but kids love games. What's the problem?
Yeah,
they do.
Taylor.
But it can really. You shouldn't play those.
That's how they got. Really they got me into women as a kid.
I feel for you, Taylor. Like you're like, I lean libertarian, but this might be one of my exceptions, and I'm trying to wrestle with that. Like,
I'm like because I see people like who get way too into online gambling, and it's like there's something about it being on your phone the same way it is like when you spend a lot of money on a credit card that it doesn't seem real the way it would seem real if you went to a casino and you took cash and you said, give me chips for this amount of cash. There's like a realistic understanding of transfer of value there from cash to chips.
You can do it in
whereas like if you're on an app and it's like buy 100 more gems to find the secret to the forest, and they're like, okay. It's like this is just gambling.
You can do it in secret too. Like you could hide it from your wife. Like you couldn't sneak away to the casino. but you can
Yeah, that's
like
a good
go
point.
to
I
the
hadn't considered that.
you can go to the bathroom and like throw away your nest egg.
Dude, can you imagine taking like a rough shit and you leave like $3,000 down from
That's the
taking a
roughest shit ever.
Oh, that'd be horrible. It's like I'm just gonna end it all
for those
Put my head in the
gamblers.
bowl
Yeah,
and flush.
I mean, our boy in the Discord, like that sounds about right? Like, I mean, he's.
Are you guys gambling on crypto too, or just sports?
No, I don't gamble on anything. It just doesn't appeal to me.
I don't gamble for real. Well, with the exception of politics, at which I lose money, I only gamble $5.
Good.
Actually, what am I talking about? I just won a $10 gamble on the size of rims.
Yes. That's the kind of betting we do.
I
Usually
sent you a
$5.
link there where Neil deGrasse Tyson is like deGrasse Tyson is saying that they'll fit through there. I
Really?
I believed him. Yeah,
I think
He
that's
fucking
my
gets
dollar,
everything
too.
wrong. He doesn't know shit.
Dude, him being on your
he
side
owes
harms
you
you.
$10. Can you believe it?
He's that fucking
Yeah.
he's that retard who every year for like the past decade on like December 23rd, he's like, actually, there's nothing significant about Christmas. It's a holdover from the winter solstice. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Put a tree up, buy presents for your family, go to church, just play the game.
He's like the opposite of Santa.
I don't like him. I don't
I
like
like him a lot.
I don't like
Really nice guy.
he deleted Pluto. He was a part
Yeah.
of
Did he
that.
block you on Twitter again?
No,
No.
probably not. Let's see.
Oh, Dean Cain blocked me on Twitter. Superman. Can you believe that?
Oh, he was the worst Superman.
The Chinese Superman.
Why'd he
Fucking
block you?
asshole. Because he plugged Eric July's comic, and I said, "Why are you involved in this trash? Did you run out of money or something like that?"
Dude, Dick is like Dick is so I love following you on Twitter because you are so antagonistic and just like
about defending myself. Yeah.
about,
Yeah,
yes,
it's a
100. It's
Yeah.
all counterpunching.
Get it right.
Sometimes you do what I would call a preemptive counterpunch.
It was a good question, though. Are you out of money? I wanted to know.
Another time, it'll just be someone like say some dumb take, and you'll just be like, "Kill yourself." Or just,
You got to watch it with those, though.
you do. You gotta
Not anymore.
Yeah.
add an in Minecraft.
Oh, have we spoken to Dick since it turned out Boogie never had cancer?
Oh, that was the worst. That's the worst news ever, man.
Right?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were ecstatic that he was dying and he was going to be in a big old casket.
I know, that was so funny. It's like, oh, you got a slow cancer too, so there's like no reason for you to change your life. You don't get that like cancer euphoria. You're just gonna die. Like maybe you died of pancakes, maybe you died of cancer. Who knows, right? But then it turned out he was faking it.
Obesity is
Yeah.
a carcinogen, right? So just wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone was excited except me. Like, can you run the test again? Come on, guys. I feel like Destiny kind of like talked and with the power of his mind removed the cancer from Boogie. Like I think that he did have cancer when I was having a good time, and then Destiny came in and made it not so.
Destiny cured him with facts and logic. Shapiro.
Yeah, I think so. Kinda. Because if Destiny hadn't get involved, no one would know about the cancer. Boogie would die at like 58 or whatever. Whenever morbidly obese people die, and we just said like, he died of cancer.
Dude, that debate
morbidly obese
archetype blows me away. Destiny is so good at it. I watch him go on like Pierce Morgan and stuff, and he just wrecks everybody.
What do you think that more people should have heard that about January 6th? Do you think that would have helped the election? How do you feel about all that shit in hindsight? Nobody gave a shit. Latinos did not give a fuck about January 6th. I was right.
I didn't hear your words. Latinos didn't give a fuck about what?
Latinos didn't give a fuck about January 6th.
They were mutilated.
Well, that was not Destiny.
Turns
that
out
was,
they were mutilated.
That was old Hutch. Old
yeah,
Hutch.
it was Hutch who said that.
Yeah.
Don't know what he's up to now.
Cop lost an eye. Cop broke a rib. I think mutilated was on target, but it didn't affect the election. It seems.
Nope. And also mutilated is
Losing
the
an eye
most.
doesn't
The most history on.
I'm genuinely not one to rub victories in. So
Dick is.
this last week or so has been so
he's all about it.
this last weekend has been hard for me. I've really been watching a lot of the news, watching a lot of the conservative pundits, doing the victory laps and stuff. I'm looking forward to Inauguration Day. Like, not just Inauguration Day, whatever the certification day is. Is it January 6th every time? Like I hope so.
I think it bounces around kind of like Thanksgiving, like where it depends on the day, right?
Like Easter.
Yeah.
Whatever day it falls on, that day is going to be really tense on the news.
January 6th was the riot. I think the 21st was the inauguration.
The
And now
certification of the election, whatever day that falls on.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. All right.
Yeah.
He takes power on the 20th. That's what I was going to say, but
Yeah.
I looked up the wrong thing.
Yeah, but the certification of the election, that day in particular, I'm looking forward to that day because it's going to be tense as fuck. Like CNN's going to be like, much smoother than last time. Here's some clips from, and they're going to juxtapose like how well it's going this time versus last time, like in a split image. Like, mark my words, you're going to.
They should do it again. Bet you didn't see this coming, fuckers.
That would be the absolute funniest possible outcome.
Yeah.
More sunglass wearing boomers storm the Capitol and stage a riot. They won and they're still like
no. Trump.
That lectern guy is giving tours.
He's like, go to the Capitol and protest peacefully. Like the exact verb. Like,
put it in quotes.
Dude, that lectern guy. When I was at that event Brandon Herrera invited me to last year, like that San Antonio gun show.
Fuck you.
That little lectern guy was there, and like he is tiny. Like when you like that
little lectern guy, help me out.
You know the guy who was walking out, like, like he's like smiling with the lectern
or something.
Yeah.
That.
Like I saw him and I could tell it was him by his long hair because he had really long hair and I could tell his face. And like that dude's like 5'4".
Mm-hmm.
Like, and so really that lectern isn't nearly as big as he's a tiny little. I didn't talk to him. I just saw him there. He's a tiny little guy. Like, and like use your male ability to reorient objects and put that lectern right in front of him, and you can tell how small he is. But I didn't notice it until I saw him in person.
Can I just?
How big did you think the lectern was?
No. I didn't pay any attention to it. I was just like, that's probably a normal sized guy and a lectern. And then I saw him in person, and then I looked on my phone at the picture again and was like, oh my god.
Oh yeah.
That's a little fella with a hanging out between the velvet ropes, stealing a lectern, and look at how stoked he is on it.
He's loving it.
That's what I'm laughing at. I've been staring at his face, cackling this whole time because he looks like he just went down Splash Mountain at Disney World.
Oh, dude, that's how 13-year-olds leave Dave & Buster's when they finally win the Xbox.
Like, dude, Photoshop this and take the lectern out, put a fishing rod in, and put the biggest bass ever. Like that. like he's so happy. This is the best day of his life.
And dude, he must have got in early because there's like no one else there. Pop in, grab the lectern, bounce.
Yeah, that was a hot loot.
That is hot loot, dude.
Yeah.
I would keep that in my. What would you guys do if you stole the Speaker of the House lectern?
Turn myself in right away.
No, you can't be gay in the answer. Like, you got to keep it.
I was trying to minimize my prison time. I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, none of us are going to steal the lectern. He already has it.
I would build a replica really quickly. You know,
you go to Home Depot,
yeah,
build a
I would go to East LA.
Replica.
I go to a bed manufacturing. You know, let's drive around until I see like a bed, make custom beds and door work.
Dude,
all right, guys, you got to copy this real quick.
You got to copy it.
Make a copy of this.
Okay.
I just imagine like what if we'd been there? You know, like I was in trouble at the time, so obviously I couldn't go. But like, if I hadn't been in trouble, like that might have been something we would have attended, or I would have attended. It's like, God, would I have been swept up in that crowd of patriots? I mean, hooligans, and like those people, and like sucked in. Like would I have just been like, well, I'm going to stay toward the back. I just want to see what's happening. Would I've had that thought process and ended up like doing 10 years in federal prison?
I never would have gone
75 days. I looked it up. I was curious.
That's it.
Oh, I did.
Jay Johnston got a year. Did you see that? The Bob's Burger guy?
6 months,
Wait.
I thought.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, the prosecutors
Yeah.
asked for 90 days. He got 75. And I looked to see how long he really served, but I didn't find that. So I assume it was 75.
Yeah. But yeah, that's going to be awkward when the news coverage for that day in particular. And guess who has to certify the election? It's Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Kamala
Like,
Harris.
Biden has already been gracious in the transition in a way that Trump wasn't.
For sure he has.
Pussy.
And you know what? And look, I don't like this. I know you don't like it when people. I know you don't like when people like interpret Trump's gibberish as Einstein and stuff like that. But what I saw of Trump in the Oval Office, sort of shaking hands with Biden in that little fireside blurb they did, he said something like Trump did. He said something like, "Politics is tough business and it's a tough world, but today, you know, things are gonna be smooth and it's some." What it meant, it felt like, what I interpreted was like, man, I've been shitty to you, but I almost kind of feel bad about it. It's nice to be here, and you've been nice so far, so it's good to be here, and let's try to be buddies. I hope that it goes well. I hope there is a peaceful transition, not just peaceful, but
for us,
but happy
for them. It's going to be a winter of death.
Their meeting was
Oh, do you remember how scary that was? Remember to get vaccinated or everyone's going to die.
The meeting was twice as long as the last one with Obama that Trump had. Although I think those two truly despise one another, whereas maybe he and Biden at this point just have a sore rivalry, maybe at best case.
Biden and Obama, you mean?
And Trump, but I think
I think Biden. I agree. I think Trump and Obama genuinely have a rivalry that neither of them think very much of each other. And Biden, on the other hand, apparently everybody likes Biden. Like even the Republicans. Lindsey Graham loves Biden. Everyone thinks Biden is a good guy. Not everyone thinks he was a great president. We'll concede that. But as far as like honor and character, I don't see many people ripping.
Dude, I could see Biden.
What about that diary from his daughter or whatever?
We're not sure if that's real.
Dude, he was showering with her to teach her how to be clean.
That's a clean girl. You've seen
Idiot.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes until they're like 14 to do that.
What is this story? Did he shower with her?
She wrote a diary where she said that her father showered with her until she was like in her early teens. Is that right? Like,
yeah,
13?
she hated it.
And she hated it, and she thought it was abusive or something.
Yeah.
Rationalize
Bitches, though, they lie about everything.
She was a dirty girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty ghastly if it's true. But I could totally see Biden having an enormous amount of resentment towards Obama, because think of how many times Obama like fucked him. Like it would have been so easy in 16. Like I guarantee Biden in 2016 or 2015 was like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like you're not going to run me, your VP. You're going to run Hillary Clinton, this unlikable cunt.
Memory hole in this whole thing. He didn't want in because his son was dead. He
absolutely would have wanted to be president. Are you kidding? He wanted to be. He stated he wanted to be president, and that he was gonna, for the best of the party. Except back then, he wasn't talking like that, and so like he got screwed over by Biden or Obama. Then
where did you hear that he wanted to run but lied and said it was actually because his son died?
I never heard the son dying thing.
What?
Oh, you didn't?
No, that he like dropped out because of the son dying thing. Like it was
run.
He was positioning himself to be president at the end of Obama's term. Like he clearly has ambitions of being president. He wanted to run again this past time.
But then his son died.
Why
I don't buy that.
Impact it? That doesn't make any sense.
He was heartbroken.
Come on.
You think that did that to a politician? That's horrible.
He's not a literal lizard man. I mean, I assume he loves his children.
That is generous.
And that was the good son.
That was the good one,
think
Taylor. You don't even know.
He was left with Hunter.
You think he didn't run because he was
Didn't he lose
sad?
one in that car accident that his wife died in? At least one.
Yeah, and he kept running for office after that.
Well, he's got no quit in him. He's got. Dude, I saw him bite that child's foot at the Thanksgiving celebration or whatever. Look, he is. I think that shit's cute.
That's wild.
I thought that shit's cute. The kid was dressed up as a turkey, and he like bit the kid's foot. Like I liked it.
Dude, it's not like that was predatory, but that's senile old man behavior.
Nah, it's quirky old grandpa shit. I'm okay with it now. He's not a political threat anymore, Taylor. We'll be honest. I think he's fine. He's done now. He's not.
You've been faking this whole time, thinking he was.
I just faked it. Yeah, I was faking
oh no.
I always been
on
the street.
All I know
Can you
is
believe he's still the president? Like that's so funny. Like
why wouldn't he be, Taylor? I mean, What have we seen
Because he's
that
not
would lead us to
mentally-
believe he couldn't lead the United States of America?
So true. Yeah, he's definitely like been making decisions for years, 100%.
I will find out. There'll be some book in 10 years. We'll find out. Like with Reagan, we're finding out now that Reagan's whole second term was he had
Alzheimer's,
dementia.
Yeah,
Alzheimer's.
He was fucking
Nancy
old man
Reagan
retard.
beat USSR.
That's wild if true. Like, yeah.
I thought it was like the last 2 years of Reagan's.
I think it was his whole second term. That guy was.
I thought it started as soon as his term ended. I saw the.
I've suddenly been stricken
with rapid onset Alzheimer's. It's like I'm 3 years into it.
Oh, you know who's most disappointed with the loss is Jimmy Carter. Like, I don't think
Jimmy Carter is only alive technically.
I hope they pump him full of enough drugs when they kill the Department of Education so that they can tell him, like, hey, Trump just ended the Department of Education that you started.
Dude, Dick, I don't know if you know this.
Goodbye.
He's been entirely nonverbal and incapable of even like blinking level communication for over a year. Like he can't. He can't talk. He can vote if like someone holds his hand out and then marks the Democrat side on everything. But
Can
like,
he read?
No. Did you see him? Dude, do you see him laying there just staring into the abyss of eternity?
No, show us the bad picture.
This is the best he's looked in. Well, he used to look better than this. Yeah, show us the one where he's in the lawn and there's people like taking pictures with him as he's like screaming at the sky in fear.
Wow.
There was an eclipse, I think, or something like that, or maybe it was his birthday and they did a flyover. That's what it was. And
the one on
the left.
On the left.
That's
so. Oh, that's so funny.
For his 100th birthday, they did like a Air Force flyover, and it was honestly, I have strong feelings about parading someone who's not all there out for the cameras. It's like, dude, I get that it's the president's birthday. I get that they're bringing the Blue Angels or whatever. Is he gonna get anything out of this? Or is this just for the cameras and for the grandkids? Just be like great grandpa's over there watching his planes fly over. I don't think he had any idea those planes were flying over. You could have turned Top Gun on and fucking turned it up loud and been like, "Can you hear them, Gramps? That's the Blue Angels. Is Tom Cruise here too? Yeah, Tom loves you." Like, you can tell him whatever you want. He's completely out of it.
Yeah, there's no way he even remembers where he's at, who he is, who's he's around.
Before that happens, right? Like,
yeah, dude. If I get that old, if I were Jimmy Carter, I would, and I had the cognizance of it at that age, like in a flash, I'd be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing? You realize I was a president, right? Like, you could have let my legacy be like old man, like pretending to nail something into a house.
Yeah,
and instead, I look like a Draugr from Skyrim." Some emaciated bone person being wheeled out so people can go, voting is important, even if the person doing the voting has no vested stake in the future.
Nah, you got to trot me out forever. Keep me alive as put an AI attached to a speaker of everything all my podcasts that will speak for me and have people slap other people with my lifeless limbs. As long as there's a pulse still in there, I want to be out and active.
You want to be like the Futurama heads?
Yes, exactly.
Floating around. That sounds horrible.
I was watching.
That's basically where he's in.
I was watching a thing about that the other day. The idea of uploading your consciousness or whatever consciousness is to a computer and having it live forever. I was going to ask Taylor, but I'll ask y'all. Like, what do you think that we're more than the sum of our parts? And by that, what do you think that whatever our consciousness is, like the little us that lives in our fucking brain or whatever, is it just like physical in there? Like could that be downloaded and transferred, or is there like some weightless, immeasurable, like, I don't want to say soul, but some like thing that is us in there that's more than just meat and electricity?
Oh yeah. Well, there's a lot of stuff in there. In your head.
Yeah, but you know. The thing that's us, is it anything more than meat and electricity and bone?
Well, you got electrical charges and particles in there that are going every which way. Every little one's going to have an effect on the other. I don't think there's anything magical or metaphysical about it, but Like copying it, downloading it, I don't think that is ever going to be possible just because of the amount of matter and energy in your brain.
And it's hard to capture like one particular state and time, right?
Yeah.
You know, like, while you're trying to download it, it would be changing. I'm with
like
Dick.
your computer,
I
you
think
close it and open it, that works, but there's not really much going on in there.
I think we're just a collection of chemical reactions, whatever squishiness is inside us, and there isn't anything spiritual or, you know, unmeasurable in there. But that leads me to the further question. If I'm right, does that mean we have no free will? If we are just a collection of chemical reactions and electrical fairies or whatever, then, you know, you're not truly choosing your own outcome. These are just reactions that occur like any other one, like fire.
Also,
that's why I drink so much.
Also, if that's
not
true,
your fault.
Also, if that's true, then there's nothing too special about us other than that we're a little bit smarter than the rest of the animals here. And presumably they're just as conscious as us. They're just kind of morons about it. So then, like, I was talking to Harley about this on his food podcast yesterday. I was like, those beluga whales, man, like, they're like little people under the sea. Like they play games with people. And like, when they look at you through the tank, it's like, hey, little guy, do you have hips? What the fuck? And he's like, yeah. I used to live on land like you. It's like, fuck, that thing is so smart. I said this yesterday. Like, orcas have never killed a person, I don't think, in all of history.
They've never been caught.
They'll sink your boat and then like, fuck you, human, and sail away, like swim away. Like, it's almost like they know that if they were to hurt us, we'd come back and fuck them up with a boat.
What about that SeaWorld one?
That's true.
All right. But not in the wild. They tortured that thing and drove it mentally ill by keeping it in that fucking tank.
But how would they know if an orca capsizes some boat and all the people drown? Like, they probably ate those people.
It's never happened before.
But how would the report get back if they ate all the people?
You hear about sharks eating people all the time.
True, but
that would also presume that like there's no survivors. Every time orcas eat people, they eat every single one of them. And so I Googled it because
efficient hunters.
It didn't sound right to me. And I'm trying to say it respectfully, but Kyle's right. There are no documented cases of orcas intentionally killing humans in the wild. And it lists a few rare incidents where in captivity they've done it, but not in the wild.
Wow.
They're smart enough to know they shouldn't. I think they see us as peers and they wouldn't want to hurt us. Or they genuinely know that if they would mark them as, you know how it is when like one of these Middle East groups steps out of line a little bit too much and all of a sudden they're on that watch list.
You got to give them a slap. Yeah.
The dolphins are part of Israel. So we're going to support their war against the orca in every way we can.
Which side do you think they're taking in all this? The orcas and the dolphins? You think they're free Palestine, or do you think they're Zionists?
They take both sides. They're nationalistic about that. A very famous Russian beluga whale just died recently, I think. They had their Navy. They had some sort of like Navy Special Forces beluga whale they trained, but I think it was too sweet and just wanted to go play with people, and it became like a friend of like some local area, and they found it dead. I don't know why it died. I think Vladimir Putin may have pushed it out of a window.
He does that.
I don't think he would do that to a mascot on his side.
He does it all the time. All the time.
Damn, even to good whales.
There are no good whales.
What a fucking monster.
Yeah. No, I think the whale should get personhood. I think if you kill a whale, you should get in trouble.
Yeah, the Japanese don't care for that. They would push back on that.
We put them in line once before. We can do it again.
Oh,
we should have taught them a little respect for marine life while we were teaching them baseball and fucking. They were into the baseball before World War II, but the rest of that shit we learned them up good.
Yeah.
Oshani, he nailed it this year. MVP.
Isn't he on the Dodgers?
Yeah, he's our best guy.
Yeah, he's that.
Wait a minute.
Like
So the best player in baseball right now is Japanese?
I think so.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Really
That's
baseball.
That's a conversation.
The best player in basketball has been non-American for, I'm going to say 5 years in a row now.
These like European guys named like who look like fucking ogres are somehow doing great in the NBA.
It
Except
sounds
that
like
one
you're
guy.
talking about Nikolai Jokic.
Jokic. The other guy who plays for Dallas, I want to say, he looks like a normal guy, just like
even
a big
chubby.
normal guy.
He looks like he belongs at the YMCA, and he's one of the best players.
Yeah, and apparently
there's Joel Embiid, another non-American that won recently. He's from Cameroon, and another guy from Greece.
That's how UFC is too. It's hard to find a good American fighter champion to get behind. That's why I'm a big Sean Strickland fan. He's all American.
He fights
Red, white, and blue, baby. You know who else can't believe it? The rest of the division. All right, he's supposed to be getting that title fight next, but we'll see.
You just like him because you see his fighting style is boring, right, Woody?
Yeah, so he does something called the Philly shell where he stands sideways and protects his chin, and then he does a teep kick. Imagine you were trying to kick a door down, like at the doorknob. He does that to keep people away from him, and it's just very defensive. He walks backwards, he kicks people to stay away. He has a really effective jab, and he shells up a lot, and it's just, I mean, he never knocks anyone out. I bet in his last 10 fights, he's maybe finished one time.
So it's just not exciting. He's kind of a counterpuncher like you are on Twitter, Dick.
Yeah, sounds like a cool guy.
Sometimes your counterpunches are so aggressive that it's.
You know what?
They're so quick that they almost come out before the initial punch.
There will be times
I got to get my counterpunch in before I get blocked. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Sometimes Dick will fire a tweet out and I'll see it and I'll be like, Jesus.
My sister on election night. So first of all, election week, I was bookmarking everybody so I could go back and rub it in their face after Trump, in case Trump won. My sister said, she's like, I was reading Cernovich about, the election results. And he was having great coverage. And then I went over to your Twitter, and you were talking about how you were going to put someone in a camp where they should kill themselves or something. I said, that's enough of his Twitter. I'm going to go back to Cernovich. But I'm glad you had a fun night. Like, I did have a fun night. Thank you.
Dude, it felt like 2016 to me. It was like, you go in there. I started getting confident that I was going to win about a week before the whole election. It was so tied, ridiculously close, etc.
Yeah.
And then the polls were swinging in her direction, and I had this idea that they're like 10 to 14 days delayed. So I'm like, oh, if they're swinging her direction now, then the truth is that she's actually farther ahead than it seems, and this is going to go so great. And I thought I made a special effort to listen to like both sides of the media ecosystem, but in hindsight, I must have fucked that up because in my mind she was winning and she wasn't. And anyway, it felt like 2016 where like, oh shit, North Carolina doesn't look as good as we thought. Remember Pennsylvania, how she was going to be way ahead because they counted the mail-in advance and she wasn't. And now I'm like, well, it's still possible if, which is exactly what
when Iowa didn't show up. That's when I was like, okay, so disregard everything that had me feeling down because they had me feeling low, Woody.
Yeah, go
that
Woody.
Ann Seltzer thing.
Yes.
I never heard of her, but they made that out to be the poll to end all polls. Why are we even holding the election? Did that invade your own media ecosystem?
Yeah. There's a bunch
but
of
we were like, that's retarded.
Yeah,
no way.
I'm on the same page as Dick, where I was like, I've said before, I went into this election so much more cool than 2016. Like, I was more sure he would win than he would lose. But like now I see on Twitter, because there's a ton of liberals and leftists on Twitter. Like, there's a lot of, you can find whatever ideology you want there. And there's a lot of people now who are on the left that are like, this fucking bitch and Seltzer with your lies,
lied to us.
Hope you lied to it, and the people
False
are
Messiah.
mad about her. Yeah, and that's understandable because like, why else? Okay, so she's accurate on these polls, and then she misses by I think it was 17 or 18 points, which is worse than I could do. Just kind of going like this towards any state.
So I normally don't like trolling. I think it's mean. It doesn't fit my soft-hearted aspirational character, but Taylor did the best trolling in 2016 that I ever saw in my life. This is what happened. Chiz was very invested in the election. He's not so into politics right now, but in 2016 he was. Chiz absolutely was with her, right? That I can't emphasize that enough. And Taylor was like casually for Trump, if I understand the vibe right. And Chiz was trying to explain how she's already lost. And Taylor's like, I don't get it. And he made Chiz explain again and again and again all night long. If you ever chat with Chiz on WhatsApp, he writes like 5 paragraphs.
They had declared the race. They had given it to Donald. And Taylor's like, No,
I don't get it.
They're gonna recount it. I think she's got this.
Dude, I was like sitting on my couch off like 110 milligrams of edibles, like laughing, sending him messages where he's like, Taylor, once again, here are the graphs. And I'm like, I don't think you get it, man. It's not over. And then you go into another screen. That was so funny. Shout out Chiz. That really gave me a lot of laughs that night.
Oh, he had him hook, line, and sinker so bad. And even I'm like, what is happening here? How does Chiz not see this? And I don't know. Best troll ever.
That was funny. And no one got hurt.
True.
Just good times with the boys. Shit posting in the group chat. Yeah. He wasn't happy about that. He was annoyed.
A little bit.
Like when he found out you were trolling, or in real time?
In real time, and when he found out, I was like, I knew obviously that, because I was sitting there with my girlfriend at the time, being like, holy fucking shit, he won, and me and my girlfriend were both like happy about it because we both voted Trump.
Same.
And then I'd be like, hold on, Chiz, I don't think you've taken into account like the late voting in Pennsylvania. Like, did you? And then just sending something like that off, and he's like, Taylor, once again.
We're still counting, Chiz.
It was super.
I totally forgot I did that. It was like 2
I'll
hours,
never
3
forget.
hours of it.
Yes. Oh my God. And again, I can't emphasize enough how Taylor will be like, what about late voting? Chiz will hit him back with like 6 paragraphs. And he'll be like,
Oh, that was so funny. Because he's like investing all this time in responding. I'm literally not even reading it and then just standing off.
Oh, you got him. So good.
Sometimes trolling's a lot of fun. It's a good time. That's the Camp Dick and habits. Dick's all about trolling, about getting someone's goat.
This was a better victory because this one has all of the naysaying before it to add up to the naysaying this time. And it also has that interim loss, because when he lost, there was this fucking, he'll never step foot in the White House again. You know, the first time he'll never step foot in the White House.
Yeah.
Now they got to say it again. And he'll never again. Well, he step into that building, that hallowed ground, that house of Lincoln and Washington and Jefferson. And they got a fucking liberal tear fucking rolling down their fucking cheek. And then he's just like,
hello.
Yeah, well. And it to me, look, the last week or two, I was, what happened to Woody happened to me. I was like, shit, this looks bad for Trump people. Like the last two or 3 weeks, I was not a believer. But 2 years ago, it was like, who's going to stand in his way? Because Biden just seemed weak. He seemed so old even then. And then there's just nobody to step in. And then I'd never seen anybody on the right who can do what Trump can do and rally his group to their side. He's the guy.
Yeah.
The magic doesn't work on me. I don't see it, but I can't deny it. I mean, clearly the guy's got some level of magic. He won. And so there's this GSP is a UFC fighter, and he was fighting a guy named Josh Koscheck. And I think GSP had beaten him once before, and Josh worked his way back up the food chain and was going for his rematch. And GSP genuinely didn't like him. Josh Koscheck's a dick. And I wish I could do his British or his French Canadian accent, but he's like, look, when I fight to be the best. I want to be the best who's ever done it. And I know you do too. But when you lose to me the second time, it's over. You will never recover from this ever. You are 34 years old. You're not getting another shot at this. You will never go down in history as a great fighter. You will never go down as a remarkable fighter. This is it. I will end your legacy. I'm taking it and I'm adding it to mine. Your tombstone will be mine. I'm paraphrasing, but this is, and then he did it. And somehow pre-election, I'm like, this is what's happening to Trump. Trump, like he is going to lose there the second time. And he will never come back again. There is no 82-year-old version of Trump that gives this another go. This is the end of the line. And the Republicans will scratch their head and say, well, I guess the whole MAGA agenda is not a winning thing.
He was going to jail, Woody.
He's going to jail. It had
lost 3 election cycles in a row. And I was like, the fourth one's not going to be better. And I was wrong. So.
And now you're going to jail.
I think of the stories.
I've become aware of a certain podcast where he's been talking shit about me. We're sending him to prison. We've got a plan. We've got a plan. We're sending the illegals back.
You're
We're gonna get
a
AOC.
mattress on the floor again.
I've been trying to give my haters their flowers. Like, dude, love it up. You did it. You won. I lost. Like it
Dude, literally that night when we won, I felt like I had a telekinetic conversation with Kyle where I was like, let's try and be graceful in this. If we want to send a couple funny memes, nothing aggressive, nothing like fuck the libs or anything, because Woody is also my friend and I know he's not going to like this and I don't want to, exacerbate how upset he is over it. And so we tried to keep it to a minimum.
Thank you for that. Yeah, because I lost and I cared. And
yeah,
that's kind of still where I am.
Woody will get involved with the sport you love, and then when you lose, he'll send like a gif of your mascot being raped by the enemy mascot.
Okay, in sports, I do that. I do it to
It'll be like the Georgia Bulldog being actually raped by a crimson wave somehow.
This particular example,
He's drowning in red water or something.
I'm guilty of that sort of thing.
Put the puppy down, and then a gunshot in the gif. And I'm
I don't disavow that. I think you should keep doing it.
My hometown, literally the place I was born, where birth was given to me, Athens, Georgia, and they just lost the national title, and I'm getting like, get put down, puppy. He doesn't even have a team.
Meanwhile, NC State's ranked 102nd. He doesn't care about them.
But when this happened, there was absolutely that going on. I sent one meme, and I swear to God, I downloaded that meme 2 weeks ago, Taylor. It was like a music video of like Top Gun music, like Highway to the Danger Zone, with like a montage of a digitally thinned Donald Trump, like doing cool things and rockets going off, and he's riding in his monster trash truck and like fighting liberals, and it was just victory.
I think I only sent 2 Pepes. You sent at one point, you were like, dude, he won Hispanics, and I sent like the sombrero Pepe. And then afterward, you're like, he also won the Arabs, and I sent some like
he did
like
win
guy
Hispanics,
he won Hispanic
men.
And then he said he won Arabs in Deerfield or whatever the fuck, Dearborn, Michigan, and I sent one back like a Pepe with a turban and like a bomb vest on.
It's
this boy's
fair.
having fun online.
I never fussed for 1 millisecond because 4 years ago I sent a meme and it was in Star Wars, and there's this scene at the end of Star Wars where Poe, who's like an X-wing pilot, is like, sorry guys, I tried, but there's just too many of them. And then in Star Wars, like the cavalry comes, they're like, but there's more of us. And it's like destroyer shows up and it says Pennsylvania on it, and another giant ship comes on and it says Georgia on it. And then they're like, all these people, I found it inspiring. I do right now, but that's not what happened this time.
No.
I lost this time.
Oh man, politics is fun as long as you don't get like
too invested
in it. At the end of the day,
I've been getting extremely invested in it and getting very personal with everyone. I'll go to my friends' post timelines and antagonize them and tell them they're going to prison and they don't know what they're talking about. And if they're so fucking smart, then why are they going into Gitmo? And if they don't shut their mouth, and it feels me, I felt a euphoric pride that I'm going to describe as a Trumpomania for 8 days, and it's not going away. And the only
wild?
It's running wild in me. The Patriots are now in control.
Feral with Patriots. I saw you.
I'm going to go to the fucking fair. I'm not even going to say it's gay. The Trump's Patriot Fair, whatever it is, the World's Fair. It's going to be cool. I'm going to do it.
You antagonizing. Or I didn't see it in real time. I saw, like, I went to your page for just see what you were up to, and I saw you antagonizing Hutch. And I was like,
because Hutch, that person, did you see that person that killed himself and his wife and stuff? Because Trump won?
Yeah, that guy.
That's because of the rhetoric that guys like Hutch have been saying, where like Trump is Hitler. That guy hears Hutch and he's like, Trump's Hitler, I better fucking kill myself and my kids, right? So the guys on Hutch and those guys, they got to cool it down. They got to really cool it down. They're putting people at risk.
So what did you say to Hutch?
Rhetoric.
Did you say, be really understanding and say, Hutch, you must be upset to have heard this has happened? You probably said something like that, right?
Yeah, I think I said like sort of. It was like fuck you, enjoy prison. You and your. I think I said something about his wife. I don't really know. I was in a state of Trumpomania, running on fumes of patriotism. What are you looking it up?
I'm trying to find it. But you tweet a lot. So
I do tweet a lot. I've been winning a lot.
Pennsylvania natural gas just powered up.
Yeah, I'm fracked.
Well,
I'm fracked. The first time Trump won, it was like, wow, that's it's kind of unbelievable. Okay, so we don't know what to do now. But this time it's like, oh yeah, that's great. We're gonna ruin everything that you guys like. Just rank all the things that you guys like, and we're gonna dismantle them one by one, and we're gonna have a great time doing it. We're gonna have some drinks and some laughs and some memes. I was surprised
Hutch didn't block, or maybe he did block you after this. It was literally a story about a guy who has like crazy eyes, who thought that Trump was Hitler, and then he murdered his whole family, his wife and his 2 sons and himself. And Dick quote tweeted this and said, "This happened because of the lies and rhetoric that people like at Hutchinson spread about Trump leading up to the election. All liberal influencers should be prosecuted for murder and given life sentences."
I said executed, but then I deleted it. I'm like, they're gonna get.
You should have done the Dr. Disrespect.
So you went harder than this, and you decided to tamp it down.
Yeah, I said I can't put executed.
But
in there.
how do you rationalize that with Trump calling Harris a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist?
Trump won, would he?
I know, but you said he needs to tone it down. But
yeah, I can say whatever I want. My guy won. I get to. We own the government, like all 3 things. So whatever we say is the correct is law.
So yeah, but it still makes you a hypocrite.
What? What a crit?
I think he meant
what are you talking about? I don't give a shit. That guy killed himself, and Hutch said Trump was Hitler, and Trump won. Ipso facto, electric chair for Hutch. Me? Bitcoin to 100,000. Hutch, prison, eating maggot food. Me, big parade. Homeless, kicked into a hole in the middle of the desert. Hutch has to go to therapy to learn about his hateful speech that he's doing. Me, moisturize, flourishing, Mexican, Hutch, white, devil, dry skin. What is that? Does that not make? Is it making sense to you now? What the fuck are you talking about?
Mexican, moisturized, flourishing. That's that's ridiculous.
Hutch, race trader.
You know
me,
what?
Mexican hero, patriot.
Suntan lotion needing whitey.
Don't you get it?
I'm learning slowly.
You get it? It's our rules now. We don't have to do this making sense and being consistent shit that you liberals have been doing, tripping us up.
No, all right, I've learned.
Dude, I just respect your love of the game.
Thanks.
Just going in like 8 a.m. on a Wednesday, both barrels.
Preemptively counterpunching.
Oh, man.
Faggot, Trump won. And it's like, what did he tweet this? 7:56 in the morning?
Some fucking bitch, some civil rights bitch lawyer got into a big fight with me, too, because she's like, we have to keep men out of women's spaces. And I said, we have to keep women out of men's spaces, too. And she's like, bop, 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 bop. You're just saying that because I've been fighting for this for 23 years. And I'm like, bitch, all I said. So then I said, hey, enjoy men in your bathrums then, bitch, or something like that.
A hypocrite too, by the way.
I called her a fucking yeah, but the problem is my girlfriend, is a teacher, so she wakes up at like 6:30, and I sleep like everything wakes me up. So I'm awake at 6:30. I'm like, I got to call someone a cocksucker on Twitter so I can go back to sleep. Oh, okay. Smart. Somebody's up on the East Coast, some general I can call a DEI hire.
Dude, the way it's going to work is like genuinely within 8-10 minutes of us ending this show, I will see yet another quarrel, and it's I think you're my favorite. I think you're my favorite entire follow on Twitter because it's constant combat Just never a day of, is anyone enjoying their weekend? No.
Dick,
No, I'm having a horrible time.
Dick, give me an honest answer. On Twitter, do you ever get like actually bothered? I know you're playing games 99% of the time. Is it 100?
I mean, I'm
the question make
bothered.
sense?
I'm
Okay.
genuinely annoyed and angry when people are giving me sass, and I channel
Okay.
that into insulting them.
All right. No, I actually thought you
I have very thin
genuinely didn't
skin,
care.
Woody. I have very thin skin. That's my and I,
Dick.
no, it's
No.
very thin. I get my feelings hurt right away, and I lash out like a champion. That's what I do.
All right.
Like a
Mine-
gladiator.
Yes,
What?
like a gladiator.
Mine's getting thicker all the time. It's never as thick as I wish it was.
Oh, that's
Never-
that ketamine talking.
Maybe. I don't
Yeah.
know.
You got to become a Coke guy. Just kidding. Can you imagine if Woody got really into Coke?
Oh,
I don't know. That doesn't sound like a good plan.
he'd start off like just doing a little, then he'd get hooked, and then he'd end up smuggling with his paramotor.
He'd make it himself. He's like, this is 98% pure. This is trash. This is my
Maybe I
special.
could do better.
These are my beakers, my Bunsen burner. Here we go. It's
Have you
green
ever seen how
power.
it's made? It's like
It's
pretty
gross,
crazy.
actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They're like
Yeah.
Really?
dumping all sorts of chemicals in there to like
Some
separate-
Colombian is like
Acetone.
stomping on leaves
Acetone,
with
maybe
his bare
diesel
feet
fuel
for a
too?
while. Like it's
Oh,
kind
a lot of
gross
diesel.
process. Yeah, diesel fuel to I guess
The shit. Yeah.
I guess you need diesel to pull the drug you want away from the rest of the plant
the
matter.
leaves and the pulp and everything. Something
I
like that.
wonder
There's
if
a
it's genuinely just like off the shelf diesel, or if they find some purer diesel that's better. Maybe
It's probably
off-road
less pure.
I would guess it's worse. Like
doing it in the
documentary.
jungle.
Yeah, the documentary I saw of it, it's like literally they're in a canopy of the jungle. Like they're in
Yeah.
a tent structure that's
saw the
clearly
same
made
thing.
to be
Yeah.
moved quickly in case you get in case one of your scouts is like, hey,
It's like our diesel has additives to it that are good for your truck, and good for the environment, but probably
good for
not
you.
right for your cocaine.
yeah.
yeah. Especially that off-road shit. It would make your cocaine all red.
Yeah, I think I have it backwards. Yeah, the off-road stuff has the dye, right?
Yeah. It's got the dye.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're not supposed. It's tax-free, so they put the dye in there so they can catch a trucker using it on the roads, not paying their tax. They lock them up.
I buy the off-road stuff because it's for my tractor.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've had about all I could take.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Check out
Nice.
Dick. Links in the description. Check him out on Twitter. Apparently, it's a blast. PKA
Oh, yeah.
726.
Patreon.com